V Rising has become one of my favorite games of all time. Flying under the radar, you awaken as a weakened vampire after centuries of slumber, but no more. The scent of Dracula's bloodline is in the air. Our hunt begins again. The incredibly immersive world of Vardaron beckons us to rise up and rule the night, rebuild our impressive castles, slay or convert humans into loyal subjects, to expand our ever-growing vampire domain so that we can follow that bloodline, seize it, and defy Dracula. This is 100% of V Rising. The game began where I was given the opportunity to imagine myself as a vampire. Oh my god, what is that? I always try to make a representation of myself. Dashing hairstyle, the musketeer facial hair, oh yeah, that's definitely me.
I have risen again.
Artemis has risen again, and after what seems to have been an extended slumber, I need to stretch out these old bones, of course. So I claw at the cursed air in front of me with my left mouse button. I use spacebar to dash and avoid dust particles in my immediate proximity. Yep, all stretched out. But why have I risen? Alright, and we have our first one here, collecting the remains. We need to leave this crypt and collect some bones. Okay, well, I will exhibit some athleticism by doing an unnecessary front flip off this ledge, and I'll get right on that. I see plenty of empty coffins strewn across the area, giving the indication that my brethren are out there before me. But nope, it's just me here on the single player server. I leave my crypt and I'm welcomed into the world of Vardaron. I slap my first tree silly and I point out that I have long days. When I set up my server, I set it to the longest overall day, which is 60 minutes, but with the shortest daylight hours, which is 12 minutes, giving me 48 minutes of nighttime shenanigans, which is quite splendid. Actually, on the topic of server settings, I'm going to put all that information in detail in the description below so you can peruse at your own leisure. But in general, I improved any grindy parts of the game like resource gathering and refinement. Anything combat related has been kept as is. Speaking of which, I find my first bone carrying cretins down here, and my goal is to liberate these idiots of exactly that. Combat is a really fun fleshed out mechanic in V Rising. It's quite involved, making sure your attacks hit and dodging your enemy attacks is always a game of chess. Of course, this looks simple now, but it gets much more intense later. So we are on the same page. I have my game set to brutal. It makes the game exactly that, but more rewarding in regards to loot and bragging rights. I press tab and I look at my inventory. Lots of goodies plus some rats I picked up. I pilfered this stone coffin for even more good stuff. Alright, let's claim our first thing.
Recognize my power.
Recognize my power. Alright, crafting inventory. Let's go ahead and make ourselves the bone sword and the bone ring. With my new sword, I can easily harvest resources now, plus destroying a lot of the in-game world. I'm amazed at how much stuff in the world is destructible. I like how everything is destructible. It's good stuff. I've been slapping trees silly, but I make sure to backhand a few giant rocks for some stone, as we'll make use of this later. For now, I have to slay a few skelly boys with my new sword. That's kind of easy. But I have a question. How much damage do you do? It's not too bad. I claim my next achievement, which unlocks a spell slot for me. I got Shadow Bolt. It deals 170% magic damage and inflicts leech. So I try out my new ability. Body? Annihilates him in one shot. That was also a critical hit. Normally I'd hit for about 27 with that one. I reach my next goal and unlock a new spell, specifically a counter spell. Counters do what they say. When timed correctly, you deflect, avoid, or absorb incoming damage. With these newfound abilities, I make my way out of the graveyard while slaying everything I come across. The next area I will be entering is called Farbane Woods. I can enter from two areas and I have a decent look at the world map here. I choose the eastern waypoint, and upon arriving I'm tasked with my next objective, which is making myself some simple armor. I can make 2 of these at this point, but I lack rugged hide for the gloves and the boots. Time for some hunting it seems. We are here in this place and we need to make some gloves and boots. So we need you actually. Come here buddy, I need you please. Thank you. Tainted hide, and we also got 50 hide from this one guy. After my first successful hunt, I come across a way gate. There are several of these dotted around the map and they act as teleports. Speaking of which, I choose a location on the map and I'll make my way there. I gather while I walk, slap a wolf silly for his rugged hide, which I then use to round up my armor with a set of gloves and boots. But why only a sword? Why not add an axe and a mace to my arsenal of weapons? These are all weapons, yes, but they all have specific bonuses. Looking closely, the axe is better at gathering wood, the mace is for stone, and the sword is for vegetation. I gather up the last of the blood essence I needed from living creatures, and it's time to set up a base, or more specifically, a castle heart as it's called in V Rising. As I'm setting out to build a permanent home, I smack down some rocks with this chunky mace. The sound is quite satisfying. I follow my marker that leads me through a bandit camp. I don't want to spend too much time harassing the natives just yet. I want to establish myself first. The sun rises, my natural enemy. As a vampire, if I expose myself to the sun for too long, I burn, quite literally. So I need to avoid this and stick to the shadows during the daytime. Now, something unique here. I see a hapless individual here. A rascal, he calls himself, but to me, he's an 11% warrior blood type kind of guy. I smack him silly a few times and then proceed to suckle his blood. This gives me the buff of 11% warrior blood. There are several blood types in the game. Each type comes with its own buffs broken down into 5 tiers. The higher the blood percentage quality, the more of these buffs will be present. So as I only have 11%, only the first tier is unlocked. 10 to 15% increased physical power. This 11% blood only gives me what looks like maybe 2 to 3% increased power in this first tier. If I had higher blood quality, it would give me better rates in these lower tiers, but also unlock the higher ones. I hope that made sense. I'm close to my future base location, and I come across my first opponent that has his own counter. What happened was Old Mate there set up a barrier with his shield. I hit the shield and I got stunned for doing so. I'm not the only one that can throw up counters. So shortly later I make it to my destination. I ask the locals politely if they can vacate, which may have involved some violence. I'm here in the middle of Farbane Woods. I peruse my land now that the locals have moved on and decide how I want to set up my base. First I need to do some land clearing, and I love the satisfying sound of axes hitting trees. Once I cleared up some space, I place down this castle heart, and within this heart I toss in some of that blood essence I've been stealing from living creatures. That was an achievement, and I now learn to place down foundations and walls. I place down some of those foundations, take down this tree that's blocking me, and get sniped by the sun, which is quite rude. I won't take damage unless I expose myself for too long. Speaking of which, it's now nighttime, so that's a worry off my shoulders. In due time, I have a 5x5 situation going on. I put some palisade gates on all 4 sides and put up a palisade wall around the entire thing, fortifying my position from the outside. I love this feature the most. I could just do that so I can always jump down from here. Yeah, that can work. I like that. We can just jump off the cliff. Alright, so that's a 5x5. Wonderful.
Yet another accomplishment.
Yet another accomplishment. I place down my very own wooden coffin for catching up on some Z's. I place down some mist braziers, and these have an awesome function which you'll see shortly. But for now, I slap down some small chests to deal with my inventory situation. What's the use of all these resources if you can't use them later? By that I mean making a sawmill, for sawing up all that wood I've been collecting. I make 3 of them because why not? I toss some wood into all of them and they will passively generate me planks. While that's happening, I build a simple workbench. When I interact with it, I see a bunch of new things I can craft, reinforced bone gear and copper weapons down the line. I make these vermin salves because they are pretty much a potion that heals me for 35% of my health over 15 seconds, with reduced effectiveness during combat, which I'll have to be watchful of. I collect some of those refined planks and I upgrade every single piece of my bone equipment. I also made the spear, which does increase damage to creatures specifically, and the upgrades to my armor have given me a little bit of extra health for each piece, but I also have set pieces. For 2 I get a bonus 20 HP, and for a 4 set piece I get 2 extra physical power, which is good stuff. And my gear level only is level 11, and it says we need to increase our gear level to 20. Actually, put on a weapon. Okay, we now have it 17. So to get those 3 extra levels, I also upgrade my ring, and with this upgrade I unlock the main purpose of this game.
Yet Yet another accomplishment.
And with this we've unlocked V-Blood tracking. So you use the V-Blood menu to track powerful V-Blood carriers. Drink their blood to unlock new technologies and powers, which is good stuff. So here in Act 1, and here we have Alpha the White Wolf is quite close. I'll paraphrase. When Dracula the Immortal King was defeated in times gone by, he cursed the world with a blood rain. Many perished in this downpour, but some of those who survived were unknowingly twisted by the downpour, their bloodlines forever empowered by Dracula's malice. Alpha the White Wolf is the first of many whose scent is now on my radar. Looking at this menu, there are many who have unknowingly inherited the bloodline of Dracula. As I defeat them, I continue to hunt up along this chart, and I unlock better technology or gear to become stronger myself. This is the main focus of the game, and it is brilliant. I track Alpha the White Wolf. It says he's close by, and this blood trail, which has now appeared, will lead me right to him. My plan of action is using the spear on him as he's a wolf. I spot my quarry a little later, and I engage my prey. Alpha lets out a mighty howl as I stab him in the throat. He tries to hurl himself at me, but he bumps his snozzer into a tree. Okay, easy. He does another howl, which emits a red aura. Oh, nice dodge. Oops, that didn't work. I stab him in the butt a few times, and I try to run away to get some distance, but he jumps on my head. Let's leave him somewhere else, maybe out in the open. Oh! You can jump, can you? I use my counter at a crucial moment to absorb his ferocious attacks, and he summons a pack of wolves to bully me. Oh, you took it for him! He gives me a good mauling, which is quite offensive. Jesus. Let's get some health, Oh, beauty. Okay, no. Oh, did you just kill your own? That's actually kind of funny, mate. Okay. Oh, gotcha, mate. But the fight rages on with many stabs delivered and claw marks on my face to show for it. Oh, it's almost. Oh, gotcha. A lumberjack axe. Nice, look at that. I beat Alpha the White Wolf with relative ease. He is the first V-Blood fight, so I guess he's going to be straightforward. I extract his V-Blood, which stands for Vampire Blood, and my power grows.
Very knowledge acquired.
I run home and I discover I've unlocked a shapeshift ability to turn myself into a wolf for a movement speed buff, which is quite glorious. What's an added bonus is that this wolf form doesn't aggro beasts when you run past them, and they do not mind. Hey buddy, how are we? Oh, he looks like an old wolf. Yes, he does. You can also jump a couple times like this. It's good fun. I get home and I claim this next step, and it's unlocked mirrors for me for beating a wolf, which is weird. So then, as soon as I wake up, so let's say I'm napping, taking a bit of a nap, then we press space to wake up.
I rise.
Looks at himself straight in the mirror. I take a short breather to expand and sort out my storage. I toss everything natural like fibers, flowers, wood, and crafted planks into these chests here. I label a chest human chest because anything that drops from human enemies I will toss in here. Like coins, cloths, papers, you get the idea. Now that I have defeated Alpha, his portrait opens up properly, and I see the next tier of V-Bloods. They are level 23, so slightly higher than me. So I'm looking to the future for gear upgrades, like these copper weapons and this Night Stalker outfit, which requires leather and coarse thread, which I don't have now. I explore my area looking for some copper veins. The new wolf form is awesome to get around quickly. I find these two chunky boys over here and I go ham, loving the sound of mace to rock. As I gather this, I wonder how I'm going to smelt these. Obviously, I'm going to need a furnace for that. That bloody wolf mauled me. I actually don't know how close that fight was. Because I think him jumping on top of me was the new move. He definitely didn't do that before. So jumping on top and mauling me like that was definitely a new move. Yes, as mentioned before, the game is set to brutal. I've played 30 odd hours on the regular difficulty, but with the brutal setting, all the bosses have a new move they will unleash on me, as well as having more health and a higher damage output. I needed some coarse thread, so I find myself harassing the local population because they dropped them, and I see something very interesting. Nice. Ooh, a 90% warrior. Interesting. I do my best to fight this rebel, making sure not to kill the chosen one, but I underestimated the amount of damage I receive in brutal. Oh, feed him. Oh, I got greedy there.
It's not the end.
Ah, damn. I got greedy there. Well, he was a 90%. I wanted him. Let's get into our wooden coffin. Did we get that blood? We did get the blood though. Look at that. We did actually get the blood. So, am I ashamed? No. I think that was worth it. Anyways, I finish off that camp and I get some of that coarse thread that I needed. And then I have a proper look at this 90% blood quality. You can see more levels are unlocked and higher rates of each level have been achieved. To get level 5 you must have 100%, which is quite splendid, as it boosts everything else by an additional 25%. I'm minding my own business later when a spider comes to bother me some, so I ask it to leave me alone in the most Australian way. He's trying his hardest to attack me. It's not gonna happen, buddy. I won't allow it. You can just fuck off. Too bad you can't jump down cliffs, mate. If they can jump down cliffs, that would be hilarious. Also, you can hit multiple resources at the same time. The one on the left is a gem rock that drops crude gems for me, which will become useful later. For now, I'm at base making some furnaces, and I throw an even amount of copper I have in each one. A short while later, I have some copper bars ready to go, with which I make these copper weapons. My level is 23 with these items, so I am good to go. Okay, so I think it's time to show off this new thing. Both my weapons have new abilities now that I have the copper level. I can do a jumping smash with the mace and a spinning wheel of death with the sword, which is good stuff. I was about to leave when I see that this chest spawned in. Was that there the entire time? I swear that wasn't there 5 seconds ago. I need to check over footage. If I was missing that until then, silly me. Chests are odd, they seem to appear out of nowhere. No qualms here, it had some good stuff in it. A jewel for a frostbat spell, which I'll explain later, seeds for planting, and a book I can read to unlock the warlock boots. I go and pick more fights, but once I get hit for a 90 damage shot and a 78 one shortly later, I'm forced to back away. That one shot is nearly 1/3 of my health. Using these vermin selves is going to be key in this experience to keep myself alive. I get a nice drop on all of them shortly later though, and I find my first ranged weapon, which is this bone crossbow. As I pilfer the last of the stuff here, the sun rises to shed the light on my crimes I committed during the nighttime on this poor encampment. I don't like the sun, so at base I throw bones into these mist braziers and they cast a nice shadow over my territory, allowing me to work with my stuff during the daytime. I make the other copper weapons now. The axe's ability lunges me forward, dealing damage and increases my attack speed for a short duration. The spear does a lot of stabby stabs really quickly. I also needed leather to make the next set of armor. I investigated one of the next V-Bloods, and Keely the Frost Archer will unlock the tannery and the ability to make leather myself. I have my next target. I'm trekking towards her, but I gather a cheeky sulfur deposit while I'm at it. A new moon has risen, so the time to strike is now. She's inside this poacher camp, so I make a grand entrance. I wanted to do this before my 90% blood ran out. Blood slowly drains, by the way. But I see a 91% warrior in here, which is quite convenient and lucky. Okay, let's feed on him and let's get her. She's now out in the open. This is our time. Now Keely is a step up from the wolf. Oh, Keely.
Chance to run. It's going to get a lot more difficult in a moment.
She reveals herself to be a bow user with frost-empowered arrows. She can go stealthy mode if she wishes. You can still barely see her when she's stealthed, but when she breaks out of it, it's in a burst of frost which hurts me badly. She fires into the air and a huge area of effect is revealed on the ground, giving me time to dodge this onslaught from above, and her arrows sometimes freezes me solid. In short time, I'm humbled and I'm forced to flee this fight. Round 2 is even worse when I get hit for over 100 right in the face. Looks like I didn't even heal in between fights, which is a poor decision. Round 3, I use my counter to deflect her ice arrow, but my dash doesn't do the same. Maybe I timed it badly. I try my best to kite her around this tree, hoping to dodge her arrows by ducking around it, which is still tricky. Okay, this might be the end of me. Yep, that's the enemy. As I died, I get respawned at my coffin, or this waygate I apparently found over here, which is quite handy. I also dropped all of my loot, which I need to pick back up. Now, I'd like to point out that my vermin selves were on my 8 key, but now I have a dirty heart in that slot. Not picking up on that yet, but I did wonder if I can use this well to my advantage. Okay, you know what, we are going to use this. Yeah, we're going to use this. Okay, am I going to have to do this?
Freeze!
Oh, no. Can I even hit her with my own crossbow? Okay, let's not do that. Remember when I said I had my healing stuff on my 8 key? Yep, I scoffed down a filthy heart and I lost that 90% warrior blood. Still, it took a fair while, but I eventually killed Keely by cheesing this fight. Oh, yes!
Damn it.
I did not expect to win that one. Jesus, I was really concentrating. I opened up my spell tab and I learned a new first level frost spell for defeating Keely. I take this bat one as it has 2 charges. It's an offensive spell that causes chill on a hit and causes freezing on a secondary hit on the same target if it's chilled. I have that jewel that makes hitting a chilled target with more frost damage to shatter the projectile into 8 separate shards, and each of them deal an additional 17% of the spell damage, which is good stuff. These 2 hapless lads will be my first test subjects. Yep, absolutely glorious. At home, I make more vermin cells and I make sure to stick them to my 8 key again. Keely's tab has fully opened and I can make some new stuff. I make myself some tanneries, appropriate storage nearby, and I queue up some leather to be refined from this hide that I liberated from animals during my misadventures. I make myself my first cloak, and it has some minor buffs, and I replace my gear with this Night Stalker gear. I realize that this lot doesn't have a set bonus for damage, but it brings my gear level up to 27 and my health up by almost 50. I do lose that 2 physical power buff though. But with a 27 gear level, both of these nearby V-Bloods are 4 levels lower than me now, so it should be easier. Rufus the Foreman has nice unlocks, the copper crossbow and a workbench. He's within this big camp though, so I introduce myself with a mace to the face again. I break some boxes for a nice blueprint. Forge flooring? Did I just get the forge flooring? Fantastic. I engage Rufus and he's a bit of a trapper type fella.
That's funny.
He uses his crossbow and he throws a net at me to try and catch me like an animal. He has his own fancy dodge that he uses quite well. He whistles to summon 2 lackeys quite frequently, so it's hard to get some alone time with him. And when you're alone with him, he brings down a barrage of bolts from the sky, or he sets the barrage right into my face, which ended my first attempt. I think I might dead. Yep, I'm dead. Cool. On my next attempt, I found that my sword spin gives me that little bit of extra movement speed to help me dodge the bolts, and I managed to sidestep this incoming barrage by hiding. And these are the final moments of Rufus.
Get on your feet. I'm gonna call you Target Practice.
Got him! Oh my god. That was a satisfying win. His lackeys proved to be a problem for me, but I helped myself to everything in this camp as my just rewards. The next fellow on my list is Errol the Stonebreaker. Before that, I make this workbench and I see that I can make fancy types of wood here, but this takes my fancy, the copper crossbow. Outside this quarry area, I read that with this weapon I can make a rain of bolts, so I'm going to test this shortly. Oh yeah, very nice indeed. I fight my way into this quarry, but there is plenty of filthy humans in here, but a lot of copper ore. Here is my purpose, Mr. Errol the Stonebreaker. From the get-go, I see what he is. He's a big strong boy. He slams the ground and he sends ripples of energy my way. When I stand in these flaming ripples, I burn myself for quite a lot of damage. So I change my strategy. I switch into my crossbow and I keep my distance as best I can the entire time. I have ample time to dodge his ripples. I rain bolts on his head, deal with his lackeys, dodge some more ripples, rain more bolts on his head, and actually take this fight with relative ease. Oh, Jesus! Up. Oops, keep my distance. It's actually really slow. Alright, let's... Got him! Mate, you're mine. That was actually a relatively easy fight. I think I just had the exact loadout ready for him, the crossbow, and just really staying out of his reach. I collect the spoils of war and grab all the copper I can in here, and I have a healthy stash of stolen goods before I scurry off. Old Mate also gave me a Chaos spell slot and a few nice choices for storage. I grabbed this Chaos volley spell as I can channel 2 bolts of magic power at my enemies. For now, I toss a research table over here and I have a bunch of technologies I can learn. I use all these books I've been looting to learn a few new things. Forge flooring, warlock boots, and a merciless copper sword. The warlock boots are nice, they're better than my current ones, and with the merciless sword I now have a gear score of 31, but only if I'm wielding the sword. The next phase allows me to do a castle relocation, but it's not time for that yet. It is time to upgrade my castle heart to level 2, which unlocks new walls and foundations. But to make any kind of walls I need bricks from a grinder, and for that I will need whetstones. I learned how to make them when I killed this fella, but instead of doing that, I'll get them from some bandits, as they are human loot. So I use my base feature and I shit myself. Oh my god! Jesus. I also see something good. Ooh, 100% rogue? Right, that fella can never die. He has to be someone I grab. Okay, that poacher is going to be mine. I did not expect to find 100% so quickly. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is going to be something. I'll leave that camp as I want that fella to stay alive, so I go and loot another camp for those whetstones. That, and I also found a book for the merciless copper longbow. I make 2 grinders at base and I start grinding up some stone for bricks. While I wait, I see that I need a copper longbow before I can make that merciless one, so I have to wait before I can do that. I start replacing these palisades with some respectable looking castle walls, and once it's enclosed, because it's a full room, a roof automatically appears, hiding me from the sun. This is what it looks like from the outside. That is looking good. Can't see it very well, but you can see that this is now actually closed. Because I made a small castle, I can make myself a waygate or teleporter when I have the resources. While the moon rises, I throw a couple of torches against my walls for some good lighting. I make a room within my castle, and I place down the forge flooring in here as well as my furnaces, effectively making this a forge room. Because my furnaces are in a closed room with forge flooring, it gets bonuses, 25% refinement rate for being in a room, and a 25% less refinement cost for having the appropriate flooring. This encourages players to set up dedicated rooms for all their working machines, and I love this function. These chests are classified as material boxes, so I chuck a few of them in here as well. I'm exploring later and I come across some shady dealers. They have some books I can buy, general items, crude gems, and seeds of different kinds. I don't buy anything at this point. Instead, I make a section for my sawmills and my grinders, but I don't wall them in yet. I want to make myself a waygate, but I'm missing grave dust. It looks like Goreswine the Ravager will unlock this item thing for us. I remembered this guy being in a graveyard, but I find him on the road having a scuffle with Alpha the White Wolf. What the hell? I might have to get in on this action. And get in on this action I did. Goreswine was a tough opponent, a warlock type fella that casts a lot of magic. He teleports and does a lot of area of effect type stuff, and this makes getting around quite difficult. I'm quickly forced to retreat, and I have another crack at him. I think I really need to play defensively against him. In fact, I try to outrange him and slowly chip away at his health as my weapon has a longer range. But I find out that if I stray too far, he runs away and resets. Also, looking at this short clip, future me who's played this for a while can really see I'm quite bad at using my counters at these early stages. I tried the best strategy shortly. Okay, so I need to rethink my spell loadout on this one. Oh my god! Actually, this could potentially work in my favor. Oh no, that didn't work out. However, let's see if I can quickly get back here. Yeah, let's respawn. So yes, I make my way back and these two are still at it. And at the last second, I do get the feed upon Goreswine the Ravager. Got him! Such a filthy cheater.
Think on your feet.
But I do lose my life again shortly later.
Time to take a chance.
Oh, what a nuke!
Go on.
Okay, now that was genuinely cheating. And, that was genuinely cheating. Back at base, I'm slamming rats into my face, and I feel guilty about the way I defeated Goreswine. So I retrack him, and this time he's in his actual cemetery. It's always dark in cemeteries, so I won't have a problem with the sun here. There are a lot of ads in this area, so I have to deal with them first. They also summon smaller minions, and it's a tough mission from the get-go. But they can also drop grave dust for me as well. I have to deal with these two rookies standing next to Goreswine before taking him on myself. I make use of these two ranged spells and it works quite nicely. There is a lot of obstacles in this area for me to hide behind, and luckily Rain of Bolts is an area of effect, so I don't need line of sight to place it down, which makes kiting him quite easy. His area of effect stuff is still a nightmare to avoid though. I think this is his brutal ultimate.
Drink it in! The chaos!
Oh wow, my god! This guy is insane. Anyways, I dragged this fight out for a very long time, keeping my distance. I mean, this place was filled with trees and stuff, but it's completely barren towards the end. But I finally get the killing blow, and this was satisfying. Oh my god! Oh, okay, that was done fairly. Oh my god, that was insane. That was the worst fight I've had so far.
Taste of knowledge.
Wow. After this epic fight, I had enough resources and grave dust to make this waygate, which was the whole point of this undertaking. It's quite big, so I toss it outside. And there we go. So now we have a waygate right in the center of this place. We can teleport there, and there's plenty of other teleporters around this area. I think it's probably almost time to go ahead and just do some good exploring. Before that, I make some further upgrades to my gear. I learned how to make tombstones from Goreswine, and I can summon some skelly boys and harvest them for resources drops by using flowers. I tried this about 5 times and only got bones each time, though it said that this particular specimen will have a chance to drop grave dust for me. Speaking of graves, I learned a new unholy spell that summons a skeleton on hit, with 2 charges. Yes please. I tried at another cemetery and it's really satisfying to see my own minions fight for me now. I decide to visit the merchants and I use my teleporter for the first time. I watched and learned from other YouTubers when they made the mistake in their original setup that doesn't allow them to teleport with some items, but I will have none of those restrictions. Pure bliss. Pure bliss which becomes utter terror when I see this animal blocking my path. Tristan the Vampire Hunter. It's not time for you yet, mate. Anyways, I make my first purchase ever apparently because I get an achievement for it. Good stuff. I'm able to unlock a bunch of new technology with all these books. I make some random bits and pieces and I look towards the next victim, Mr. Grayson the Armorer. I make my way up this massive camp, and this new spell does help a whole bunch, beating up all these enemies in this area. I have a better look at it. I am actually a fan of this one, it is really good. So condemn your enemies, increasing all damage dealt to them by 15% for 5 seconds. That is actually huge. That is massive. Summon an unholy warrior to fight by your side whenever a condemned target perishes. Yeah, this all sounds very good to me. Now the moon rises and I find Grayson in this big arena place. He is indeed a big boy with a big axe, which he uses quite well on my skeletons. He peppers the entire area with little Lego pieces that really hurt when you step on them. He does a scorpion get over here sort of thing because he likes to get personal. I thought I aggroed a patrol, but no, this fella also spawns ads it seems, which is really annoying. I can put on this armor, with which I can now run over all these Lego pieces without crying murder, and it does help clear out the field a bit. But I finally get overwhelmed. I try to retreat and then I aggro an actual patrol. You know what, let's start this fight again. Oh, you're kidding me. You are joking me right now. I'm so dead, I'm so dead. Okay.
I cannot go on.
Luckily, I have a way gate I can respawn at and the run back is relatively quickly. I make sure to kill that patrol outside this time. I do try this fella again a few times and I find him to be quite tough. I am rolling with 2 offensive spells for this. Would you die, you bitch? Okay, that's not going to be the way to do it then, is it? On one of my many excursions back up the hill, I run into this 80% rogue who I decide to feed upon. The rogue type is quite nice, most notably it increases your movement speed and that's critical. That movement speed and switching out one of my spells for a counter is what changed the battle for me. Also, having summoned skeletons is great for distracting this big fella.
Hammer you out.
I finally take this win after 4 or 5 attempts. Oh, thank God. Oh my God.
One more swing.
No more swings for you. You've had enough swings. That was a tough fight. That was a very tough fight. From him, I've unlocked some better storage options. Whetstones and a workshop flooring. Beauty, mate. Currently, this is what I'm rocking. Alright, so here's our loadout. We got 2 Marauder things, which increases our health, and we get more attack speed. And then we've got 2 of the Shadewalker things, which increases our physical critical strike chance. Which isn't great, but it's our movement speed that we care about. Having that 8% movement speed is going to be huge, I think, going forward for some of these fights. I finally enclose this area and I make it a proper workshop room with that flooring I got just now, so those machines are running faster and more effectively, which is excellent. I upgrade my chests to large ones, make a jewel chest where I can toss all my jewels in, and I also have item type specific storages now, like this tailoring one, and when I open it, I can auto drop everything that falls into that category very quickly, which makes it fast and efficient. I pick up this Spectral Wolf spell. It balances between targets, which makes it great for multiple targets. Later, this will become my main offensive spell. For now, I'll follow this main quest line, bind to a stone coffin. I need grave dust for this, so I try out that new wolf spell. Look at it go. While looting, I come across this really nice jewel spell for my Chaos Volley. It deals damage and it heals me for a little bit if I hit an ignited enemy. This swayed me back towards the Chaos spells. I need to hunt Lydia next and I'll get another Chaos spell and that longbow I've been looking for. I toss down my stone coffin and I see that I need to make a servant coffin and a blood press. I make and interact with a blood press. Looks like I can squish hearts and rats into mushy blood essence, which sounds quite delicious. In fact, I squished some unsullied hearts right now into greater blood essence because I need one to make the servant coffin, which I plop down next to mine. There we go. Interact with this one. Insert a charmed human and start conversion. Vampire servants will defend your castle and can be sent out to hunt. Beautiful.
Recognize my power.
Recognize my power. Remember that 100% rogue over here? Well, after a short session of dominating him, he decides it's a good idea to come home with me. Alright, my friend. I need you to jump into this.
You will find fulfillment in service.
Alright. A blood type reduces difficulty when hunting areas inhabited by creatures and monsters. His blood quality is 100%. He's going to be a mighty fine person. He is indeed going to be a mighty fine person. While Old Mate is currently cooking in his coffin, I decide to hunt down Lydia, who is close by. I find her on the road, and I have a relatively straightforward fight. She shoots multiple arrows that I don't seem to have a problem with dodging, thanks to this 80% rogue blood movement speed. She's also a fan of turning invisible and literally ghosting me until she appears and tries to shoot me in the face. Every so often, she shoots an arrow into the sky that seems to disappear at first, but then it comes down as a massive nuke, followed with a barrage volley that she shoots into an area, lighting the entire zone on fire. That is rough, man. Oh, that might be it. Also, that nuke hits for 120. Jesus. Okay, come on. Ooh. Oh. Now, as I didn't use my counter at all really, I switched it for some distracting skeletons. And on the second attempt, it goes much smoother.
Who are you?
Oh, here you are.
Time to take a chance.
Oh, yep. Okay, think on our feet. Let's do it. I can't really get past that, can I?
Time to take that. Time to on your feet.
Got her.
This can't be right.
This is perfectly right, it's fine. You're just burning in your own flames. Just gonna wait for that to die down and then I'm going to snatch you all up. Come on. Hello. You're all mine. Because I won that fight, I got a new Chaos spell, and I learned the Aftershock, which should complement Chaos Volley quite nicely with that healing jewel. I really need to test something out on you. Please, come here. Okay, so now I'm being healed. That is amazing. Okay, I'll leave you be now. I'm sorry, I won't kill you. I just inflicted a lot of damage on you, but... Where is he? I'm being judged by the moose. Servant coffin? Rise, okay. Etienne. Really? Etienne. It's not bad, but it's not a Lindsay. Lindsay, you may rise.
To suit my purposes.
Hey, buddy, how are we? Oh, he's a happy ghoul. If you're wondering why I'm giggling so much, Lindsay is the name of a close friend of mine. In fact, I played 100 Days of Lethal Company with him and another. It was 3 hours of total shenanigans. I'll link that video in the description if you want to check it out later. For now, watch me make myself a copper longbow. I can't make the merciless one yet because I don't have the resources, but this feels good. I like the longbow at this point in my playthrough. I give my setup a little whirl. I even fight one of those stone golems for a while as I'm exploring and taking it easy for a little bit, relishing in my new setup. The bow also has a volley shot, which is good fun. I was gathering some resources. I was about to be assaulted by a very determined wolf, who then got very confused when this humanoid turned into a wolf in front of his very eyes. I think this wolf is confused because I transformed in front of him. He's like, why is this a wolf now? I'm very confused. Yes, you are, little buddy. Yes, you are. Also, this poor idiot was not a fan of me stealing his copper. Oh, that poor idiot. He's like, hey, that's my job. Also, current me still has no idea why this happens. Why does my guy bleed like that every so often? I upgrade my bow to the merciless level, which is good news, and I decide to gear up Lindsay with some of my all gear to improve his gear stats and his hunting proficiency, but we won't get to explore that until later. The last questline in Farbane Woods is to find a way to unlock iron smelting and explore beyond Farbane. There is still plenty of V-Blood individuals left to visit in these woods however. For now, I make myself a leather table and making myself a leather bag so that I have more inventory space. You can never have enough inventory space. I make this chest mimic and he loves to chomp down on things I don't need anymore, and he poops out some of the ingredients that it was comprised of. I unlock a blood rose brew potion, which looks like a much better healing potion than those current salves. This is in the realm of alchemy, and I unlock the alchemy stuff by offing this fella called Clive the Fire Starter, who did in fact not start the fire of course. As I head there, I lament the fact that I'm nearly out of blood. I like this rogue blood type, I think to myself as I harvest this node of sulfur. Plus, you haven't seen this, if I draw my arrow to the full extent and make a hit, it hits the target behind the initial hit. Very nice. I come across this 57 Brute, and I haven't seen this type yet. But from the looks of it, it's all about attack speed and creating self-sustaining heals with your attacks. This sounds incredibly advantageous. I test it out, let myself get beaten up, and I see I get health ticks of 3 to 5 every successful shot. That 24 you saw is what I get after I dash and successfully land an attack, which has an 8-second cooldown. I also come across this alchemy lab flooring while I fight my way into this place, which suits the occasion. Ooh, alchemy lab flooring. Speak of the devil, we'll be getting alchemy flooring very shortly. I engage what turned out to be a 1-minute fight with Clive the Fire Starter. I set him ablaze with all my chaotic magic stuff and pepper him with arrows. He throws a singular bomb at me, which then becomes 3 extra bombs, which then becomes 7 extra bombs. That is a lot of firepower. He has one big boy explosion, which I seem to have easily dodged, but he throws a cheeky sticky bomb on me, which takes a short while to detonate. Why am I sticky bomb? I see. That's quite frankly rude of you, mate. Like I said before, in under a minute I have this guy on his knees. I didn't expect this, and this boosted my confidence with this setup. Okay, I think I was too worried for this fella. Sorry mate, I absolutely annihilated you. Now as I harvest this other sulfur node, I think to myself how I really like this brute blood type. I find another waygate up here, and I believe that may be the last one in Farbane Forest, so I want to explore a little bit later. Anyways, I got the alchemy set up from Clive, and to top it off, I got the flooring just before as well. But this 5x5 is very crammed, so I rearrange a few things, and notice Lindsay has been walking in the same spot for quite some time now. I need to expand one section of the base, so I clear some space, and I get a nice idea. Can I make another castle entrance there? That'd be pretty sick. That's not too bad. Oh, this is gonna be my little garden. I like that. I really like that. So for alchemy sort of stuff, we can just walk out here and here's gonna be a little garden. I throw down some schmick looking flooring, place down the alchemy lab and bring the correct storage in here. Alchemy stuff here and more alchemy stuff here, which is good stuff indeed. Alchemy, alright. Blood brew? It does require just an empty water skin. Fantastic, so we can really start making this stuff. I'm going to need herbs for that, so I make myself a little flower garden on the ledge, and I plant some of these flowers in here and perform a magnificent dive to showcase my jubilee, especially when I have a better healing potion now. That is definitely going to help us in these future fights. Oh yes it will. My next target is Fend the Fisherman, so of course a fishing rod is gonna be what I unlock. I want to be quick because I still have this weapon speed upgrade with this blood. Look how fast I can smack these rocks, it's insane. Now Fend the Fisherman was quite a fun fight. Take a moment to appreciate this fella's setup. I feel really guilty breaking in and disturbing his tranquil fishing scene. However, I employed my strategy of keeping my distance on Oldmate, and that does give me the edge in dodging this whirlwind attack. He tries to catch me like a fish in a net, but I'm not a fish, so this fails. He does a runner and he catches both of us some lunch, which is 3 pufferfish that explodes into icicle shards, which makes me question the genuineness of his advances on me. He throws away his sloppy seconds and summons what can only be described as a Gyarados, who proceeds to attempt to flatten me like a pancake and season me with some ice shards from above. He does hook me like a fish soon enough, and he reels me in like bait to feed his now small army of piranhas. but this gives my multi-shot a chance to really show some good damage numbers. Eventually, Old Mate catches his last fish and I make the finishing shot. Got him. Oh, Jesus. That nearly got me. Hey, buddy. So I'm on the edge of this map and I get really curious about what's in this direction. I'm wondering if it's my bloody headphones, but no, I... Oh my god! What is this? What on earth was that? Yeah, that I won't know for weeks. For the immediate moment, I have another 3 randoms to kill on my list. Nikolaus the Fallen. From a name like that, I can guess he resides in another cemetery, which he does. I really like the ambience that each area gives off in this game. I'm a really big fan. I make my way up these final stairs and I lock eyes with Old Mate up here. This fella reminded me a lot of that other swine in the other graveyard. He teleports on top of me with a big explosion, followed by numerous floating skulls that float outwards from him. We trade magical casts, though mine hit and his doesn't. He summons friends, which is quite rude, and while I deal with his friends, he runs off to check something in that corner. Where on earth is this guy running to? But it was a ruse. He teleports on top of me and blows a snot bomb in my face for 135, which is quite revolting. He then takes that floating skeleton thing to a whole new level, making it very hard to dodge all of them, just to blow snot on my face again. I pop my healing potion for the first time and play ring around a tree while I get some heals off. But when All Mate summons his friends again and does that floating head thing, I get caught on the battlefield debris and I suffer my first defeat. I'm stuck. This is bad. Yep, that's bad. Okay. My next attempt, I keep my distance, making it easier to dodge those green skulls, but pretty soon I have an army to deal with. But once I get into the swing of things, the fight turns into my favor, and I finally make the final blow. Got him. Phew.
It's only the beginning.
Only the beginning. Okay, that wasn't too bad. He just had to be very careful for his area of effect. My goodness gracious, that was okay. It wasn't as bad as I first thought.
New knowledge acquired.
All Mate has unlocked for me the first ultimate ability. I get this Army of the Dead, and it's a spell I can do every 2 minutes, which summons a bunch of skeletons. Speaking of summoning, there is a particular boss in this act, Nibbles the putrid rat, that I need to summon with my vermin nest. Nothing overly special with this guy, he's a giant rat. I summon my army to deal with him for a bit, which is good fun, but then he turns the tables and summons his own rat minions to deal with me. Quite a lot of them actually. While I'm distracted, he burrows himself down under and pops back up close to me. I eventually whittle him down and get the killing blow. For killing Nibbles, I get the Ratty Boy transformation. Look at those gleaming red eyes. I have Pelora or Kodia on my list next. Before heading out, I make this paper press where I can make my own paper, instead of borrowing it from hapless humans. It just takes some fiber and sawdust, and for every 50 papers I can learn a random piece of technology, which is good stuff. Okay, enough of paper, the sword is mightier than the pen, so says someone who is incorrectly quoting someone else, and I shall avenge all the bandit kings of the past who have fallen trying to take down Kodia the ferocious bear. I snag this 82% rogue, and I make my way over to this looming cave, which is then revealed as a bear cave to me. Kodia is a big bear. She slams the ground, bringing stalagmites crashing down on me, but easy enough to anticipate. She does big swipes, but her favorite move seems to be breaking the cave apart from the inside. She roars and summons cubs to fight alongside her, and she goes beast mode and runs faster. I go beast mode and I summon the gang. She charges me and catches me off guard, and this game of cat and mouse goes on for about 2 minutes. She nearly gets me, but I just make the final blow on her. Got her just in time. Oh, that was a close fight. That was a very close fight. She was quite powerful. You're mine though. From this fight I unlock the bear form, which is used to break down big boy rocks, and something else which you'll see shortly. But before that, Pelora the Feywalker is next, and it looks like I unlock a bunch of garden stuff when I kill her. I don't see her at first in this beautiful meadow though. Alright, where are you, love? You are... You're right there. God damn. Good lord, man. I'm just like, where is this person? Pelora was also a straightforward fight. She summons the spectral wolf 3 times in a row, which is really easy to just strafe and dodge.
All around you.
Okay, so she does range stuff as well. She summons wisps, but slower than Nikolaus, so I've seen this before. She also likes to go invisible. She summons moths that also shoot wisps at me. So what's she done now? She's summoned these guys? Oh my goodness gracious, okay, fair enough. And I chase her across the park. Where are you going? Excuse me, where are you running off to? I hope she didn't just reset there. Luckily she doesn't reset, but I do corner her here and I slowly dodge and whittle her health down. Looking back at this, I'm really surprised at a lot of these earlier fights. I seem to have taken them with relative ease with 2 offensive spells. And I can see why later you'll witness me struggle getting the hang of counter spells, because I rarely use them in the first act. Speaking of which, Quincy the Bandit King is the final boss of Act 1, and also, this is the guy that unlocks iron smelting for me, which is something I've been looking for a little while now. I'm sniffing out Quincy beyond these big gates, and my bear form comes into play here, because I have to break down these gates with brute force. How about we do this? Oh yeah. The bandit stronghold is exactly that, a fortification teeming with bandits and their pet wolves. Having to deal with all these filthy humans is a mission in itself, but I'm happy to find this 79 brute along the way. I think I'm set for this fight. Speaking of which, I make my way up this mountain and I see Quincy has this whole arena thing going on up here. Now Old Mate is a different kind of menace. I summon my army right from the start, but he decimates them with a huge chaos barrage he creates by swinging his shield. He throws his giant axe at me, which he follows up with an encore of chaos madness. Ooh, I think I just dodged that, didn't I? He then charges me, knocking me back, leaving a trail of chaotic flames, which he clearly got the idea from Back to the Future. He conjures up a barrier, and if I hit it, I believe it reflects my attacks back at me. He summons lackeys who hook me with spears and throw me off. Ow, ow, ow. Dude. I might die here, actually. Yeah, no, I died there. And I suffer my first defeat atop this mountain. My second attempt, I swap into a counter because I was smart enough to see that this will be required here. I do a little better, but I still get overwhelmed with this massive area of effect attacks and the lackeys that he summons. And I suffer my second defeat. Oh damn it, he just annihilated me there. I click F to eat this health orb that bosses drop when they're half health, but that is the same command that lashes you onto a nearly dead foe. So on attempt 3 I accidentally feed on a low scrub mid-fight, which really confused me at the time. What? What is going on here? No! Dude! Oh, that ruined me, I reckon. Yep, that ruined me.
Death is not the end.
Attempt number 4 goes better as I try to keep my distance as much as possible. I even got him to half health and did another ultimate summon again. But it quickly goes south when the bastard starts imitating a bouncy ball and he corners me like a cowering rat. Oh, dude!
This cannot be the end.
On attempt number 5, I finally made the mistake of shooting that reflective shield. God damn it, man!
This cannot be the end.
Okay. Which I then repeated on attempt number 7, and I started to lose my patience by this point. To be fair, look how close I got him.
Show me what you've got. Go on.
Listen to my frustration by attempt number 9.
Show me.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. So, it wasn't until attempt number 12. I used the counter again by this point, and I snagged a 99% rogue somewhere, and I finally get the win. God! Oh my god!
I didn't think I could bleed this much.
Mate, I am making you bleed even more. I'm on 1 health. I am shaking. I am genuinely shaking. Oh my god. Suffer well. As you can see down there, I finally completed Act 1 on brutal difficulty. I hate you and I'm never coming back here again. Unless I'm high level and I can come and kick your ass several times over. Jesus, that was a rough fight. That was an incredibly rough fight. At home, I unlocked my favorite ultimate in the game, which is Chaos Barrage. Boom. Completely chaos. What makes me feel better about myself is seeing that at the time of this recording, only 3.4% of players have this achievement in the game. But this fight, it's a wake-up call because all the V-Bloods in Act 2 are more on this level of difficulty. Quincy also unlocked for me the smithy, tailoring bench, iron smelting, stairs, and a whole new outfit to make. But my quest says I need to venture beyond Farbane Woods. I have a look and it's the Dunley farmlands, and the first time I played I moved my base at this point, and I'm going to do the same thing now. Base relocation is an awesome experience in V Rising, and I can simplify it even more. I break down every single machine I have. Remember, you get all the resources back so you lose nothing. I'm breaking my base down to as minimal as I can, pretty much putting everything into luggage bags, which are my storage chests. This wonderful garden I planted a little while ago gets plucked up so I don't really lose any seeds. I even break down all excess walls and put everything I have in all my storages, which I've labelled appropriately. I get ready to leave. I suckle upon my last fellow in Farbane Woods and I venture further beyond into Dunley farmlands. Alright, and we've done this, so let's go ahead and claim this first one. Yep,
There's another accomplishment.
And we get ourselves a music box. Discover a way to unlock prison cells and tap the blood from a prisoner. Well, I went from claiming a music box to having to tap blood from a prisoner. That escalated quickly. As I arrive, I make a sharp left turn and decided that this area here to be my new base location. This is where it is on the map, right next to the iron mine. The area next to it isn't bad either. I also like this river close by, so I have a nice little place to fish when I get to it. Anyways, I go into this location and I start clearing out the center of this area. I forgot blood essence is required to place down a heart, so I quickly kill some hapless idiots. I place down a castle relocation heart, and in the option I tell it to connect a castle heart and select my old base. Now you can see everything is ready to be transferred over. I have 24 floors, which I start to chuck down. Once that's done, I need to toss down all those walls I had left on that 5x5. And once I finish this new area already is covered with a roof, just as the sun rises. Both my coffins are placed down, and I finally throw down every single chest which is labelled into this space. I forgot to break down some torches before, but that's no big deal, they're kind of easy to place. But I think that is done. Yep, we've moved all of our structures, we've moved everything. Okay, so I want to connect these two, yeah? Disconnect, relocate castle, yep, boom. Relocate also, yep, let's confirm it. Lindsay just wakes up, he's like, oh hey boss. Okay, wonderful. That is very good. Look at that, that was a very clean move. Just get everything down to like the 5x5, and then that's fantastic. Now I'm free to set up my whole new base. I run around and I get a feel for the space I have to work with, so I get to clearing, which is going to take some time. But I eventually have the entire outside cleared of resources, and I have basic flooring down to see how far I can take this. When I have an idea, I start throwing down the outer walls. Because I'm on single player, I go ahead and increase my castle build limit, because I'm my own boss and I say yes. Look, I'll expose my castle heart to anyone who wants to attack it. It's outside. I never want to say this thing in my life. There you go. How much stuff do you have? You got 500? Yeah, you're fine, mate. You don't have to worry about a thing. Yeah, just a nice little blood thing that's outside. I wanted to incorporate a second level in this new home. Stairs are a little bit tricky, but once you get it, it feels amazing. Okay, I think this is... Yep, that's done it correctly from the looks of it. So, alright, we have what is going to be upstairs. And yes, I know you can make this much smaller and everything, but if you're gonna do this, you're gonna have to make it big. Am I overcompensating for something? Absolutely not. How dare you think that? Oh, that's funny. Also, it is daylight, and I've started to just put some grass down in the front and see how that looks, and it looks pretty schmick. I do like a nice clean lawn. I don't know who mows this, but I guess I might mow it in my wolf form. Anyways, some of the rooms are coming together now. That was the workshop, the furnace room, the alchemy room, the tailor room which still doesn't have a floor just yet, my teleport for getting around easy, fences around my territory to keep out the trick-or-treaters, my new herb garden, and it's time to get back into it. As I was busy for a few hours, I saw the smithy I had to make, and it takes iron that I'm yet to find in this new area. I also got the tailoring bench that I need cotton to make, and Beatrice the tailor is the one who unlocks this knowledge for me. She's level 43 and I'm level 40. To make the next set of armor pieces, I'm probably going to require the tailoring bench, so I'm at a bottleneck in regards to technology. So Beatrice it is. Before I dive into any of this, I make this altar of recollection because this is where I'm able to reset any of my school of magics, which is a great choice actually. You'll find that in some cases, certain spells are utilized better, or you just want to try something new, and you can do this with no consequences. For the upcoming fight, I also want to try something new. What else is new is this quartz, which I can refine into glass later. Today is full of the unknown, because that was a brute up ahead whose level is a skull to me. This new area is going to be difficult. The Farbane Woods was an area full of thugs and crooks, but here we have an actual militia present, and you'll see their patrols frequently, like this one. Because they have a good boy doggo that has 100% creature blood, I introduced myself. 100% creature, huh? Drink blood from 100% blood quality source. I guess that's the first, is it? What does this do? Movement speed, increases stun resistance, damage reduction, increased health regenerate, boost all effects. Alright, so this is gonna make me very quick, is it? Yeah, I think I can see I'm quite quick. Hello, sheep. I wasn't joking about the patrols. Look at this mess. I spot my quarry in this town getting her daily exercise, which means I need to clear this place out from distractions. So the time has finally come. Okay, there she is inside the house. I reckon maybe now's as good a time as any.
Come on, old girl. Move those legs. Gods!
If you can't tell from that response, Beatrice is a runner. That's what she does. And you'd have to deal with the entire town as she keeps running away. On normal difficulty, that's all you have to deal with. But this is brutal, and she has an ace up her sleeve.
I still have so much work to do.
Hello? That's right, she transforms into a giant gargoyle that's quite fond of Mario games as she tries to jump on my head like I'm a mushroom. The fight becomes cat and mouse, and I do what I can to damage her from a distance and keeping to the shade. This is that new thing I wanted to try with the axes, using their slash ability to dodge out of the way, effectively giving me another counter. Let's see that again. Where are you? No, you do not, love. Psst. Though you have gotten rid of the tree I really needed. Things are getting close when chance intervenes. Okay. We gotta be more careful now.
Damnation.
Oh, you're joking me!
Dog.
Okay, so she's there. Okay, so she's there. She's just killed the other vampire chick for me. Okay. Can we do this? Well, not the killing blow, but I'm going to take it. It's fine. There she is. Okay, yes, exit the form. You're mine, mate. Okay, so I did not expect that, but there you go. I will take it. You're mine.
Stronger.
I feel stronger. I find some cotton yarn in this bedside table and a few silver coins. I'm not familiar with vampire stuff, but silver hurts me, which isn't ideal. I will find a workaround for this later. I need to make a quick getaway, and I've never ridden a horse before. Can I jump on you, please? Can I jump on you, please? F to mount. How do I gallop? No, that's jump off the horse, man. E. I hope I can teleport with a horse. I didn't find a teleport, so I rode Silver all the way home while carrying Silver myself. I make a loom that I just got from that fight, but I don't have enough cotton. Luckily, some hapless sods have a cotton farm close by, but they have their own defenses, in the form of garlic attached to sticks. I don't mind for now, I go ham on their efforts, and after I collect my honest earnings, I check out this debuff that's stacked 44 times by now. I take 44% more damage and do 22% less damage, and I smell really bad, making me easier to detect. Okay, wow, that's a nasty defense, is what I think to myself as I spin some of that yarn. I mix some rats and Hell's Clarion to make myself some garlic resistance potions, which should remedy this problem. I rearranged this tailor room because that tailor bench is massive, and I finally get to make this Hollow Fang armor here. My only problem with them is that they have no set bonuses or anything, but you need them to increase your level to match the next few V-Bloods, so you kind of have to. But I can only make one at the moment, so the chest guard it is. I'm outside and down below I spy something. It's iron, so maybe I can also make that smithy and some better weapons. I am next door to a giant iron mine, so maybe I need to go pay that a visit. I decided I should harvest a bunch of these new resources, quartz being the first one. As I search, I spy a 90% worker here, which I'll take note of. I also see a new blood type this day. I see. Ooh, scholars. Huh, scholars. Do I attack a group of nuns on the road? Nah, I'll plunder this farm of all its sunflowers. Hello, fellow vampire, how are we? Alright, do these guys have their stuff back yet? I mean, I was just here a little while ago. Yes, they do. That guy's like, not you again. I am an absolute menace to these people, especially when I also help myself to their stocked cottons as well. I want to sneak into the mines like a rat reeking of garlic. I wonder if this is gonna work. The stinking rat of garlic. Surprisingly, it does work. Now this is the iron mine, where I help myself to that resource. It's also the home to 2 higher level V-Bloods, who absolutely hate each other, but for now, I want to avoid any confrontations, and I grab as much iron as I can. Check this out. Can't get me, you fool. I have over 2,000 iron ore when I decide to skedaddly do, and I see my life flash before my eyes shortly later. You can... Oh my god. Nearly run into my death. I build my smithy and I start making all these iron weapons, which is the next tier up. I don't specifically showcase this, but each new iron weapon has an additional attack. I feel it's time for another fight, and I just ran into Vincent the Frostbringer out there. He is in fact that fella I have to gut if I want to unlock those prison cells. I make a few buff potions for physical and spell power increases for this upcoming scuffle. I don't have good blood, but we have our first blood moon, which boosts my vampiric blood and increases my movement speed by 10% and the current blood type by 5%. I engage Mr. Vincent the Frostman, which is accurate as he freezes me with his magic. I make a good dodge with my axes, only to stuff it up when he hits me with his frozen magic, again. Okay, so he does a ranged thing. Mate, can you stop freezing me? Oh, for goodness sake, mate. I really suck at dodging that, and he eventually charges at me doing big damage, and finally finishes me off. The second fight I got Brute Blood to help me heal better, only to run into a patrol. Okay. Of course. Once I deal with these ruffians, I try to get some distance. Yep, you can back off. Oh, you're joking me, mate!
I cannot go on.
Yeah, the patrols really are a thing in Dunley. I use that altar of recollection for the first time, relearn my unholy magic, and I pick up this one called Ward of the Damned. It is the first time I'm using this counter and I'm not really good at it. Using it is fine, but I'm not in tune with the cooldowns of my counter spells. I deflect one, try to spam it again for the next one, which is before the cooldown is done and I get hit. And I'm thinking to myself at this time that I'm misclicking, which isn't true. I'm just not using my spells effectively or moving around. Also, a quick post-production insert here. In that same clip, I used my bow's E ability because it's an iron bow. Once I shot a target 3 times, you see the focus icon above my head. I unleash a focused shot and that arrow hits Old Mate and bounces several times back and forth doing good damage. Excellent stuff. Oh, would you look at that, another patrol. So it is quite some time later and several attempts under my belt. Can I point something out to you? Do you see that constant ticking of 2 damage every second or so, despite nothing hitting me? Yeah, I'm going to see that very shortly. Okay, that's not gonna work. Drink a potion, drink a potion. I keep losing health, eh? I continue to die to this guy, and I would later find out after rage quitting that the 2 damage tick is the brutal setting. You have that damage over time debuff on you the entire fight. I wasn't doing enough damage to this fella and he kept outlasting me. I actually thought it was a bug at first. My mistake. I take a break and I make my last few armor pieces, and once I have them all, my level should match Vincent. I am currently 4 levels below him, so I'm already doing reduced damage. I de-stress and I go for a bit of a fish. The first time I actually do this, I toss my line and I wait for some splashes in the water before reeling in my catch. I do love my river here, it's really soothing. Also, if you ever hear an Australian saying this, you best run in the opposite direction. That might be my answer to Old Boy. Mate, I'm gonna fucking annihilate you, eh? I do get closer the next second time. That leech spell was terrible. I'm still banging my head here. Okay. Oh my god, are you joking me? Yet not joking, mate. Quite serious. I switch my targets. I remembered this fella Tristan back in Farbane. He had no right to be in that area when he's level 40 and I was 20. Where is he? Oh, Tristan. Where are you, buddy? Oh, speak of the devil, there he is. I actually have 3 attempts at this fella, but here's the final cut. He's a running boy and he likes to make big swings with his sword. Sometimes he switches it up and he does a big brain commando roll, followed with a big slice move. I'm using 2 counters for this fella. Here I do a big play with my blood right, and again when he shoots me with a flaming arrow. However, he throws a Molotov cocktail in the air to spread fire all over the battlefield. He also does a big spinny move when things turn sour for him.
Die and stay dead.
Things do get very dicey, especially when he counters my ultimate at a crucial moment. And it is neck and neck at the end. Oh, dude. Oh my god. I am shaking. I think what really comes down to it is I lose my nerves. I do agree. With this game, you have to keep a level head. Something that was put to the ultimate test with the final boss fight. Also, here's a bonus. What? Really? Don't mind if I do. Where's your entourage, I wonder? Thank you very much. I'll just have this. Nice, nice. I'll take my winnings, thank you very much. I also pick up this Crimson Beam as a 3rd level blood spell that damages foes and heals me. I tried Vincent again and I share my thoughts. This guy really puts me on edge. I can't... My fingers are just, they turn to jelly when I go to fight this guy. I just cannot seem to get a grip on myself. Look, I have had enough of this tool. Here is how I finally beat him.
You think the shadows
What the hell? Oh god, no, not this. But.
I feel a chill coming.
Okay, you know what? I am cheesing you, my friend.
Eternal night.
Okay, that's it, that's fine with me.
You won't get away with this.
Can you leave me alone, Bane? Bane, leave me alone, please. It's fine, we're friends. We can be friends. You've helped me so much, I owe you my life. Just look the other way, please, thank you. Are we cool? Thank you. Oh, no.
From my veins, I rejuvenate.
I'm getting you, Vincent. I am slurping you up in about 20 seconds. You have caused me so much trouble, man. I just had to lure you into whatever his face was. Now, have I actually earned this one? No, I've not earned this one.
Away with this.
But this is the third night of me trying to kill him, so at this point, I'm just going to say, the hell with it, he's mine. Okay, so, Vincent has finally been slain, not by me, but by... what was the other guy's name? I owe him my life, in fact. You know what's actually funny? I have actually killed Bane the Shadow Person on brutal difficulty. In fact, when I decided to do the whole brutal thing, I quickly just went outside and I fought the very first person that I could see, which was actually Bane the Shadow Person. And I was able to kill him without much trouble with my then build. So that's why I said, you know what, okay, sure, we'll do this. Yep, Bane was the reason I scrapped my first 100 days video, and I decided to do 100% instead. Here I am now, and with the death of this cold-hearted killer, I have unlocked the prison cells and reinforced planks. Now all this talk of frost, I spend my next frost spell on this new veil, and it automatically switches it out for my current one. Maybe because the game can see it's automatically better, even when I add this jewel to it. I'll be hunting Christina the Sun Priestess shortly, but first I place down my throne chair, looking mighty fine in my chair if I do say so myself. Here is an awesome feature of this game. You can send your servants to areas to plunder and loot and bring back resources for you. So if I send Lindsay this way, here are the resources he can get. He has a 98% success chance, and you can see his estimated loot. Lindsay's traits come into play here. Like, you can see that this area is in Farbane Woods, and because I got him there, he has this trait. His gear score is minimal. I never dressed him again since I first adopted him. But after a few moments, his gear score is only 5 below mine, and his hunting proficiency is double what it used to be. So I sent him to the copper mines where I fought Errol that one time. So Lindsay is actually really tough, it seems. He's got a 15% chance of injury, always. And carefully panned, he's just got a 100%. Oh god, it even shows you how much he's going to get. Wow. That's amazing, he's going to get that much. So alright Lindsay, let the hunt begin, my little friend. Off you go. Okay, excellent. That is fantastic, good stuff. Now I want to make a prison cell, so I start making a room for that. I throw down 4 cells because 1 is a lonely number, but I have to start with 1, so I go hunting for someone I'd like to be my prisoner. But my instincts kick in and I find myself fighting Christina. She's a holy person and she shoots holy beams at me, either in a wave or in an area of effect. She can summon 2 Downly militia at her whim, so we're never really alone. She does a big holy thing where it explodes shortly after casting. If I'm caught in it, it slows me down, making it hard to escape. She also likes to heal mid-fight, making all my efforts pointless thus far.
Shining blessings!
That looks like a bad one. Oi, no. Okay, I need to interrupt it, do I? I walked straight into that one. I need an interrupter, do I? Okay, I think I know what that is. That would be this thing. That would be the smack. I switch it up and I go close range, slapping her with the mace until it's time to do the big smack. Yep, that incapacitates her. I was just trying this out on this occasion. I die in the attempt, but yes, that's how I will kill her. Also, that smack is the mace's E ability, accounted to magic for me. I want to point this out. Have a quick look before I die. My healing potions are on my 5 hotkey. Later, after I died and picked my stuff back up, I would assume that my health potions would go back to the same button I assigned them to. Oh no, it didn't. So what do you think happens when I try to take a potion? Okay, that has completely f***ed it. That has absolutely shagged it. Okay, you know what, actually. Yep, filthy blood in my system again. And a short time later. Oh, I was looking down. Okay. No, I can't do it this night. You know what happened there? I kept pressing 5 because that was my health potion before I died. And I drank these the entire time. I was not healing myself. I find it very frustrating that whenever you pick up your bags, that it doesn't go back to the original spot it was, the original slot. So then here I am, silly me, scoffing down tainted hearts, thinking I'm healing myself, and nope, that's not the case. It's daytime, and you know what that means. Alright, let's see if we can find ourselves a little blood person that we want to suckle on. Oh, what do I see? Oh, I see someone there. A 97% rogue. Okay, that is actually something we want, isn't it? Yes, it is. After a short scuffle, I dominate this fella's mind, and I run home with him, trying not to get roasted by the sun. At home?
I hope you like rats.
Hey, what, buddy? Alright, so you have got some serious damage on you right now, don't you? So how about we give you one of a fat goby? Because the fat goby heals you for 100%. Alright, so you are currently full health. I like how I put him in his prison cell with his crossbows. I mean, if he has any bolts left, he could just shoot me. Can't you, buddy? Alright, so... Oh, we do have an empty bottle. Now that's good news. Let's go ahead and... Blood potion. Thank you very much. It's taken half your health. I can't just use a goby to heal him up. All mate is miserable, so I have to feed him something good as well to nullify the misery. And if I play my cards right, I have an infinite source of 97% rogue blood. But a question. Actually, dude, can you give it to me? Why does he have the blood on him? I don't understand that, but sure. Alright, let's claim this.
Recognize my power.
Prison floors sound good, so I quickly do that because the benefit is a head turner. Here we are. So, 25% damage taken from blood extractions is reduced when all the floors in this room is prison flooring. I don't understand how that works, but sure. If all the flooring is correct, the occupant takes less damage when I take his blood. Makes sense, I guess? I make sure to stock up on his blood, and then I go do some more fishing, because there's no way I can do this without feeding him the good stuff. I get ready for a fight again with Christina, and I make sure to scoff down this 97 rogue blood in preparation. You can see all those buffs are pretty solid now. She is close by, so I thin out some herds of humans because I don't want any unsightly creatures crossing my path when I fight her. Speaking of ugly humans, there's a whole gaggle of them escorting this cart with an old ox. I don't know what happened to them. I think an accident befell them. I mean, I wanted to go ahead and, to get Christina, but I can't say no to this. I can definitely... Oh! Stalking Arbalest. That is indeed a very nice hole. I then start what was a 5-minute long fight with Christina, so here's the gist of it. The fight went south very quickly when I backed into this garlic field and got stuck on a stump trying to vacate as she nuked me with some holy goodness. I then employed the old kiting technique and actually swapped out with the crossbow because this one has a hail of bolts that I can use on a target location without having a line of sight. And this proved incredibly effective around all these obstacles for her, but not for me. I also made sure to give her a good slap when she needed one. And finally... Where is she? Got it. Okay.
This is my reward.
Yes, this is your reward. I tried my best to stay calm in this one because my dog is next to me and if I lose my temper, she gets very upset. I also noticed my crossbow has an E attack, which seems to be an instant shot and cancels enemy attacks. I have another look at this stalking arbalest. It seems it's a shattered weapon and it's going to need some resources, 2 of which I can make, but no idea on the radium alloy. Also, remember that 92% worker I saw over here? Yep, no longer here, which means they either despawn or die. So next time I see one, it's best to try and snatch them up while I can. Anyways, I was helping myself to some glass because I wanted to upgrade my castle hut to level 3. This has unlocked the Eye of Mortium and the game really wants me to make that. I had a brief look, but I don't have the resources for that yet. I see I have a nice jewel for the mosquito spell that makes it heal me for quite a bit. After I allow myself to get beaten up, I see that this can be used as a healing spell, maybe even out of combat. Heals me for 45 damage. That's actually a really big heal. That's almost 10% of my health every... A little later, I'm upgrading and expanding my herb garden because everybody loves a nice herb garden, especially when it's cotton, so I don't have to harass my neighbors so much. I had to harass them for their silver coins so that I can make myself that silver thread bag, which gives me an immunity to carrying silver, up to 200 of them, which allows me to yet again harass those neighbors even more than I did the first time. I'm at the point again where I am 3 levels lower than the next level of V-Bloods, with no way to increase my gear level. You'll find this often in brutal difficulty, because all the bosses have a gear score of 3 levels higher than the normal difficulty. Maya the Savant is the one that unlocks me the study, which is where I'll research new weapons and armor blueprints beyond the old research table, which actually has all its technology unlocked by this point. So Maya the Savant is next on my list. I follow my nose and it leads me up this really big hill that actually looks very nice. Now Maya the Savant, she has her own giant library that looks quite impressive. So her theme is books and throwing them at me hoping I get a paper cut. She often does them from both sides, but they can be dodged relatively easily. There are constant books floating in the circle here that cut you as they float by, and she also throws 4 books at you at a time on occasion. Now sometimes she does a black magic cast and another circle one where she summons an ink minion, is what I think it is. It makes sense in a library. She also gobbles these minions up to restore some health, and when she does, 3 more minions spawn. This is where things fall apart for me. I don't know why, but this fight was really frustrating for me. I found it hard to focus on her, the floating books, and trying to kill all these ink monsters before another one gets gobbled up, adding another 3 to the party. I found it hard to dish out enough damage to kill these things before she absorbs them. When I finally killed them all, I got hit with another black magic cast, summoning a fresh one, starting the entire sequence from scratch. So I did die, of course. I think I was really off this night. She was also the V-Blood blocking the study, so to progress, I had to kill her. That hit she does with the black goo or whatever, it's insane. It does so much bloody damage. Okay, that's fine. Now it's done. Oh my god, I stepped into that thing twice, did I? Yeah, it starts to get like this. Like, it starts to get incredibly overwhelming. There's all of a sudden 10 things, and I just can't deal with them. I cannot deal with them. Okay, yep, I am doing this now. I am not doing this. I'm doing it on easy difficulty. I can't get past her. This is the first boss I can't get past. I can't do it. Watching this back, I've had harder fights, like Quincy and Vincent, but again, I think I was just not in the mood this night. So yes, confirmed, I actually switched the difficulty of this fight to normal, and I did get the killing blow eventually.
The exquisite suffering of a paper cut.
Okay.
I was so close.
Alright, so this is the first boss I had to do that was not on brutal. I can accept that, and that's fine. I'll come back to it. I could not defeat her on brutal. I just kept failing. With the death of Maya, I unlocked the study, which is the next research thing I really wanted. Now speaking of which, changing the difficulty back to brutal. Yes, I know, I'm well aware. Resume game, and let's go to restarting this game. I started a list here, and I intend to come back and give Maya another go on the brutal difficulty when I was up for it again. I would later find out that this would be unnecessary. You'll see soon. For now though, I tossed down the study and it is huge. Looks like I can use scrolls to unlock new technology with this one. I have no more use for the research desk, so I take it down, and I unlock any blueprints I can at this time with these books I've been hoarding for my misadventures. Most notably the Blood Hunter chest guard, also prison walls, hearth panels, workshop, prison walls. There we go. Does this not look better? Hey buddy, how are we? Oh, he looks very miserable, I'm sure. Look, I'll give you your privacy. While I gave old mate his privacy, I make more scrolls with my paper press. I don't have the library flooring for this stuff, so I'm not making it very effectively. There are two specific villains that need to be defeated rather soon. Meredith the Bright Archer and General Krieg. I'm about to try something shady here. I'm just innocently going mining for some iron ore, as my stocks are quite low, when I hear something. Oh, please tell me she's in here. Alright, so she is in here. Alright, there's one of those before mentioned people. I bide my time and I wait for the right opportunity. However, that opportunity sneaks up on me as Meredith appears behind me and I scramble to evade her. What the? Oh, you're kidding me. I knew this was gonna happen. Oh crap! Okay, this plan of mine might even backfire. I'm switching out my spells when I hear what I want to hear. Quickly swap over to this. Alright, let's see what happens here. Yep, I'm going to watch these two idiots duke it out and I'm going to try and snuffle them both up at the same time. I love the fact that the game is in fact a living world and V-Bloods can run into each other like this. Often when I'm running past the mines, I briefly hear Meredith yell out, "Guide my arrow!" which is actually good stuff. Anyways, Meredith, despite being higher level than Krieg, gets downed. Krieg is still more than half health, so I quickly slurp her up, grab her loot, and I make a beeline for the door. You may forgive me, Krieg, but I have no intention of fighting you by myself. Absolutely not. Hey, Lindsay has returned home. That's good news. I am being called somewhere else, Mr. Krieg. You may leave me alone. From that fight, we got our first storm spell point and a holy resistance potion, which is going to be good stuff. I'll make a quick trip home and see if I can repeat the shenanigans, but with Krieg the loser next time. I check Lindsay's bags and he's got quite a lot of loot for me. I have these rates increased as well, but this feature in the game is really good. I sent him out hunting for 23 real-time hours to get this for me, so it's great for grinding out materials all over the world. If he has a higher gear level, then I can send him out hunting in higher level areas, so I'm going to make him some gear so that he has the same level as me. And he's strong enough now to hunt here in Dunley. He's going to pillage a nearby farm for cotton, sunflowers and wool thread and anything else he can pocket. So later I ask for an encore performance from these two, but decide I'll try and damage Krieg a little bit as he's the tougher guy. And she ends up falling again. I'm low health and I have a very angry Krieg on my trail. I use my Ward of the Damned to block his big attack, but then he does the exact same thing and I quickly learn not to do that. I steal like 6 health orbs, which was probably from both of these idiots, which is a fair play, and I keep my distance from old mate, whittling down his HP as he tries to scorpion chain me back towards him. The fight gets close and I dash to avoid his big spinning wheel of death, but in the end I keep dashing back and forth, make good counters and eventually take this guy on my first go, which actually surprised me. Yeah, he was low health, but then again, so was I, and here's the final moments. Got him!
Death is inevitable.
Okay, there you go. I also got the Merciless Iron Crossbow book this time, and the crossbow is fast becoming my favorite weapon, so no complaints from me. I make that upgrade when I get home. I've been wondering about the next necklace upgrade, and Leandra is the one that unlocks it for me, also the next V-Blood on my list, coincidentally. And I also hit a wall with my gear upgrades again. It seems I need thick leather to make all this stuff and I'm yet to figure out how to do that. I make my way up to another graveyard, tracking Leandra's scent. I fight my way up these platforms, but it proves to be a bit of a challenge as there are hordes of undead. It looks like I'm going to fight another unholy person. Leandra has her own thing going on up here. This is my second attempt, and I quickly learned that these specific purple orbs that she summons, they can be shot before they reach me and detonate at that point. So I was trying my best to save my instant E-shot for when they came around, while dishing out other damage on her. She casts 3 magic missiles at me, which I can dodge easily, but then she whips out the big 3 bomber gang and all hell breaks loose. Oh wow! What the hell is going on now? Wait, can you... Oh god damn it, man. Okay, I walked straight into that one. After getting assailed from all directions, I retreated and got my head back into the game. From the looks of it, she didn't have much health, so I'm going to run 2 counters, because she does a lot of damage things quite quickly. Like when she makes everything go dark and sending homing missiles on me, which I can destroy before they get to me, but I have to be switched on. I die a few times in this fight. Oh, so close.
This cannot be
Okay,
the
that's
end.
not too bad. I reckon I can do this fight on brutal. Okay, I reckon I can do this fight. I reckon I can. After that short motivational speech to myself, I continued. I died several more times, but here's the final occasion where I barely scraped in a victory. Oh my god. It was a pretty fun fight. I spotted a loaded caravan on the way home, so I got a little greedy of course. But look how quickly I'm put in my place. Okay.
It's not the end.
Anyways, from Leandra I got a few good things. Dust callers, scourge stones, new necklace and the artisan table. It needs to be in the jeweler's room, which I don't have, so here it goes for now. I also made the Eye of Mortium. I peer into it, and it looks like this thing tells me when there are going to be rift incursions. The Legion of Noctum, who's Dracula's army apparently, channel his energy to summon creatures from the Shadow Realm. I can crash these parties to obtain Stygian shards, and get ancestral weapons, which sounds pretty good. There's currently one active, but it's recommended for level 80, so I'm going to avoid that for now. But because I did that, luck would have it, I also got the Jeweler's Chamber flooring. So I rearranged the castle a bit, moved some stuff and set up 2 new rooms. I want my study and anything research related in here. You can't read when you can't see, so a little bit of light is sprinkled around. I have the jeweler's room next door. One table, which is that artisan table, but I'm sure I'll get additional items soon. But I do make myself this scourge stone pendant, which increases my gear score by 3. More spell power, yes, but I do lose weapon attack speed. I have to sacrifice if I want the higher gear score, which is 53 by the way, and I scope out my next targets. Did I say next targets? Because forget that for a moment, I seem to be making myself some dust callers. You'll see why these are awesome in a moment. For a little while, I literally just went exploring and taking it easy. My vacation involved fishing, making several new monkey cages for filthy humans. I travel back to Farbane, I do some gardening and pest control. Scope out some base locations. These 2 areas have a nice big staircase which makes me jealous. The odd gathering of resources. I partake in a feast with a fellow bear. See these huge copper veins I haven't seen before. I go grave robbing. I release this imprisoned worker. I fight Treebeard. Drop off all my goodies and I do it all again. I wander into the frozen lands, and later still I roam into what looks like a Draculan place, which is where all those rifts take place by the way. I also find something big. Yeah, actually, I'm going to say that this area here is a huge base location. Absolutely huge. You can make a very nice base here. And you got some water, some fishing on your doorstep as well, which is good stuff. I get myself cornered, but really, who's in trouble here? Ow, ow. In due time, I come across 100% I've been looking for. It's a worker. Probably the least valuable one to me because I already have increased gathering, but there you have it. So I make sure to slap her around a little bit, dominate her when she gets low health, and then I use these dust callers to have bats come and carry her off to my prison cell, so I can either tap her for blood or turn her into a servant. God damn, that's the description of what I just did. I look after my prisoners, I feed them lots of fish. This is the 100% worker blood. As expected, everything to do with resource gathering, kind of pointless for me, but I can make her a servant later, and she would be really effective at doing hunts for me. Later, I finally come across something I do want, a 97% rogue. You are a 97% fellow, so alright, let's go ahead and do this.
Just for you.
The cell is just for you. Lindsay is back from his cotton farm hunt. There he is. Hey buddy, let's see how successful he was. Yeah, no, he was alright. Wasn't the best haul, but it was a bit of a haul. With those few scrolls he got me, I learn a new technology, and I get the Blood Hunter gloves. I have a few of those blueprints, so when I get the thick leather, I am set. I found a really nice jewel as well. I just saw that I got this little spectral wolf thing. The wolf returns to you after the last bounce, healing you for 86% of your spell power. That would be about 20 health, I imagine. That's actually not bad at all. That is actually very good. That's a very good thing. I think that's amazing. This may foreshadow this spell becoming my favorite. This is it in action. Very nice indeed. Pretty much on an 8-second cooldown, if not less. But wait, it gets better. The wolf returns to you after the last round. Healing you. Yep. This is even better than the one that we have right now. I am excited, mate. Anyways, I explore what seems to be a very nasty, slimy, sludge-looking place. Yeah, not easy on the eyes at all. But my eyeballs are looking to the future, and I want 2 pieces of both the Blood Hunter gear and the Crimson Templar. One for the bonus movement speed and the other for attack speed. Next, I go and grab the other rogue I found while I was out and about. I expand my servant coffins, and I let Allmate have a quick nap, knowing that his answer will be yes to me when he wakes up. Curious, okay? Anyway, convert.
I will make you mine.
I will make you mine. I shall return for you in 6 minutes, my friend. There you go. That's a terrifying... That looks genuinely terrifying. Just you walk up the stairs and there's just nothing but coffins all over the place. So I guess while those guys are, you know, about to wake up, how about I make some windows? Indeed, I have zero ventilation in this place, but I realize my upstairs room needs to be wider because, well, there's no view at all up here. I mean, it's not a great view. It's a terrible view. Oh, that's funny. I'm going to have to fix that later, but for now, this looks better. Do those people need light? Alright, people. You don't often get this as, you know, prisoners, but I have granted you some light, some fresh air. However, I forbid you from escaping. It's time to name Allmate. Okay, yes, I can call him something. Clayton. No, not Clayton. Vaynard. Right.
A new revenant to suit my purposes.
Oh, that's fantastic. Hello, how are we? If you don't know, that's my other mate's name. Vaynard and Lindsay both played with me those 100 days of Lethal Company, so of course I find this quite humorous. After I gear him up, I see he would be good at hunting in the farmlands, which is what he's going to do, and Lindsay will go and plunder a village for some fish and oil for me. So now I go back to what I need to do, hunt V-Bloods. So I'm going to hunt this caged animal first for its nutritious 97% rogue blood for these upcoming fights. I have Grethel and Bane on my list. Grethel unlocks me glass and a better potion, and Bane gives me human form. I also see where the thick leather has been hiding, and that's also with the next tier with this Frostmore fella, and once I get that I can make all this gear I really want. Oh no, my greediness is kicking back in. So I hunt down this target and I see him in the frozen wasteland. He is in fact a big boy. I pepper him with some bolts and he throws 6 icicles at me in 2 different waves. At first easy to dodge, but then he becomes more accurate, causing me to dash. Okay, so he does a big pound. Gotcha. Where's my mouse? God damn it, my mouse was not there. We've seen how ice fights go, but yes, if I let myself get hit, I get frozen. After a successful block, I took this guy as a lumbering slow giant. Then I get shocked at his sudden burst of agility. I get a glorious ultimate heal beam on him while he's distracted by a bear who's joined the fight. Afterwards, he goes into beast mode. He makes everything go foggy and he keeps leaping at me from the fog. And I let myself get hit too many times. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay. As I run back to get my stuff in wolf form, I see that he doesn't attack me. It must be one with nature, I guess. On this occasion, I notice he dodges a lot of my crossbow attacks because he leaps out of the way, which makes me want to switch it up. Perhaps a spear because maybe he's a beast? Yeah, I fetch my spear and it says 25% more against creatures. This might help. Yeah, nah, I quickly learn that this is a huge mistake as he pummels me into the ground. On this occasion, I try kiting him around this big boulder, but even then his big ground smash area of effect is big enough to hit me through the mountain. Not really sure how I need to approach this fight. Honestly, me watching this fight back now, it's just poor performance. I was playing really sloppy without realizing I was playing sloppy. I tried a complete skeleton build to see if creating distraction helps keep this guy off me. Yeah, not really, he's quite relentless, and with all those lovely skellies he can go for, he still strikes me, so no, I gave this up. Frostmore here might be another one for the list. After he pummeled me some more, I was about to decide to drop the difficulty to normal as I really wanted to get on with it. But wait, there's a blood moon on the horizon, so I decide to give him one final go on this night on brutal. I think I've tried this guy maybe 7 to 8 times by this point, I've lost count. But as I start him just as the moon rises, I see I might have an angry moose as well. And he also thwarts my ultimate attack. Oh, you blocked my main counter, you dick. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. He also does a big Kamehameha wave, which really hurts. And even with the blood moon, the result is the same. Come on, pal. Ah, f me.
This cannot be the end.
Alright, no, I can't kill him on this thing. I have to go to the other one. You'd think I'd have a massive advantage on this, but no, I still suck. So yep, I changed it to normal difficulty, but even then, this was a really tough fight for me. So here's the final moments of it. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, that was a good one. That was a very good one. No, you don't. That was close, man. That was very close. You are mine, my friend. Oh, that was a tough fight, even on normal difficulty. Extract your blood. Now wait, it's a blood moon. So of course I have to make the most of it, so V-Blood hunts all night. Just one correction has to be made. Right, there we go, back to brutal, and Frostmore is added to the list. First on my current list is Bane the Shadowblade. He was in fact the very first person I fought on the other game on brutal to make up my mind to restart the game and go for 100%. I got him on my first go, so I'll just play the last bit of the fight. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Come on, do your thing.
Die in the dark.
Oh, that's a good one. That wasn't too bad.
Death won't stop me.
And that was on brutal difficulty as well. With the blood moon though. It's amazing how some fights are just your kryptonite, but other ones you do with relative ease. Grethel the Glass Blower is next. I do like this counter. If I can just do enough damage the entire time, then that's fine. I like this crossbow thing. Maybe it'll... Actually, I'm going to keep going with the crossbow because it's the highest damage thing I have at this point. Like, I would love to go with the bow again, but the crossbow's doing more damage at this point in time. Is that a 92 creature? I find nothing but creatures that are high level. Nothing but high level creatures. Gretel is in this quartz camp, which makes sense. She's the glass blower person. I use rat form to try and sneak on by. I say try because it fails and it devolves into a fight for my life. Okay, let's... Oh, you're kidding me. Okay, fair enough. Alright, let's do this. But I soon find her in her workshop here. Now, as I watched this fight back, something interesting was happening. Gretel was a pretty straightforward fight, I will admit that, but it was my own response at this time. I beat her on my first attempt, but what I started doing was playing aggressively defensive. I went in with 2 counters. I dealt minimal damage with my crossbow and I focused on keeping my distance and learning and really paying attention to what the boss does and how I should counter them. It seemed going forward in future fights as well. I approached every single boss in this way. If I lost the first attempt, I learned enough to figure out what I needed to do on the consecutive attempts. So I want to show the majority of this fight unedited, because I was kind of like seeing myself bloom, because I finally started to learn how to play the game, so to speak. I wasn't forced to change the difficulty down to normal again, not until the very last major fights, one of which was incredibly difficult even on normal, but we'll get to that later. That worked out perfectly. Okay, so she does blow you away as well. Oh. Gotcha. Shatter? Okay, okay, let's see here.
You're a real piece of work.
Okay, I did that way too late.
These arms are just crap. Let's melt you down. Impressed? This is nothing.
Not yet. But okay, cool. That's gonna be a big bunch right there. Okay.
What's a little cut?
Okay, this is going to be a toughie. Okay, are we ready?
Feel the burn. You're a real piece of work.
Gotcha. Okay, we gotta wait for this stuff.
My
No, it's not
dream.
gonna do anything. Okay. Okay, you weren't a bad fight. Yours was very much just about dodging the flame. That was not too bad. That was quite good, actually. Alright, this is going very well. We've defeated 2 people on the brutal difficulty, which is good stuff. Just so you can see. Yep, that was on brutal difficulty. So it isn't added to those numbers of Frostmore and the other one. I left feeling elated. Hey guys, how are we? Don't mind me. I also quickly went back and grabbed a lot of quartz while I was here. By the way, check out this sick ulti. Oh, this poor animal, I'm keeping him in the fire. That's the cruelest thing I've ever done. I am in need of some blood as I'm about to run out. Come here, little dear. It's not gonna hurt that bad. Oh, come on. Should have just taken my bloody fists out. Oh, it's fine. I'll dine on incredibly delectable rats at home. And I start making myself some thick liver in preparation for the next gear set. I spend some hard-earned spell points. Make myself a mountain bag as well for more inventory space and silver immunity. And Lindsay should actually be back. Lindsay and Vaynard should be back any second now from their trips. There we go, Vaynard has returned from a successful hunt in Dawnbreak Village. Hey buddy, how are we? And he got me a lot of goodies. Pendant of the Night. 170, oh wow. Taylor's Flooring, Vaynard has done work. Let's take all. See, I love this feature of the game. It cuts down on your own need to grind out resources. Wait till I have 8 servants. Let's see what Lindsay has got us. Hey buddy, how are... Oh my god, Lindsay. Lindsay, my friend, what have you been doing? He's got me a whole ton of fish. Oh, he's got the pendant of the night as well, though. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. He's got 166 oil. 166. My god, you lads have been doing work tonight. I am thrilled right now. I also see gold jewelry for the first time. It says I smelt this, so I'm guessing gold would be the refined product. I spent some time upgrading all my gear. I try out my new human form and I have a quick banter along the road. Hey buddy, are you like me, are you? You're not Bane, are you? Could be Bane. I swear to god, if that was Bane, I'm gonna piss myself laughing. Nah, wait, West very close? You're joking me, was that Bane? No way. Yep, that is indeed Bane right there. I'm making fun of Bane. Oh, that's funny. I swear he's all over the place, really. Like he's always where you are. Ignoring Bane, I do sneak into town. A regular procurer of items. Hey buddy, how you going? I've never seen one of you so close up. While here, I buy a book or two because I really want to make a set of armor. I don't have enough coins though, so I sneak 5 meters over to this house and pilfer what I need. Classic vampire behavior. Infiltration has been successful. I have purchased things, I have not stolen anything. I am lying though. So I learn a few new things, and actually replace that necklace with this one because it boosts my movement speed and I'm all about that. I make 2 pieces of Dusk Watcher for the movement speed as well, and lastly 2 Crimson pieces for the weapon attack speed because I'm a big fan. My gear score is 60 now, good times indeed. Lindsay and Vanart is now 56 because I gave them some gear upgrades and I send them on their merry way. Let the hunt commence. Afterwards, I put some nice blue carpeting in my tailor room, which really looks nice, and some wooden flooring in the library, which is also quite pleasant. After such leisurely activities at home, the hunt must continue. Terra the Geomancer, and I unlocked the gem cutting table from her. But as I was about to do that, I saw that there was a tier 1 rift incursion for level 57. I am indeed level 60, so I really wanted to see what that was all about. I didn't see it properly at this time. I highlighted this area and said, okay cool, I'll head there. It is in the Draculan place. Looks dead and gloomy here. Wasn't sure what I was supposed to do here, but when in doubt, beat things up. These big boys had a pretty nasty stun attack if they hit you. I destroyed these crystals and from them Stygian shards dropped. There's also this big boy who does a big charge. Oh. This is bad. Jesus, that guy hits you for a truck, doesn't he? This fella was a bloody boss himself, he was really tough. I do some awesome shots with the Spectral Wolf that hits 3 targets before coming back and healing me. Really good stuff indeed. A succubus hits me with a love heart, and this is hard crowd control. I walk towards her until I take damage from something. But yeah, I'm just in a random place killing these guys and these crystals to get Stygian shards. And after I do this for about 15 minutes or so, I run into a V-Blood. I had not counted on fighting somebody, so I back away. But from my excursion, I got over 400 Stygian shards, but I have this feeling that I'm doing something wrong. I'll realize it later, but for now, when you look at the map, you want to go to the glowing areas where the rifts actually are. I was somewhere random pillaging, but because I haven't got the place explored, I didn't actually see the incursion locations. Anyways, it's the next day for me and I go hunt Terra the Geomancer. At this point, I seem to have forgotten my blood pool level. However, this first attempt lasted 6 minutes. Here's the gist. She throws magic at me, which is quite easy to dodge. She's quite slow herself. And then she becomes even slower, but much bigger when she transforms into a hulking stone giant. She pounds the ground, sending rocks my way, and she summons a little rock dog. And this thing is linked to her, so I quickly learned that I need to kill that before I can attack her effectively again. All the while these random rocks keep appearing. They eventually turn into smaller stone giants, so I have this army of very slow moving things after me. Oh, I'm sure if they hit me, they hit like a bloody truck. Remember what I said about my blood pool?
Blood reserves run low.
Oh crap, I forgot about my blood reserves. Do I have blood? I do not. This could be bad. Also, I noticed that with my spectral wolf, which is illusion magic, it causes phantasm or something. I sometimes get free casts, so I can cast the wolf a second time, which is fantastic. This actually applies to both my spells, thanks to that phantasm. What's not fantastic is that she starts doing massive ground spikes. I can still dodge these though. However, this next lot is what catches me off guard. Oh damn. She does this twice and it's really rough. The fight ends shortly later, and by that point my blood had actually run out. So I didn't use my Ward of the Damned at all, so if that is the case, we can probably change it for something else. So on my second attempt, it goes much quicker, but that same move of hers catches me really badly, and I eventually die. As I go back for my bags, I see that there's another rift incursion, and I decide to go do that instead. So I go and pillage the same place I did yesterday. The rift incursions happen every so often in real time, so when I'm not actually playing the game, rift incursions can occur. As I'm wandering around this place, I see a vampire vendor, and he sells level 20 weapons. Shattered weapons that looks like those red drops I've seen, and it looks like that I can also buy them with Stygian shards. I might have to buy myself a weapon soon. And guess what? I finally look at my map and I notice something. What is this over here? What am I detecting over here? I see this. Now this actually looks like a rift. I've been doing the wrong thing the entire time, it seems. This is the actual rift here. Yes, indeed, I have been doing it wrong. In the actual rift incursion, there's a central summoning point with lots of baddies who I've already described. There are tethers of black smoke leading to 3 extra crystals floating at the end of these tethers, with its own goons that I need to deal with separately. Once you deal with the 3 waves connected to the crystal, they shatter. All these other idiots you see right now were additional wanderers around the area. The shattered pieces are Stygian shards. I repeat this 2 more times following the trails of smoke, and when 3 have been shattered, a lesser blood soul appears at that central location. This is a mini boss fight, and for anyone who's paying attention, her attacks are the same as Pelora the Feywalker that I fought back in the old days of Farbane Woods. In fact, this is the soul of Pelora if I'm understanding that right. There is just the added bonus of lots of Draculan creatures to fight at the same time, but this is my reward once I defeated her again. Is that it? Participate in closing a rift. Okay. I think I've actually done this correctly this time. Take note, I think I caught this rift as it closed. You can do several rift incursions for much more shards. Speaking of Stygian shards, I remembered Elena is the person that unlocks a Stygian thing for me or something. Okay, that was fun. And we got a lot of Stygian shards, but we need to kill Elena is who we need to kill. So, okay, well, if Elena's right here, maybe I should go ahead and kill her now. So I need to deal with her entourage first, which I do, but it's a bit chaotic because Elena also showers me with ice bolts. She then proceeds to shoot me with ice arrows, so indeed another frosty fight. Now as I ran into her by accident, I realized I have no defensive spells active, so I tried to disengage her while I take a frost arrow to the face back there. I thought I ran far enough away, and I'm in my book having a look at my spells, when this happened.
Power.
Seriously? Okay, sure, we can fight up here if you like. Ow. I do fight her up here a bit, but I quickly take her back down the ramp as there's not enough space up here. So after a shaky start and some fumbling, I get my footing. Long counter. Oh, you come on! I also use my ultimate as she pops hers, which is standing on a pillar of ice. I need to destroy it to bring her back down. While she's up there, she hurls these big 3 ice waves, which are kind of easy to dodge, and I eventually trade the final blow. Got her! Oh my god. Oh, that was a good fight. I did not expect to fight her today. Like, I knew I had to fight it today. She wasn't too bad. She just had to really keep dodging her attacks. Ah, good stuff. And again, awesome. I did her on brutal difficulty. Very happy with how that turned out. At home, I'm making glass bottles in bulk for the first time. Elena has indeed unlocked the Altar of Stygian Awakening for me. I toss it in this corner, and I see that I can buy passive abilities with Stygian shards, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna have to have a bit of a read on these things, so okay. In between, I restock up on buff potions and make these new healing potions that are much stronger than the previous ones. I snuffle up this blood spray passive. Critical strikes leech health from my opponents, and there's a chance that one of those health orbs can also spawn, and that's one for now. I can afford more, but I need time to think. I think while I fight, clashing with the big rock girl again, rocking 2 defensive spells, but with the lack of DPS, I soon find that she spawned 2 rock doggy tethers, which is a sure sign that I'm doing this wrong. I'm not doing any damage, no. We're gonna restart this fight. My loadout is not good enough for this. However, I see myself running in with the same loadout, but with the mace I focus down these rocks as soon as they appear, and before they become rocky boys. But here is where 2 counters come in clutch, with 1 hit, but at least it wasn't 3 hits. The fight rages on and you can see it's nearly daybreak, with me on top of a mountain. Oh no! This is very bad. This is very bad. Oh no. We have to do this. Got her. Goodness me, that was very lucky. That fight goes for quite a while, doesn't it? No, none of you. Oh god.
Taste of knowledge.
Oh, good fight though, good fight. Later I go and gather some shards, and look at this stun locked to death scene. Oh. God damn it, I got stun locked to death. Anyways, because I'm using Spectral Wolf, I grab this one which increases the damage to weakened enemies, which is what the wolf magic does, and I increase my weapon attack speed with lightning fast strikes. What's next then? Now, next thing is these people, but of course, the next person I'm going to kill after I got this gem cutting thing is we gotta go get Razil the Shepherd, because we want the jewel crafting table. That is what we want next. I know what I'm in store for, and I make myself a holy resistance potion. I travel to this monastery place, and it's heavily guarded, though that isn't what bothers me about this place. Okay, so here's the knack of this thing. You get holy radiation, which means you take 10 damage, which is quite a lot. So, I prepared this little holy resistance potion. With this in my belly, I can venture into this place of worship and rob the graves of all these people. It sounds like what a vampire would do. After some innocent grave robbing, I make my way up to this big church. Old Mate is known as the Shepherd, so of course he's here chanting his words to his sheep. And here we are. We are in the place. I have a family too. They're back home. Their names are Lindsay and Vaynard. They work for me. Yeah. I usually start all my fights with my ultimate to get damage off right away. Old Mate here does a holy magic explosion on the ground, and he summons holy orbs that do damage to me if I'm too close to them, but also little wisps will fly around them, making it a bigger obstacle. I quickly learn I have to destroy these or else it creates too much clutter on the battlefield. He also shoots holy wisps himself and they hit like a truck. And then he does a big slow beam that devastates you. If you get caught in it, it chews through your health. I try to switch it to a melee weapon to deal with these crystals, but that proves nearly fatal and I start to lose my footing on this first attempt. He summons a giant beam from heaven again that follows me and engulfs me in disgusting holy damage, and I finally lose this first round. Before I even beat him, I'm able to steal from these 2 chests on this side and the other 2 on the other side, effectively robbing this man as he's watching me from the middle of the room. A couple of attempts later, I change my counter out for some skulls, because maybe some distractions on the field will help. And indeed, this does feel good to see the little guys attack the crystals, and then move on to distracting him for me. The fight rages on, and I seem to be holding my own this time. Or mate even uses his big beam of destruction to kill a minion, sparing me, so yes, that's absolutely a win. And this combo has won me the fight, which is good stuff. Alright, you're mine this time, mate. Oh, gotcha. You're mine. Victorious, I'm outside and I find a nice final chest outside to pilfer, and I make my escape back home, at which point I prune my garden a little. I have some machines to make. The gem cutting table from the Golem Girl. I can use this to make better gems out of crappier ones, or I can use it to make greater Stygian shards out of 9 smaller ones. I then make this dual crafting table, which is quite big and I have to rearrange the machines in here. I move the gem chest in here as well for some convenience. At the jewel crafting table, I'm able to make spell jewels at the simple price of iron ingots and specific gems depending on the school of magic. I make this one for my skeleton spell, increasing the knockback and the range and the speed of the cast. When I make these, it's random, so I can't choose what these jewel spells will have when I make them, which is a bit of a bummer. However, the ones that you don't like, you can chuck them into the mimic chest, who happily eats them and poops out some of the items that you used to make them in the first place, so that's a small win. I really like this one for the Ward of the Damned, not the recast part, but that absorbing projectiles will heal me for 30% of my spell power, which is about 9 per hit, which is quite wonderful. Feeling a bit stronger now, I look to my next target, who is General Cassius. Look at this awesome potion I can make when I defeat him. It increases spell leech, but it also improves your current blood type by a further 5%, which sounds huge. Speaking of big news, I only have 3 people left for Act 2. I'm nearly there. I find General Cassius in the vampire area and he's a wandering boss. I approach him from the front and I do my thing. But I also have a stroke of luck, because a wandering party of humans also crashed this party. I leave them to sort their problems out and I see something very interesting.
Nightfall ends. Grant me your power!
I quickly grasp that the sword is also a life tether to Cassius, so I help out the paladin by dealing some damage to it. Only thing is, this guy can move the sword around as he pleases. Okay, stop moving your blade, mate. After the sword is downed, it can be picked up and thrown at him to literally stun him for a short period, and I get a nasty ultimate off on him. Afterwards, he does a nasty teleport on me, putting me right next to him, and he does a massive area of effect spell, which I need to dodge. Interesting. Okay, I gotcha. He's also a slow moving fella, and I get a ton of hits off on him, until he suddenly rushes up and uppercuts me, which was ill-mannered. But it's quite nice of him to leave his sword lying around, leaving me a chance to impale him with his own implement of violence. However, another paladin joins the party. I get the kill, but I'm forced to leave because this holy warrior is trying to steal my kill. Come to me. I enjoyed that fight. Chaotic, but all in my favor really. A first try as well. And because it was my first try, I keep this wrecking ball going and hunting Jade the vampire hunter. I spot her on the road and I engage this so-called hunter. I take a moment to see what she's about, and I see that she's a sniper type person as I'm backing up and getting my distance. I end up right next to a big fancy rock, so you know what I did this fight. I kited her, of course. As well as wielding a gun, she also throws a bunch of Legos on the ground that I need to be aware of. I block her shots, and she executes an amazing jump fart, leaving a bomb behind to give herself some distance from the summoned skeletons and killing them, so this might take a few moments. This is what I love about the crossbow. The hail of bolts is so broken for this kiting around the rock type of fight. When she gets to half health, her shots become rapid fire. It's still very manageable around my pet rock, of course. We exchange volleys, but my ultimate did more damage, so I'm kind of happy with this trade. And I dashed around, leaving her out of my sight, so I didn't really get to see what her ultimate ability was. But it's something with chaos magic, as I see a volley of that going on over there. But I finally make the last shot.
Good.
Gotcha.
Shoot.
Oh, thank you very much.
Blades
Good shooting.
ain't working.
I was very stingy there. I kept going around the rock, so that wasn't too bad. I also managed to slurp her up on my first attempt. I'm really quite happy with myself. I'm also jovial that I got my first second tier chaos spell from that fight, and I grabbed the Veil of Chaos. Alright, so let's see this. So we go boom, and then we can go recast, and then that one is there. But does that mean if we put this guy here, so spawns a second illusion when recasting, dealing 67% of the original damage. Okay, that's not too bad. So you go 1 and then 2, so there's now 2 things. And both of them would cause ignite then, of course. I love the fact that you can jump twice. It's going to be very helpful in future fights. Yes indeed, my dash for the rest of the game. I'll be dashing off to the final fight of Act 2, which is Octavian. You know what I noticed? These are amazing looking trees. Wow, those are really pretty looking trees. I quite like those. Also, I start to think about re-subduing this 100% worker and having her as a servant instead of a blood bag, because let's be honest, with my rates I have no use for 100% worker blood. So that's what I did. She'll be effective in the Dunley farmlands, it seems. I unlocked this advanced blood press and this looks quite marvelous. The first upgraded machine I have, and it looks like it does everything the original does and then some, but quicker, which is appreciated. Plus I can also make primal blood essence here, which is one of those resources to upgrade my castle heart. I want to make this Stygian summoning circle. It needs to be in an alchemy room, but it's quite big, so I toss it outside for now. I can't look at it just yet because of the sun. I also have a squiz at these pistols I got from Jade. This weapon set also has a dodge ability, which is quite nice, but I wasn't really a fan of the short range. My servant is ready, and I call her Paige. And within moments, I give her a full set of gear, making her level 56 before sending her to what may have been her previous home to hunt and pilfer what she can for my cause. I bring that summoning circle inside and I have a little bit of a look. Looks like I can expend resources to summon a mini boss, which can then drop lots of resources for me. I don't think I use this at all, to be honest. What I do make use of will be these vampiric brews. Mr. Octavian is within this giant bastion in Dunley. All I have to do is sneak in quietly. Sorry guys, I have business with your boss today. Oh my god, the bell ringer just saw me. After dealing with the ring-ins, I help myself to this chest up here that has another shattered weapon. Good stuff. Now Oldmate is in here. I start this fight with some chaos. He releases some spinny wheels and at first I thought they'd go forever, but they do eventually stop. Easy to dodge, but the range is insane. He lunges a sawmill wheel at me, and then he hops all over the place like a kangaroo on steroids, bringing his big sword down on my location. Several times in fact, so this might be a tough fight, especially when he has a lovely dodge of his own that makes my hail of bolts very difficult to hit. He also hooks me like a fish with that sawmill attack, which is quite unnecessary. I hate fights where they summon lackeys, and this is one of them, dividing my attention on another pleb who keeps hounding me. He gets me with his jump attack, and as I fall this time, he unleashes his ultimate, so I get to see from the safety of my now dead carcass what I have in store for me. On my second attempt, running with Mosquito as well, it completely fails, and I see that there's an escape route for me. Too bad it isn't outside of his aggro range, so he does come for me, and we both do amazing Olympic dives off this cliff at the same time. Can I jump? That didn't go to plan. A few attempts later, and this is how I deal with that Wheel of Death move. This last attempt really came down to the wire, so here's the final moments of Octavian.
To me!
Oh, that was so close, man.
Light! Damn.
And after I drink him up, I get a really pleasant surprise.
Taste of knowledge.
Act 2. Complete Act 2 on Brutal Defy Octavian. Okay. I know for a fact that I didn't beat the Frostmore guy and the other person on Brutal Difficulty. Do you literally just have to do the final bosses on the brutal difficulty. Is that my understanding? Indeed, it seems like you only really have to beat the individuals whose name is attached to the final act to get the achievements. This makes up my mind that I will not go back for Frostmoor or Maya, but I won't change the difficulty down to normal. I will keep it on brutal, unless I have to change it down, but as I said before, that doesn't happen until the very last bosses. Complete Act 2 on brutal difficulty. Yep, defeat Octavian the militia leader and complete Act 2 on brutal difficulty. I guess you really just have to do them like that. Okay, no worries. I've got 20 achievements left at the moment, so we're a little bit over halfway through. Now for defeating Octavian, I unlocked the Ancestral Forge, which is where I repair those shattered weapons, once I have the resources. Looking further ahead, Act 3, Domina and Ziva are first. They are 3 levels above me when I have my proper gear on, ignore the 57 there. Speaking of missing resources, Ziva has the radium alloy I wanted, which I need to fix those shattered weapons. Also a fabricator it seems. Domina unlocks me teleporters, a whip, and an advanced grinder, so a few nice things coming my way. For now, I see some rifts that need to be closed, and maybe I'll unlock some more passives before going ahead. I make sure to remind the people of Dunley that I'm still here to steal their carts of goodies. No thank you, I'm not wearing that thing. I'll sell it. But you know, it's a bonus for me apparently. You know, one thing I haven't seen in the game is proper headgear. And spoiler, there is no headgear item, which is a bit of a shame. I also run into Christina again, who proceeds to roast me in the most proper holy fashion.
The light is the greatest disinfectant.
The light is the greatest disinfectant. Holy shit. What a line, oh my god. After getting threatened, I decide to go under the radar for a bit. My activities will include checking out these merchants again, getting shot in the face by some local marauders, because I was on my way to check out the other merchant here who also sells rare weapons, but level 30 weapons. Maybe these are the next tier after 20. I have a look at this Draculan blood type and I wasn't really a fan of it. I explored this entire area, and I didn't realize at the time, but I'm on the doorstep of Dracula's castle. I run into a future V-Blood fight, and boy oh boy was she a really fun fight. Wait till I get to her. This is what the map looks like at this point. I also get some Stygian shards, even though there's no rift at the moment, but I do need these shards. I really wanted to make my first shattered weapon, and I need to kill Ziva for this, so this is my target. I teleport to the bottom of Gloomrot, and this place gives off a completely different vibe. There are these pools of mucus or sludge, I don't know what that is to be honest, but the people here, they seem to be a bit further ahead with technology. The people here have flammenwerfers, and after I dispense of them, I noticed that they also have electricity. That looks like it's a camp, but I mean like a modern camp. Isn't this game like... I know it's fantasy, but... Transcendent Camp. Text scrap. That is an actual... Huh. Like these are electrical things. Whoop, 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 whoop. Looking at the names of those horrors that just emerged from the slime, I get an idea of what this area is. Very steampunk vibes with lots of high radiation that pollutes the entire area, mutating and creating monstrosities. And we're starting to get tech scraps, so various scraps of cables can be reassembled into useful components. So we're getting like this you know, technologically advanced area, it seems. I mean, comparatively, the other area is like medieval, you can say. This looks like it's steampunk or something. Yep, these guys are firing bolts of electricity at me. A whole new vibe here. I have a quick look at my tracking again. Ziva is far away, but Domina is actually nearby. So I switch my targets and I go for the closer one. Remember when I was just talking about mutated things? Don't be aggressive, please. Oh, look at that poor thing. Goodness gracious me, what is this place? A mutated dares aside, I approach what looks like a town in this hellish looking place. This is like a shanty town. Reminds me of something you can see in the Old West. Yeah, Definitely. Anyways, I find my quarry and I start this fight almost every single way I always do, with some chaos barrage to the face. She demonstrates that she's quite nimble. She hops all over the place trying to whip me with her electrical whip, so I keep my distance. I quickly switch out a spell in the middle of combat, and I realize something. We switch out a spell. She's very slow, isn't she? Okay, we can see there's a bunch of people there. Indeed, she seems to be taking her sweet time with chasing me down, if you can even call it that. Come on, Dom. My god, you're slow. I mean, look at those long legs. You should be able to run a mile per hour. That's probably quite slow, I imagine. Alright, are we ready here? Oh.
It's playtime.
Oh. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, yeah, you're tricky, are you? But after a quick demonstration of nimbleness when she's in my face, I endeavor to kite her around this building. I do this for a short while, and she finally finds her feet, and she starts to jog after me at a leisurely pace. Here's a few clips of this fight. Okay, now you're moving. I think, yep, now you're moving. Okay, let's quickly... There you go. Oh, she is very quick, isn't she? Oh yeah, you can be quick when you want to be. Oh, that might be bad.
What was the safe word again?
Excuse... What?
Let's go for a spin.
Okay, you're doing your spinning thing again. I'm going to do my zippy thing away.
What was the safe word again? Come. Sit.
Oh shit.
Stay.
Got her. Nice.
What was the safe word?
What was the safe word? The safe word here, people, is subscribe. After that delightful fight with Domina, I pillage and loot to my heart's content, and I spot my first tier 3 spell jewel. Well, it's definitely better than the tier 2, but there may be a tier higher than this. You know what else is better? This advanced grinder, which I'm really excited to see. It is also significantly quicker than the normal one, so huge bonus. The best thing that I got from killing Domina is the castle teleporter. They do their jobs best in pairs. Okay, so can I... Yeah, that's nice. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I'm enjoying that too much, I think. I zoomed my way over to my chest, and I see that I'm getting a nice collection of these shattered weapons. Not the ones I use for combat though. Speaking of combat, I need to go bully someone for radium alloy. Guess what? A 91 scholar? Okay, well, I need to get that scholar. So I cleared some people around this area, so we can have some alone time. But, okay, so where's this guy? Where's this guy? He's here somewhere. Okay, he's not there now. I swear to God, if I lose sight of this scholar, I'm going to be furious, mate. I don't know what Scholar Blood does. I've never really seen the scholars that much in this game. But it's a 91 and I want it. Found him. You are fine. Oh, mate, calm down.
Mind bends to me.
Calm down, mate.
You are under my command.
Good lord, my friend, you have burnt me alive, and for that, I'm sending you home. Goodbye.
This cell is just for you.
I'm welcome to the Transcendent Machine Factory, much the same way everywhere else, with complete disdain. But I see their technology for myself. See that? Yeah, these people seem to be... Yeah, this is like a technologically advanced area. No, mate, I don't want to beef with you. After ignoring and killing Transcendium people, I come across the battle arena for Ziva the Engineer. After a chaos blast to the face, Ziva was a really fun boss fight, and I quickly found a method to her madness. Stay away from her. She gets herself a new weapon every so often. She lunges at me with the first one and makes a delicious donut of napalm around her. But with my chaotic dash allowing me to jump twice, I can easily keep my distance. When that weapon blows up, because I'm helping her test them apparently, she gets an electrical zapper ball one. This one is better, for her anyways, as it locks onto me and follows me for a short duration, while she also takes single shots of electricity at me as well. The next weapon would have been a shotgun to the face, which sounds pretty nasty, but this is my favorite one. Okay, this is quite fun. Oh Jesus! I hear shots! Okay ma'am, what do they sound like? Ratatata! As this was my first attempt, past me didn't fully realize that the orbs followed me, so I had a bit of a moment. Oh Jesus, that one follows me! What the hell? Jesus, okay. Also, this happened. Oh god, she can fly. Alright, let's evasive.
Come on, gang, jump in.
Gang? Oh no, guys, no. There was an opportunity that I completely missed. Well, was she stunned? Oh, this could have been bad. No! This is where it gets rough. Yep, that is indeed the part where I run. Lordy lord. That is rough. Rough indeed. That is most likely part of her ultimate ability. I draw my last breath shortly. It's gonna be bad. Alright, so we need to do one, and another one, and then we need to do C. Yeah, that is rough.
It's not the end.
On my second attempt, I also died to those green orbs of death. Oh, you're f***ing kidding me, man. The next attempt, I ran towards them to see how that worked. Can I... Oh. Okay, this is bad luck, Oh my god, that thing is insane! This was a really close fight, and here's the final moment. It's very close right now. She's very close to being dead. Oh, you're joke. No!
What's wrong this time?
Oh,
Test results inconclusive.
good fight. Goodness me, good fight. That was probably the funnest one, to be honest. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I tried to take a victory horse, but apparently it wasn't meant to be. Oh my gosh, Doug. Can I mount this? Ah, that was my horse. This is my horse. My horse is amazing. The thing is also, the longer you can survive in those fights and see the full rotation of your foe that you're fighting, then you start to really memorize and say, okay, cool, they're about to do this, or you see them start doing something, you're like, okay, cool, I've done this before, I know how to dodge the next set of attacks. So it's very much about reaction and memory. Indeed it is. Anyways, I want to place down this fabricator I just got. It's very big. I think I may have to expand my base at some point, or reorganize at least. And in here, I can make sludge canisters, which is then needed for radium alloy. And now, with this resource, I can start making these ancestral weapons. But I don't have the weapon I want though. And if I'm going to fight Mr. Angram, I want my desired weapon upgrade as he's 4 levels higher than me. But he is the holder of the next set of gear upgrades. I had a look at the Scholar Blood and it looks pretty good. But for now, I'm going to be paying my homies a visit for a while to build up on my stocks of Stygian shards. A little homework break in between, and I've learned everything in the study and get an achievement for it. I also tossed this ancestral forge in here. I had to expand this room into the walkway. It's getting kinda cramped in here. As I'm getting resources for radium alloy, I grab another high percentage scholar, which is good stuff. What's also good stuff is my first shattered weapon upgrade, my favorite weapon, the crossbow. Apparently this also got me an achievement. Oh, frost infused, so all hits inflict chill. That's actually going to be really goddamn good. I tested on my brethren, of course, for more shards, and weapon drops, because these guys can drop the weapons as well. The bosses, I mean. The weapon hunt went well, but I'm going to need more resources from the Gloomrot area. Perhaps this scholar, soon to be my servant from the area, will suffice. As he's converting, I have all my desired weapon upgrades, which is really good. What about a name though? What was he? He was a scholar, wasn't he? Rasso. Magnus.
You will carry out my will.
Rise, Magnus. About 4 days later in real life, Magnus has been geared up and the servants have done random hunts for me every night. Apparently I sent Magnus to a copper mine this time. Fair enough. But now that I'm 62 gear level, I'm ready to take on Angram the Purifier. I follow my nose and it leads me to the pools of rebirth. Really? The place is called that? There is a lot of filthy humans around who may get in my way. I see Old Mate here. In fact, I saw him earlier, but it was a bad time to attack then, so I waited like 5 minutes for him to have his walkies. But from over here, I get a glimpse of what I'm in store for. I greet him like I do everyone else and I wait for his first attack, which is a volley fire of chaos, which ignites a large area. Easy to dodge, especially with high rogue blood. When I got in close, he did a single volley fire and then created a barrier on himself, which only protected his front, so I had to dodge my way back there to get an attack off. And when I did, he started a rapid fire. Not a great shot, I have to say. He did the same and I thought I'd be cheeky and go for his back, but only to see him shield his back now, meaning that I have to attack his front. Obviously when I hit the shield, it reflects at me for some damage, so I need to avoid this. But I have a secret weapon, the crossbow, which technically attacks from above. Can I hit him with that? I can. Oh! Weakness identified, and I took advantage of that. But Old Mate found a way to close the gap. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, ow, 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 ow.
I will crush you.
Oh, that was such a lucky one.
Destroy everything.
Can I not get past there? That is bad luck.
Die! Die! Die!
Oh, ow, 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 ow.
Destroy it.
Okay,
There will be
gotcha. Phew.
scum.
Scum. I'm so tired. I just had to take it really easy on that fight. But okay, that was a good one, and I can grab this chest I have earned. I think my heart is racing a little bit. On my first try as well, I look at my new things and I see this Irradiant Gruel, which is also going to be handy in the near future. And so, the Darkthorn Regalia, it's probably, yep, here we go. Nice. So we need pristine leather and silk for these things. I've not seen silk at all, actually. You haven't seen pristine leather either, mate. Looks like these are unlocked from the next tier of bosses. Ben the Old Wanderer for the leather, and Ungora the Spider Queen for the silk. My path is set. Again, 4 levels higher than me. Righto, that's fine. It mentioned the Cursed Forest in both of the descriptions, so from the looks of it, we'll be going to this new place. No more mutated stuff for me, it seems. I saw that gruel that I can make, which insists that I don't drink it. However, increases the blood quality of the prisoner by 1 to 2%, but has a 35% chance to turn a prisoner into a raging mutant. Now that is something. If I had a spare high percentage rogue, I'd be obliged to make him scoff this down. So I'll put this into my back pockets, because I can't risk losing my only high percentage rogue, or any other lonely high blood type without a backup. I was looking for backups, but see something worse than any boss I've fought so far. That is terrifying. I was planning on taking it easy for a bit, gather some stuff like tech scrap and resources to upgrade my castle heart, which I did. I got Dominate Mount from this, and I did exactly that outside with this random horse I nicked from somewhere. I then learnt the horse saddle. so I was taking it easy, but something dawned on me. Do I need to do this again, do I? Oh, it's a blood moon. Oh, it's too... God damn it. It was already late at night for me, and not time for bed just yet, but not really enough time for doing a boss fight before sleeping myself. So I did the only logical thing. I went for a hunt for Benjamin in the cursed forest. Venture into the cursed forest area. Good stuff, good stuff. Good stuff indeed. However, a fog seems to be rolling in. And that's not all. He's nearby. Oh shit! A creature. Yeah, he's coming for me. Oh wow. Oh wow, there is a lot of things here, man. Okay, maybe I should probably... Jesus, there's a lot of things here. Alright, everything's getting very foggy. Oh crap, I can't see anything. Wow. Oh my god, what are you? Ow, you son of a gun. Yep, the fog has completely surrounded me. Might be something to do with that 100 times debuff down below. I come across a wisp I can interact with, which I do, and it lifts the fog for a while. Ah, I see, curse of the forest, and there's a bear. Okay, cool, that's good stuff, that's good stuff. Benny boy, where are you, mate? No, not you. Yeah, this forest is teeming with creatures, but eventually, I hear a human voice.
The game is afoot. The fox, the hound.
Grab this. Okay. I see, is this your thing? It's just like that other, woman. Yep, so Benjamin doesn't fight. He runs. And I aggro the entire forest trying to chase him down, which is good fun. Eventually, I'm overwhelmed by other distractions and I have to deal with them first before locating Ben again. I do my best to stay on top of him, but this also has a downfall. I see, okay, I can't get in. Oh god. What I was trying to say there was, if I get too close to him, he hits me for big damage. So I need to stay closest to him the entire time. Once I apply this knowledge, he goes down in no time. I kind of feel bad about it, he's just some fella minding his own business in the forest. Anyways. Oi, Benny boy. So with the death of my prey, I look at my map. Absolutely no idea where I am, but I have an idea. I have an idea indeed. Okay, thank you very much for that, mate. What we're going to do is we are going to go to you, track your blood. So that would give me the... I have to go in this direction, do I? Right. Okay, that should lead me out of here. Well, it worked well enough to lead me to a wisp, which then cleared the way for me. All's well that ends well. We need to make this. Makes the wearer immune to the curse of the forest. Tailoring bench. Righto, let's do that. So it had been another 3 days since I properly played, and I wanted to make the most of this blood moon. I accidentally but luckily sent Lindsay to get me some resources from the cursed forest to be able to make this shroud, which really helped me out. Hey buddy, how are we? Alright, ooh. He got ghost mushrooms. Lindsay, you've just become my favorite thing. That's very good, actually. That might be what I needed to go and do this then. For a shroud, plant fiber. We got this. I reckon I can do this. With that good news, I was able to make the shroud and utilize the same blood moon to hunt the Spider Queen. The game time doesn't progress on a private server when you're not playing, but Rift incursions do, which is really weird. Wasting no time thinking about that, I track her and I feel safe knowing that no fog is going to conceal any creatures from me. Obviously, a cave with a disgusting amount of spiders is going to be my destination. Really is a bit of a mission fighting my way through here. I finally fight my way to the top and lay eyes upon the queen of the spider cave, Ungora. I make sure to pay my respects the usual way. She responds by spitting a big glob into the air, which then explodes once and then in several directions, making further explosions of apparent poison. Little spiderlings also burst forth, and then she spits a barrage of poison at me. Luckily there are these eggs here that I can use for shelter, but they will get destroyed as the battle continues. The underlings make it hard to stay focused. Those globs of poison seem to linger for quite a bit, so the entire area is going to be swamped quite literally with fire. She also attempts to slurp me up, which is quite terrifying. My double dash is a lifesaver here to help maintain distance as best I can be used to skip over these globs of poison. I make great use of my Ward of the Damned and summon my own underlings. I have to say, I think the Rogue Blood type with its movement speed upgrade is so powerful in these fights. But then again, this is also a Blood Moon, which further speeds me up. The Spectral Wolf is also a lifesaver, hitting multiple targets and healing me. The battle rages on for 2 minutes as I'm able to cast my ultimate again. She charges up a massive ultimate herself. Though I don't know what it did, I must have dashed perfectly to avoid the damage there. And here are the final moments. Gonna do your thing again? Yes, you are. Beautiful. Oh, she's dead. Oh, wow. My heart is thumping right now. Oh, God. My hands are shaking. Yep, they're definitely shaking. We got another one of that. We got the spider form. Let's see what the spider form looks like. I am one of you. Hello, my brethren. Oh wait, what's this? Burrow. Burrow into the ground, avoiding the sun and hiding from enemies. Taking damage breaks the effect. And nothing like having a way to hide from the sun. I could also use these materials to make myself silk now for that better gear, but I'm also going to need pristine leather. Funny enough, I use mutant grease to make this leather, which in turn I used to start making myself this new Dawnthorn gear. And now we're at 67. We got 750 health as well, which is good stuff. So now if we look at these, they're actually lower level, and these guys are 67. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Indeed, things are looking good, but some downtime is required, and that includes gearing up my servants so that they can survive in these higher tier places. But I need to go out and gather some resources so that I can make them the same tier armor that I have. Mutant grease is one thing I'm looking for. Speaking of which, I haven't seen what that mutant blood does. Reduced blood drain rate, increased all resistant ratings, increases movement speed while shape-shifting, 40% of the victim to a random mutant when killing them with a bite. Boost all. The only thing here that sounds good is that 40% chance to convert the victim to a random mutant while killing them with a bite. But overall, it's not really my cup of tea. Killing this golem is definitely my cup of tea, because I have a feeling he'll have lots of grease on him. That was quite quick, but you can take my word for it, I got about 260 mutant grease from this guy. You know what I'm always looking for? Getting decent blood quality, guys, seems to be quite a challenge. And again, I guess it always just comes down to just waiting until they pop up. A short while later, I had made some of the Dawnthorn gear for my people. So long as some of them had high levels to go and get more of the stuff I needed to gear up the rest of them, I was happy. This also freed me up from that resource gathering. Lindsay got an upgrade, so he's nearly 700 hunting proficiency, and he was just over 600 before. Scratch that, apparently I'm making him a legendary weapon. Mate, you can have this one, so you're now level 66, mate. Goodness me, 703 hunting proficient for Lindsay. Let's see where he can go. I sent Lindsay to Ungora's cave, which is a test of his bravery. The rest have been sent out to areas to get me more stuff I needed specifically to gear them up. Moments before sending Lindsay, I sent Magnus out to get me potentially 2000 plus grease. Really good stuff. Guess what I found while I was out not gathering resources? A 93% warrior. Right now, my collection includes a high rogue, warrior, and scholar. I'm still not game to use this gruel because I don't have any backups. I mean, I can stock up, but that's not the same as a living blood bag I can poke, feed fish, and torment and laugh at. The more the merrier, right? I found a brute later as well. I was recording across days, so I can't really tell you how long it took to find him. My guy asks him, I hope you like rats, because that's what he's gonna get fed from now on. I'm not that cruel, I feed him nice slimy fish.
Oh.
delicious.
Well, it's better than a rat, right?
Really? Slimy fish.
Well, yeah, it's straight out of the water. I don't cook it for him. It's nice and fresh.
Get some sweet, juicy fish. We eat it raw. What's it doing, precious? What's it doing?
Classic. Later still, I found another 98% worker. I didn't really need this one, but I grabbed her regardless, because she's going to be my first test subject. Feed her. Increases the blood quality of the prisoner by 1 to 2%, but has a 35% chance to turn the prisoner into a raging mutant. Okay. Okay, she's gone to 99%. That is annoying. Boom. She's now 100%. Feed a prisoner with a radiant gruel to have them reach 100% blood percentage. Luckily I did. I wasn't aware that there was an achievement for this. Anyways, back to my day job. Or is it night job? Because I'm a vampire. Mr. Foulrot it is. Did you see this coming? I didn't. Oh my god. As I'm tracking Foulrot, I run into what I think is a unique spawn. A witch. I completely forgot I ran into this witch. It's just a witch, it's no V-blood or anything like that. She's 72, she's 5 levels higher than me. You know what, I'm gonna come back for this one later. Yep, that never came to pass. Oops. I also set foot somewhere where I wasn't supposed to be yet. Lair of the Behemoth. I think I'm gonna regret this. I didn't find what was supposed to be in this giant cave, known as the Lair of the Behemoth. I finally reached my destination, an ancient village that has a lot of ghosts floating about. Look, whether they are living, dead, or otherwise, I introduced them to my crossbow. It had been a little while since I fought someone. I jumped right in, forgetting to change my spells. Oh well. However, I already pre-planned on using this well here for my kiting strategy. Old Mate here threw up a counter, but it didn't deflect my hail of bolts, so that's a bonus. He started to summon ads, which turned out to be a lot of ads, but then I realized they're the type that rushes in and explode on you, weakening me as a result. Oh, they do kamikaze, do they? I see, you just gotta dodge them. I'm weakened, I see. Okay, he's invisible. He summoned yet more banshees or ghosts. Honestly, I don't know how to describe this fight. He kept countering, which didn't work against me, and summoning banshees and maybe giving me a big slap with his knife. But they were big slaps. I got the killing blow and this guy was a pushover. He's almost dead. Got him.
Oh, that's a lot of blood.
Sorry, mate.
I'll let it go to waste.
Okay, I will not let your blood go to waste. Mr. Foulrot, I'm a bit disappointed there's no chest there for me to loot. No chests, but I can slap these fellas with a mace getting a new resource called Ghost Crystals. So of course I get my fill of it. At home I combined it with Scourge Stones to start making Spectral Dust, which is an important resource for late game weapons. My next targets were either Albert the Duke or a man called Wilfred, and seeing what Albert gives me, I can guess what he is. It's probably going to be a giant frog. Okay, I think I have found his brethren. Hey buddy, how are we? You jump, do you? Alright, well that's something. Oh! Ow. Alright, so you jump, do you? Alright, so that's gonna be something I'm gonna have to be aware of with the big frog. Indeed, that small scuffle gave me an idea on what to expect. But it wasn't meant to be. Fate had something else planned for me. Yeah. Oh my god! Jesus! Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I found the thing that was supposed to be in that cave. That is most definitely the thing that has to be in that cave. Where am I going? He's nearby? Oh lord. Oh lord. Oh lord. Cyril the Cursed Smith? That's another one I have to fight, I guess. I don't know where, but I need to just back off for a second here. So yes, after that jump scare that forced me to run astray, I ran into Cyril the Smith, the next tier up. So you know what? I decided to give him a go instead. I had a quick read, and looks like I can unlock the next tier of metalworking from him. So yeah, definitely. After I introduce myself, I see what he's all about. He's a melee type person, and he's all about summoning spectral weapons of all kinds that also float around and attack me when they please. In fact, they are copies of the weapons I can use. That was definitely the special move of the axes I saw there. Cyril had released a bunch of wisps, creating more chaos on the battlefield, with a lot to focus on. I lost focus and I get double whammied.
Long range, do ya? Oh my god, okay, let's start this one again. Because now I know what I'm in for.
Luckily, I have an easy escape route. I try him a few times. On my third attempt, I get him to half health, which is good news.
Dear god, okay, fair enough. Interesting, lads. Okay, there we go, that's the first time I got hit by it. Okay, there's so much shit here. Okay, let's do this.
Agony from beyond.
Oh, you are very fast, aren't you? Whoa.
Yep, so I aggroed a banshee there, and the sun was rising as well.
Okay, it's getting very close here. This is a very close fight. Oh. Do not get hit. Oh, damn.
I made use of this daytime to kill all the ghosts in the village where Cyril dwells, because it was their interference that lost me the fight. This is not what I wanted before a fight though.
I've run out of coffee. Oh dear. This could be disastrous.
Anyways, we've seen enough of this fight. Here is the winning clip.
Suffer with me.
I will not
Just
suffer
a
with you.
bit.
Oh, no. Got him! Oh my god!
For the short reprieve.
Oh, don't say that, mate. I'll put you out of your misery for good. Oh, that was a very close fight there, actually. That was an incredibly close fight. Ooh,
Taste of knowledge.
nice. Act 3 completed on brutal difficulty. Hell yeah. Oh, good fight, mate. Good fight. Now, the fight that I wanted to do was the giant toad, which is this guy here. And he's just over there, is he? Okay, interesting.
I saunter on to the cursed swamp, so this gives me the vibes I'm looking for. I'm not looking for giant mosquitoes, but alas, they share the same biome it seems. So moments later, I journey a short distance and I see the offending individual, and I have a quick distraction before revealing my intentions.
That is a huge base there.
Now, I fought Old Mate's brethren. I expected him to do a jump, but when he lands, he does a splash poison damage that seems to linger. He slowly encroaches upon my personal space, and he lashes his tongue out at me. I need to dodge that. He also does some big tongue slaps when he thinks you're there, but that was my dash illusion, of course. He takes a moment to spit up a smaller giant toad, which is disgusting, and it also seems that I can't dash through these without applying a poison tick on me. Good stuff indeed. I also learned the hard way that my Water the Damned may not be very useful here.
Oh, what are you doing? Ew.
I have to make sure I have my dash because it's the only thing I can use to get away from his jump, it seems. Old Mate looks like he's a little bit sick, but then he vomits all over the battlefield, making it really quite hard to navigate without getting hurt.
Let's quickly get out of here. This is a bad position for me.
I learned and I retreated, and on my second attempt, it went much the same though.
Okay. Ow, dude! I swear to God, yeah, that was a bad positioning for me. That was a very bad positioning for me.
Look at the amount of area of effect damage on the ground on my third attempt.
Oh my god, are you serious right now?
He also pulls a vanishing move on me.
Oh my god, he really hurts, doesn't he? What the hell? Where is he? Where'd he go? Is that him there? Oh, this must be his, thingy, huh? Oh, no, that's him there. But by this point, I think I wanted to maybe shuffle out my counter because it wasn't working against his attacks. So I swapped in 2 offensive spells for the next few attempts, and I started to get a good grasp on this guy's moveset and how to react. For example, I think this was a good move. I knew he was about to spit poison, and I would rather he concentrate that barrage on the right here, and when he did, I bolted and I had more space to maneuver outside of it now. Okay, this is a bad position for me to be in. Got him. Okay. Oh, you fat bastard. Yeah, I'm gonna stand all over your tongue and disrespect you. Alright. Goody, goody, goody. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Look at this fat toad. Hey, buddy. The patriarch of his family. He no longer exists. Until he respawns. Indeed, after this victory, I wanted to get another one under my belt. So Wilfred it is, and I determined Old Mate might be in Graceful Village, a place where the unwanted live apparently. I do a quick stock up because I'll be wailing on the elderly shortly. Alright, Mr. Wilfred, he's the village elder. Am I just killing some random old person, am I?
It's a bit brutal.
I think so. However, I shortly see why Graceful is the place for the unwanted and cursed. These people are in fact werewolves. Very good indeed. I have a quick scuffle with this one and I see that they have a lunge attack and rage attacks, so I'm assuming Old Mate will do the same. So he's there. Oh my god, he's a big boy. I give Wolfie my usual greeting, to which he responds by turning a lovely shade of red, dashing towards me and performing some big munches, which misses me. He then prepares and does a lunge, which I block, which is shortly followed with another rage attack. Luckily I had some skeletons summoned so he can focus on them. He turns invisible and summons a little Wolfie to accompany him in being a good boy. Okay, that was alright. Oh wow, what was that? I wasn't paying attention. I think that was because he lunged at me. Jesus, that was bad. He rages again, and I discover that when he hits me then, it applies a rend effect on me. He howls and a bunch of hapless sods appear on the field who allow him to eat his fill, and this is how he fills himself up, regaining some health, which is quite unfair. I do a misclick shortly, and I try to have a taste myself it seems. Ah, this is too early, it's too early. Yeah, that was too early. No, let go of that one. I didn't focus down any of the humans, so he's pretty much healed up. So I'm forced to retreat, while being followed by a very cute doggo. That was way too close. I can see now that my Ward of the Damned with this attack doesn't work, and it puts that purple bomb on me. I see this, but I don't think past me did. Does it? Interesting. What the hell was that? Was that the wolf by chance? Yeah, I'm dead here. On my next attempt, I started my counter for this attack, and that works perfectly fine. And when he turned invisible, I saved my dash for this occasion. Not that I knew him lunging at me caused that big instant 309 damage explosion. The fight rages on, and I nearly got him. But I got him. You'll see what I mean. Nope, he didn't do it. Wait, what? Excuse me? Oh, you're joking me? You son of a gun. Okay, fair enough. So I spend my day in this empty dwelling waiting for Old Mate to respawn. It's very nice of them to have this empty building here. And I remembered that Old Mate's health was pretty much zero when he transformed, which gave me a devious idea. I mean, you went down to like 0 health when you transformed back into your human form, so this should make sense. Okay, that's it. Alright, let's just keep you alive. Let us see what happens. I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen. Nope. Yep, so that didn't work as I was hoping. The fight progressed. He mounted me for a little while, which was inappropriate and wild. But this was the closing scene to Wilfred the Cheeser. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, that was close.
Where am I?
Mate, you're about to be in my belly. Is where you're about to be. I also remembered I had a toad form now. I'm very handsome. Wait. Boing. Kasplat. Okay, good fight. As I'm now done with Act 3, the first of Act 4 is going to give me heaps of new storage options, which sounds quite delightful. But before him, I have a few things from the current lot that I need to make, most notably a whole new anvil and furnace situation. But looks like silver is going to be the next resource, and I haven't seen that yet. The thing is though, this room is already quite chockers. It looks like all my minions have come back as well, so let's go ahead and quickly deal with all this stuff. It's funny how my mind refocuses on something else. The main point there, that room, yeah, nothing else is fitting in there. I need to revamp the whole base. I have plenty of space upstairs, so maybe I need to make use of that. The first thing I did was expand upstairs, of course. Remember that horrible view I had because the windows just looked out at the roofs? Yeah, the top floor is going to be the same size as the lower floors. None of that. Let's do a little bit of a show on what we've done. So, upstairs, I've gone ahead and made a whole bunch of new rooms and everything. Some of these are not completely done yet, but I don't necessarily have to fix them up. I've moved my library upstairs, so the library and the jewel crafting thing, I've brought them both upstairs. They were downstairs, but now they're here. Everything is here. Over in this room, I've gone ahead and just put all the crypts and everything. I reckon I can fit 12 servants in here from the looks of it. I've got 2 spare rooms here for something. I'm not too sure yet, but we'll figure these 2 rooms out later. I've decided to keep the old thingy place here, so these guys are still down here, but I have gone ahead and upgraded the fishing barrel box to a higher one, so then they're good for that. I've got a big tailoring room here at the moment, so I've moved that from over here to over here, so that's good stuff. I have now this section here, which is now the alchemy room, because over here is where I'm going to be putting all of my seeds and all of my plants and everything, so that's going to be good stuff. I found out that I've completely missed the herb storages, so I've never made these. I had that other tiny thing, which was annoying. I've moved the workshop room over here for the time being, so everything is here. I've just moved those guys there for now, and this is where I'm going to be putting the furnace room, the forge room, so that's going to be here. And I've gotten to the point where I actually need to make the big forges, because now I can actually make advanced ones. So let's quickly grab some radium alloy and do exactly that. I slapped down this big boy furnace. It can do all the same stuff but much quicker, which is appreciated. So I make sure 2 of them are down, and I followed that up with the anvil, which I had to squeeze in. Oh, look at this thing. Oh my god. I sound very excited about the next tier of weapons, but they require dark silver ingots, which I don't have yet. I need to harvest silver for that, and I need to blast it with spectral dust. Well, I'm going to assume that Silverlight Hills is where the silver is going to be. I've got a bit of a feeling that's where I want to go next. So Magnus the Overseer is the first on my list, so let's hunt him and some silver ore. I travel to the outskirts of the Dunley farmlands, and I cross over into the Silverlight region for the first time. Oops, and we've entered into the Silverlight area. Nice. Wow, this actually looks very nice, this area. I like it. It's got like a full kind of look to it. All mates far away. Here's a brute and a thingy. A warrior 71. Interesting. We are in for a bit of a nightmare, I reckon. So just like going into any new area, the difficulty goes up. Actually, to be honest, it was most apparent entering Dunley farmlands and this region for the first time. Just like Dunley, there are patrols everywhere, and these fellas are more like holy wielding soldiers who can shoot radiant damage at me. I happened onto this giant closed gate. I want to give a quick shout out to these marksmen here because I'll touch on them again later, but for now, there is this giant wall and a gate that's barring my way. I do see my quarry beyond this obstruction, so I need to find another way in. But as I snoop around, I find my first silver ore. I have to be careful, I can only carry so much of this stuff.
I then try my old trusty bear form. Invulnerable? What? How do I get in here then? He's right there. How do I get in there? Is there another way? Is there a sneaky way for me to jump in there? I find a path on the right of this place, and I realize that I'm probably going to sneak in, fight my way through the mine, and get to Magnus at the end. Indeed, I find an entrance up here. Go me. So a bunch of patrols inside and slaves, I guess, mining up the abundance of silver in here. I know where I'm sending my own servants. It seems if I do attack the overlords, the workers are likely to rise up against them and not fight me, unless I specifically attack them. Too bad my weapons and spells are multi-target shots, which is unfortunate for them. Anyways, it's a large setup and it looks quite organized, but I need to move on. And I make my way to where I was before, just on the right side of the gate this time, and I engage in glorious combat with Sir Magnus. Well, the name Sir implies he's some sort of knight. I can tell because he's so bloody slow on account of his heavy armor he's wearing. It's good news for me. But if he wants to, he can do a big ice charge. Looks like I'm dealing with another cold bastard. His missile throw proves that for me. But there are servants that come and fight him as well, which is quite helpful. They do die quickly, however, to big frosty spells. I get skewered shortly later, but I've seen enough to restart this guy for a second time, which I do, and it goes much smoother this time. I avoid getting stabbed for a change. However, he does a big ultimate where he covers the entire area in icebergs, and he eventually does a more magnificent one where he makes a shield of ice. However, this is bad news for me because he's healing somewhere in there. The second time he does that, I see there might be an opening behind him when he does that. So when he does it for a third time, I take this chance, though it's not great damage. I can't really break through it from the front either. Yes. No, I can't. How do you... Alright, I'm gonna have to switch out a spell, I reckon. I switch out my spells mid-fight, and I get a lot more damage on him later in the scuffle, and it lasted much longer because it was so hard to position myself when he kept healing himself. I got there in the end. Got him.
The light.
Goodness me, he was a tough one.
Come for you.
No, the light will not come for me. I'm coming for you though. Good fight though, man. Good fight. Goodness me. Looks like I can open the gate from here and make my escape. Can this gate always stay open now? Nope, it closes at some point. Also, I noticed something. Why does that remind me from one of the guys from World of Warcraft 3? I think the Knight? Oh yeah, he definitely reminds me of the Knight. Anyways, I start smelting up some dark silver ingots, and I'm excited because I also unlocked large storage from Allmate, and they're nice and chunky. Look at everything I can cram in this thing. In fact, everything from my woodcrafting and metalworking rooms fit in here. But I decide there should be two because one is a lonely number. I only need one backpack, and this one can hold my silver or all my coins. At least more than the previous one, and it also gives me more inventory, obviously. I make my first dark silver weapon, which is the crossbow, would you believe. My only problem was that although it increases my level and physical power, I lose the damage reduction and spell power bonuses. However, I tossed my current weapon into this ancestral forge, and I can use this new silver crossbow to make a better one with these two weapons. I retained all the bonuses and got the extra damage and gear level. I'm 70 now, which is still 3 levels below the next tier of bosses, but that's fine. If I want to make the next tier stuff, I'm going to have to unlock the Anthenium, which is after the study, but the technology is behind a level 77 boss, 7 levels higher than me, so I'm missing something, I think. That missing something is the Blood Malo amulet. I get it for killing Baron du Bucon the Sommelier. Yeah, so that's going to increase us by 4. Okay, yeah, no, I can see where we're going with this. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. I indulge on some rats as I'm on a diet, prune my garden a little bit, which I'm still yet to move, and I actually start doing that now. It's nice I can just break down grown plants and put them in my pockets to be replanted later, and I relocate them outside my new alchemy area. Doesn't have to look nice, it just has to be functional, and I'm quite happy with the end results. I planted even more than I had before. I make that new cape I got from the Warcraft 3 Knight wannabe. I make a silver weapon for Lindsay, which I then infuse with this current weapon, because I needed someone to be a little bit stronger. A 69 is the classic number I was aiming for here. Not really, I just needed someone who can succeed in bringing me back lots of silver ore, seeing as I can't do it in bulk for vampire reasons. As I'm sending them all out, I think to myself that I need more servants. The resource types are becoming numerous, and I need more underlings for everything new I'm unlocking. If I'm planning on getting more people, I should upgrade my storage situation. I do have these large shelves for every smaller one I have now, so I replace every single one of them. I like the way they look. I stock up on some essential potions and I hit the road. This fella is my target, but I'll keep my eyes open for potential employees, like this 78% brute I found. Not really high enough for me, but sometimes you make desperate choices and take what you can. I try some fishing here and I fish up a gold sun coin, which indicates that there's obviously merchants somewhere in this area where I can buy some blueprints again if I need to. For now, I head into this vineyard, where I get jumped by a bloody harpy. I can see why they have a lot of patrols in this area as well. But I'm after this winemaking fella. He has a very nice cellar. It's almost a shame that this place is going to get ruined. I start the fight off, and right off the bat, the guy himself is kind of a pushover. But he has an ace up his sleeve. Oh yeah? Okay, that doesn't work too well. So yeah, this guy just summons an ungodly amount of barrels in repeating waves that hit you like a truck. So it's very much about dodging them and keeping up damage. As you saw there, my Ward of the Damned is not effective here. I try again with my Blood Rite. Can I dodge it with this? Nope, I cannot dodge it with that. How on earth am I gonna do this? Can I attack him? Okay, I can attack them. Right, so it may just be a case of targeting the barrels and then him. The thing is, they are sometimes quite hard to avoid. You really have to become one with the barrels to dodge them. I eventually clue on that I may have to save my spells for the barrels and my weapon attacks for him. I switch into full chaos for this occasion, and yeah, that aftershock also works well for getting rid of barrels.
I do my best work.
Oh my god! I might be dead. Oh. That is insane. This was a fun fight. Listen to my joy here. F you absolute. I eventually had to focus more on the barrels and less on him, which is what finally got me to win this fight. I hate this guy.
Come, embarrass yourself. Bottoms up.
You're joking me! Eventually the barrels come from the other side, and I do get the killing blow in time. It was a bit of a slow fight to get him.
Don't wash the mouth, wash the hands.
Got him. Alright, get him.
Remember this as the day where you almost killed.
Where I almost killed? Continue your conversation. As I'm running around, I see a place I'll be spending plenty of time soon. Fortress of Light. It's probably going to be a very big bad guy over there. Oh crap. Indeed there will be. You're going to love that fight. Until then, I want to relax a little bit. I make myself a proper fish storage chest for these happy humans in their cages. I prune my newly grown garden, which is a good feeling, and experience a not so good feeling when I look up the requirements to make that new necklace. The hell is a blood mallow? Well, it's a potion, right? So that's alchemy, I think to myself. Nope, it's not in here. I read the description again and see that it's tapped at a prison. Interesting. I need to shove some sacred grapes into a happy person's mouth and then draw their blood to get the blood mallow. I get these grapes at the vineyard I was just at, so I think it's time for a little pilfering. Also a little mind dominating as I see an 82% brute. I can't seem to find high quality brutes. It reminded me, however, that right now my accommodation is too full, so I rush home, inspect this whole other unused room next to the prison, I mean hotel, and this is a no-brainer. I combine these two rooms, shuffle their 5-star accommodations around, and add as many extra rooms as I can fit in here. Okay, we got plenty of prisons here now. I'm back at that vineyard and I spy a little more for those grapes, which I see are in these giant grape squashing buckets. I'll have to deal with the harpies ambushing me before I can claim my prize, which is about 140-ish grapes per bucket. But what's nice is that I can also steal some seeds, so that I can grow my own sacred grapes in my not so sacred territory. This 72% warrior will accompany the grapes back home for me. I'm in the area, so I decide to go grab some more silver ore while I'm here. The gate is closed now, so indeed I have to go the long way and fight my way through again, with as much silver as I can carry, of course. Yep, these workers don't care at all that I'm here, but looks like I can only carry about 1,000 silver before I start taking damage, so I need to run home quickly. I spy a 98% worker in the mines, which I will come back for, because he would be great as my silver miner. I smelt up all my hard-earned ores, go back and subdue that 98% worker, grab even more silver while I'm here, which makes me decide on a name for this fella, when the conversion duration is finished of course. When it is, I call him Silver. Rise.
Welcome to your new life.
Hey Silver, how you going, mate? After that successful job interview, I shovel some grapes in Old Mate's mouth and tap him for some sweet, sweet blood mallow, which I splash onto a necklace so that I can call it a blood mallow amulet. I will lose 6% movement speed from my old necklace, which I detest, but you have to get the gear levels up, which is going to be 74 when I'm equipped properly, and I'm a match for these level 73 people now. I make a bunch of these silver weapons, which I can give to my servants, making Silver also a kinky 69 kind of fella. I can't send him to the mines because Lindsay is there right now, but Silver has all the right traits to get me a lot of grapes, which makes me realize that I should be finding servants in specific areas and then sending them back to those same areas. I forgot that I had a 100% worker here. I can't remember where I got her. I recently got lots of semi-decent brutes and I want to try this gruel on them as well, which fails, and I had a mini heart attack because I thought this area of effect attack would hurt all the rest of the people in their cells, but it doesn't. Thank you developers for making that choice. I also realized trying to get all these guys to 100% with the gruel is unrealistic, which means they're kind of useless to me. I'm currently cooking that 100% worker, making her gear and read about this guy who will give me the anthenium and realize that he's been alive for 800 years. Wow. That sounds like a pretty rad guy. He's been alive for 800 years. Really? And I'm just going to lickety-split go and finish him off, am I? Fair enough. Sophia is welcome to the family, and she's a Dunley farmer type person, which apparently makes her perfect for a quartz hunt. I do need glass, as I do make a lot of glass bottles for potions. I need to go exploring and searching for more servants myself. I enter a new area and I get a shocking revelation. To me, I thought this was all part of this. Ow! Okay, you get struck by lightning here. Good to know. So I'm in the middle of exploring. Yeah, so I thought that this whole area was one, but the light blue and the brownish terrain show that it's two different areas. Really good stuff indeed. I've proven myself a little impatient when it comes to unlocking new technology, so I'm going to skip the 273 people and go straight for that 77 because I really wanted the anthenium for gear upgrades. He's not in the silver area, he is in fact in that new Zappy place, which features bolts of lightning. You can't stand still here or else you die. Couple of horses here. Oh no, the poor horsey. That's just cruel. Alright, let's not. Ooh. Did that just spawn in? I don't know if that just spawned in. I have to look at the footage, but I did not see that until I changed my camera. So no, that chest was there, I just didn't see it. But those depleted batteries is something new. I'll investigate later. The mobs in this new area are very similar to the guys in Gloomrot. I think they're the same actually. Yep, this definitely looks like a laboratory. Seriously? Wow, that is rough, man. Alright, Mr. Henry, I'm going to assume you're gonna shoot a lot of stuff at me, mate. So I will probably need... Yeah, there's a lot of battery stuff here, so I'm probably going to need my spell here for it, aren't I? Yeah. Let's take this one and take my usual Wolfie boy. After blasting him in the face, he does a Spider-Man 2 Octoman type thing and he reveals his extra mechanical legs. He then covers the arena in streams of electricity that I need to avoid. He also does a counter and when I hit that, he turns into a ball of lightning himself and I need to dodge. He also does this and shoots single balls at me which I can deflect easily, but my minions can activate that counter for him, which I need to be mindful of. At one end, he emits a war wave of electrical bolts, which can be tough to dodge if you're trapped by other electricity. Overall, this was actually a straightforward fight, until he goes beast mode.
At your head, I have ripped the lightning from the sky itself.
Ow, 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 ow. Wow.
I cannot go on.
That is a rough one.
I could not dodge that at all. So what's the deal there? So I go and fetch my bags, and I take a couple of hits, and I want to take a potion before trying this guy again. This really bothers me. Have a look at my hotbar just before I died 5 seconds ago. Now, see where my potions are and where the irradiant gruel is? I don't understand why picking up my stuff switches the positions of my potions. They should be locked, because I did this. What did I just drink? What did I just drink? Why? Oh my god, am I going to die from whatever I just drank? I have no idea. I must have drunk the iridium gruel. Well done. Absolutely astounding. Anyways, I give Henry another go, and I think here I used my dashes too quickly. I survived with proper dash use, but it can be refined. Unfortunately, he did it right after I used the dash later and died when it was on cooldown. Come on, come on, come on, come on! Damn it. It was on my 4th attempt that I caught on to everything that he does, and I had to deal with it one more time before taking the win.
God, at thy fingers.
I think I got him. No, not yet.
The sword.
Okay, here we go. Last time.
I'm brilliant.
Gotcha.
I cannot go on.
After 800 years.
Maybe you will succeed.
Maybe I will succeed. Interesting.
I feel stronger.
And? Wait. Brutal. It was fun. Alright, as I make my escape, I'm starting to see a lot of these tier 3 dual spells, which is good news. I've been collecting a couple of books for that new Anthenium I have to make. My servants usually help me collecting books from their own hunts as well. It had been a few days before killing Henry, and at this point silver was getting me silver instead of grapes. Look at the damage if I try to do what he did. And let's run down. Oh. See, this is why silver does the silver stuff, because I physically cannot do it. Let's just chuck it all in here for now, because I can't have that on me for long. That was about 1900 silver just then, some of which I need to use to make this Anthenium. At this point, my study is all done and dusted. I have no more use for it, so I can replace the Anthenium, is where it's at now. Oh, look at that. Nice. Look at that. And we can start learning these extra weapons now as well. I have a bunch of books already piled up, so I unlock everything I can right now. There's a new tier of potions I can make that increases my spell power or physical power by 6 instead of 3. The weapons are sanguine weapons and a whole bunch of new armor sets. Anything I have duplicates of gets eaten up of course and pooped out for more schematics, which is the next step up from scrolls. For the new armors I will need to get ghost yarn it seems. And I have to kill Matka the Curse Weaver, who's on the same level as Henry to unlock it. I think I'll have to travel back to that forest for her, because I got the ghost type resource there, so that makes sense to me. Before I follow my bloodlust, I appeal to my technology cravings. I take all my tech scrap and all my scrolls, because I smash these two together to unlock the schematics I need for random tech unlocks. Luckily I've been sending my servants in the right directions, so I have an abundance of these resources. Right off the bat I got a new necklace upgrade with movement speed, so this I really want. But I need power cores, and that's something new. I see I make this in the fabricator with charged batteries and radium alloy. Looks like it's among the stuff I get with the level 80 people. First things first, Matka the Witch of the Swamp. Alright, this witch. Oh my god. Oh no, she's a spider witch. Oh god. This could be interesting. Despite my fearful reaction there at first, Matka was actually a pretty easy fight for me. She puts some poison blobs onto the ground. She also shoots skulls from her staff and summons mosquitoes. But this is quite the attack, which takes me a moment to catch on to. Oh, what the hell am I? I'm a pig! That's right, oink oink. But this little piggy isn't going all the way home because her attacks are really easy to dodge. Okay, so she's made me a pig again? I am no swine! Oh god. Okay, I don't know what you're doing right now, love, but it's not great.
Anyways, Matka was a straightforward fight for me, and for slaying her. Ghost Yarn, yes, but I also unlocked the advanced loom. Also, yes, yes, we got the crossbow. Good stuff, good stuff. Anyways, the advanced loom looks quite nice. I'm going to squeeze it into the spot of the old one. I do have the stuff as my servants have already plundered a lot in the cursed forest. Again, I love this feature. As I'll be needing them, I'm glad I got extra seeds so I plant them in my garden. In regards to that sanguine crossbow, I need gold ingots to make it. That's on the same level as those power core people, so I have to leave that for now. As I'm about to make my new armor, I realized something. Did I do that fight with 35% blood? Indeed, I forgot to take my dose before, so I've kind of proven that awesome blood isn't really required. It's nice, yes, but not a must. Rogue blood gives me that awesome speed, which is something I really value. Maybe I can switch this out. I'll touch on this again shortly. For now, I can make 2 sets of the Shadow Moon gear. They each have a bit of movement speed and critical chance, and the 2 set gives me a 7% primary attack leech. Then I make the 2 set of the Grim Knight. They individually give me more attack speed and weapon leech, and the 2 set bonus gives me 100 HP. We just boosted our health to 953. That is fantastic. Good stuff, good stuff. I am thoroughly pleased with that. Let's chuck that one on now. So now I'm level 77. And if I look at this, these people are actually well below me now, so I can go ahead and probably go and kill these guys for these greater jewels and all that sort of stuff, which would be good. But I really want to kill this guy here, Mr. Voltatia, for the power core, so I can unlock the better weapons. I genuinely want that. I really do want that. Alright, so we have a little bit of time right now on our hands. Indeed, time to send people out for more resources. Resources I then use to make things for me, like these new witch potions, and it frees me up to go scouting for blood quality people. Like on this occasion, I see a 98% brute, something I've really been looking for. After some convincing, I can finally send this fella home via the bat flying method. I dread this next part though. Please don't turn into a thing. 99%, come on man. Come on. Yes. Yes. Oh, that is good stuff. Okay, so 100% brute. Let's see what this is all about. 100%. 100%. Oh, so a 10% primary attack life leech. That is insane. So physical, I will always heal myself for 3 or something like that. Increase primary attack speed and gain 1 gear level. We are now level 78. Good stuff. 30% increased healing received. Oh, heal yourself for 4% of your victim's health when striking a killing blow. Very nice. So that's 30% increased with the healing. So that's going to be 50 or something now health coming back to me. 6% chance per relative health recovered to boost movement speed by 20% and damage of physical attacks, and boost this all by 25%. Yes. I'm very pleased with that. I have to test this out. So I let people beat me up to see how much I can heal myself for. Did I just heal myself for 31? Oh my god. Are you serious? Am I oh my god. Yes. Oh Vincent. Oh Vincent. That is amazing. That is so good. I didn't see Vincent, but here is the wolf heal and the heal after dashing, which is insane. That is pretty crazy. So as I'm running home, I'll touch again on that necklace. I now have another blood type, meaning I lose the rogue movement speed, but I have gear and that upcoming necklace to offset that for massive healing, which I think is worth it. And as I survived Mudcub with no problems, I think this is going to be fine. Before I jump ahead of myself, I decided to go hunt these two I completely skipped before. I go back to the silver area, and harpies descend upon me from above. Indeed, my first target is Morian the Stormwing Matriarch. I'm warned to keep my precious gems out of sight apparently. This fight up the hill shows me that these harpies like chaos magic, which is a good way to describe this upcoming fight. There is a lot of mobs up here, so I want to clear as much as I can. Even on the plateau where she is, there's a few extra harpies loitering around. Anyways, on to the fight. She followed me and at point blank does a chaos charge that does big damage. She unleashes a lot of chaos magic balls, which is good stuff. She gives me a big slap, goes into the air and brings down a couple of additional harpies. I don't realize it right now, but there was an extra harpy sitting over there on the ledge that I aggroed. Honestly, it becomes chaos very shortly. I think that's the matriarch flying like a wrecking ball back and forth, while I'm being slapped by several harpies. She eventually finishes me off with a big spinning attack, and I determine that there is a lot going on. How can I control chaos? When I go back, I have a better look, and I see that there was in fact 2 extra harpies that probably joined the fight before, adding to that mayhem. Once I deal with them, I restart the scuffle. This time around, I dodge her charge attack. She also does a lot of area of effect stuff. I didn't see this before. But indeed, there are 4 harpies now that she summoned. This is how I control chaos. I funnel them. I get as much distance on them and then I dash to the other side. So now I know all attacks are coming from that angle, unlike last time where I was completely surrounded. It does work for me, and I get a very nice counter off to summon minions. And when she does her big spinning attack, I get another satisfying counter off. She summons more adds and I deal with them the same way, funneling the chaos. And I get a satisfying ultimate on them. Okay. Gotcha. Beautiful. Oh, okay, tough fight. A lot of chaos going on, but I think I had the right idea of backing off when they all bundled together and just getting them in a straight line and not getting surrounded. I think that was the good play there. Good fight indeed. And as I'm running around, I take in the surroundings. I like this area. It does look pretty. It reminds me of, I think, Pandaria, or yeah, the Mists of Pandaria, the World of Warcraft expansion at some point. Anyways, I'm at home and I see that I can now make flawless gems for taking out that harpy. Maya Win the Elementalist is next, and I find her in this smaller grove. It reminds me of someone. Right, there she is. Alright, I think this is going to be the same as that Polaris fight, so let's just keep our distance and go for gold. Merwin is quite similar to Pelora, an elemental type person. She shoots me with beams of ice. She summons a wheel of fire that keeps spitting fire at me, but I manage to weave in between the spits. She does a big cyclone attack which I think is meant for me, but my skeleton takes a hit and goes for a little joyride. She slaps an electrical thing on me and summons a chaser that obviously locks onto me. She duplicates herself and both of them do a smaller chaos barrage thing, but she does her big play after I do my own ultimate.
I will end you.
No, you will not. Oh, are you healing, are you? Yep, looks like she's healing, and there's a big fire sphere spitting me with fire and following me. But anyways, I found this fight quite nice, and I eventually get the killing blow.
I will end.
Nice. There you go.
Why is it so dark?
It's so dark because it's the closest to daytime. That's when it's darkest. Don't worry, I can help you out there. I think I called it right there, just keeping my distance. That was the same as that Polara person. Just keeping the distance there was going to help me anticipate her moves. Oh, look at me, just one-shotting these people on brutal difficulty. Where's some wood? I gotta touch some wood right now, god damn it. Alright, there you go.
It's laminated wood, but it's the same thing. We'll see how that goes in the near future. The worst is yet to come. For now, I throw some normal gemstones into the gem cutter because I want to make them into the flawless gems. It's a 3:1 ratio. As I wait, I see that Merwin unlocked a new holy resistance potion for me. This sounds familiar. I'm probably going to need to drink this to get to a holy person soon. So I make this potion using a regular one and some sacred grapes. She also unlocked the ability to make tier 3 jewels, but it seems that whenever I make them, the bonuses are random, so you have to just go for it, get lucky, and wait till you get the ones you like. I also try a new Ward of the Damned one, but this is the wolf one I like, and the Ward of the Damned one I settled for. Just in time as well, because tonight is a blood moon, and that is prime time to hunt. Azariel the Sunbringer is first, and I had a hunch I'd need this holy potion for him. The blood moon has come, and his time is nigh. I get to what seems to be a very large fortified town, but it looks like even a town like this has its own lore problems, because I see a holy patrol beat up some randoms on the street. I also fight my first paladin opponent, and they are really tough. My god, a paladin is one tough opponent. There are many people here. I eventually try my human form to try and bypass a lot of this rabble. Too bad the very holy people can see right through me. My nose leads me up an impressive set of stairs. Too bad it's a meeting point for several patrols, a paladin and a bunch of other dirty humans. I'll be honest, just getting to Old Mate is a mission. They even forced me to retreat for a while, making me anger even more parts of the town. You're joking me, man. You're absolutely joking me. What is this insanity? What the f... I get my composure and I come back when some of the patrols have moved on, and I finally head into this big church. I see a few chests here just at the entrance, which I help myself to, but I'm introduced to the troubles of this upcoming fight quickly, which is that the ornaments will fight me as well. Seeing as the building itself is attacking me, I just dive straight into this fight. Oh, by the way, I popped that holy resistance potions before when I entered this general area, because I also started to take holy damage. Anyways, the old priest can do a mage blink, and in his original spot, a bunch of holy magic is spewed out towards me. As expected, the building itself fires beams of light at me, making me run from one side to the other side, while Old Mate is still shooting his holy magic at me. It also looks like he spawned a holy soldier to help him fight. I can do the same thing by pulling off a satisfying Ward of the Damned on his attack. He heals himself a little bit when he puts himself in a bubble, classic paladin priest behavior. He summons a holy barrage from the ceiling, which is only focused around him, so as a crossbow user, that doesn't bother me at all. He summons that same type of crystal I saw from the other holy dude, so I deal with it promptly. Anyways, here are the final moments of this fella. No.
I am beloved.
Goodness me, that was a good fight. You're mine, mate. You are mine. Oh crap. Even after he's defeated, the building gets a cheeky beam on me. Not a very difficult fight, just had to watch my surroundings. Do you remember when I first got here and I pointed out these marksman area of effect stuff, but getting in there was actually a Those guys are f***ing accurate. I mean, well done to them. Oh, you're joking me. I mean, well done to them, but goddammit, that's very frustrating. So I still have time on this blood moon, and I need to make the most of it. So I quickly make a detour to empty my inventory at home. I could make myself the, next, thingy quickly. Maybe I can... Nah, you know what? I actually want to quickly kill these people and just get it over and done with. I may not have said it nicely, but once I killed Old Mate, maybe I would have been able to make my next weapon upgrade. But I was in a hurry, so not yet. I teleported to the Zappy place and infiltrate this Transcendent power plant. I deal with some delinquents, and atop this platform is my quarry, Voltatia the Power Master. Well, this is an appropriate name for her. She has a big bazooka type gun that she can use to fire a giant beam of electricity at me. It seems I can outrun it rather easily. She can also teleport and then do the same beam thing. It must be her main attack. She does a big sphere thing and then goes stealth mode and tries that same move again, really putting some faith into this attack of hers.
security to me!
Right, so he's got security coming. Indeed, some lackeys show up and I got a taste of that beam because my focus was divided, which is a taste of what's to come. Also, that looks like a barrier blocking any attacks from the front. And then I finally get a bad taste of that beam gun. It seems when I'm caught in it, I can't escape, so I have to dodge it from the start. That was a bad one and I restart this fight. As my Ward of the Damned didn't work before, I go all offensive for this next attempt. On the next attack, I see a new attack which is a shotgun fire to the face. Quite impolite. I also think the ads are quite vulgar. They divide your attention and that cannon fire she does can be quite devastating. Anyways, Voltatia is a boss I found some trouble with. Those beam attacks are really rough and I retreat several times to restart this fight. I make a quick detour for Mr. 92% Brute here of course, as he caught my eye as he's constantly walking around the platform. I get it to half health. And then this happens. That is correct, she doubles, meaning I have twice as much beams to deal with, and this is pretty full on, and I'm forced to flee again. I try a few more times, but I have met my match in Voltatia the Power Master. Look at this clip and all the chaos going on. I get her close, but I accidentally switch my weapons out and I make a misclick, which then proves fatal here, and also here. I'm dead, I'm dead.
It's not the end.
No, it has to be the rogue. It has to be the rogue blood. I surmised that I need extra movement speed from the rogue potion, which I actually try shortly later but not resulting in a better outcome. So I call it quits for this session of gaming. I lied, I tried one more time and I made a discovery. I could just distance those giant beams if I spaced myself far enough. But when I saw this pack of idiots running up the stairs, I finally tapped out. What the hell is going on here? It's so close, and I'm gonna have to leave it until tomorrow. I can't do this until the next day, so you know what? I'm gonna go pick up my bags, and we're gonna just go home. I did see this 88% warrior I really wanted, but sometimes fat finger is a thing.
The human mind.
I wanted that warrior. I pressed R, didn't I? R and T. Do you know where they are on the keyboard? Right next door to each other. Well, that's a great end to the night then. That is a wonderful end to the night. Before I went to bed, I sent some people on their 23-hour excursions, smelt some of that gold necklaces into gold ingots, which I then slapped in here to make that sanguine crossbow, which I then slapped together with my current weapon to make it the next tier weapon. I was 77 before, I'm now level 80 with this new weapon. I was going to do this before I headed off to fight Voltatia, but there you go, mistakes were made I think. So I'm going to take it easy for a bit. I find sometimes you just need to relax and not do boss fights to chill and get your composure back. So do you?
To my will.
Come on, big fella. He's huge. He's like 3 times the size of me. Gee, good lord, yeah, he's a brute. While he is cooking, I try to make some better jewels for my magics. Corrupted Skull is on my list today. This is the one I settled for. And I also settled for the first name generated for this chunky lad. His name's James. Okay, Heskel, Alfred, Damien, Fried, James. Okay, that's the second time we've had James. Stefano, George, Corey, James. Okay, third time's a charm. I guess this guy's called James.
Carry out my will.
I kept auto coming up with James. I'm like, okay, fine, his name's gonna be James then. I also go hunting for a high blood rogue because I would like that movement speed type for this fight. I was spying on this fight. Interesting, these guys fight each other, but even then I cop a blast to the face. Oh, that's interesting. Ow, come on! And some more. You bloody asshole. So as I was playing around, not recording, I had to quickly hit record for this. I think it's recording, yes it is. We got a 92 warrior here and a 100 rogue. Both at the same time. This is good stuff. This is very good stuff. Oh god damn! Oh my god!
After some quarreling, I got the 92% warrior, which I was really happy about. And last but not least, this 100% rogue who I was so careful.
That's enough.
Thoughts are mine.
Okay.
You are in my grasp. Bend to my will. You look right at home.
Excellent. Excellent. I found my 100%, Kylie. I finally found my 100%. I've been looking for from like day one. Now that's a bit of an overstatement, but no, I've been looking for a 100% fella for a very long time now. Better late than never, but today was quite a bounty indeed. I'm gonna get hit here. That's insane. Do you want to hear my impression of my dog? Is that right, little schnapperkins? Yeah, guys, that's right. This is life. You two are home, just the way it's meant to be. I also nearly killed Old Mate, which would have devastated me. Another one? Oh, 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 oh my god. Oh my god. Lucky! So I'm back at this fella. No blood moon this time, but I have a better weapon, so I'm on the same level as her, and 100% rogue blood, running with Spectral Wolf and Corrupted Skulls to make extra minions to divide attention. And in classic fashion, I actually get her on my first attempt. You've seen enough of her, so I'll just show you the final moments.
You're gonna regret not wearing protection.
Got him, got him, got him, got him, got him. I also got a nice tier 4 dual spell for my chaos magic here. Good fight. I think the 100% did come in clutch there. I actually did that without my bonus potions. It's funny how coming into a fight fresh, it can really help you out. But I can now finally make those power cores, and also an EMP that's used to disable electrical sources. I don't know what this is used for, but for those power cores, I need charged batteries. I have depleted batteries, and object that can be charged with lightning. I see, do I need to go and stand somewhere out in the lightning, do I? Okay, well, let's give that a go, I guess. We'll stand close to this thing here. There we go. That didn't seem to work. How do you charge this thing there? Well, that's lightning there, isn't it? An object that can be charged with lightning. And it's an alchemy type thing, yeah? Is there something at home that I'm missing right now? Not at home, and I googled this and I saw that there were specific towers I can charge these batteries at. I traveled there and there's plenty of lightning here and some mobs I have to deal with. Once done, I can see I charged 10 of them at a time, and it can only be charged 10 at a time. I need more of these. God damn, I hope these guys get hazard pay. My god, the amount of lightning around here is insane. I'm in this place, Kylie. I finally charged my batteries and all that sort of stuff by stealing the electricity from these people. But where these people were working, it's just constant thunder strikes. And I mean, like, I'm looking at 4 areas, 5 areas, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 areas being struck by lightning at this current moment. And it's quite hazardous. And I'm like, I hope these people are getting hazard pay. Because the thing is, they can die as well being struck by the lightning. It wasn't until I got back home I realized that I was going to need a lot more batteries than I currently had. So I spent quite some time killing these electrical people and plundering their goods for these depleted batteries. They are kind of rare. Maybe I should be sending my servants here to get those batteries for me, because I only end up with about 25 after a while. That's enough for now though. And I get back to making them and that necklace I was larping about a while ago. I can finally make it, which is wonderful. I'm level 83 now and I can really feel the movement increase. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Wide strides. Knees to chest. Knees to chest. I needs to chest myself over to the castle heart, and I upgraded to the final level, which is 5, and I see I can now make one extra servant. The next step for that questline is to make myself the Eye of Twilight. I haven't done this questline in ages actually. Anyways, I make this thing, and it explains that there are several unique soul shards that belong to powerful beings. Once you defeat them, you have them in your possession and their buffs. However, if you're on a PvP server, others can try and take these from you because the map shows their locations. That's not a worry for me though. As I made that thing, it unlocks the final mission for the game, which shouldn't be a spoiler by this point.
Blueprints, we need to defeat Dracula. The final thing we need to do in the game is defeat Dracula. Well, thank you very much, game. So if it wasn't clear enough, our final enemy in this game is going to be Dracula. So to be fair, I think if anyone's been paying attention, that's kind of a given.
Guess what? I completely forgot this existed. The next time there is a rift, I should probably go and farm some shards for these passives, because I think going forward into the endgame, I'm going to need them. Nah, I'll do that shortly. For now, I travel back to where that ice creature was that gave me trouble ages ago, because there is another V-Blood here it seems.
Okay, there we go. Terraclaw the Ogre. Alright, Mr. Terraclaw. I do not know what you are all about. I think I need to keep my distance from you. You seem like a big boy. So, we're gonna go ahead and drink a rogue blood.
Yep, so rogue blood it is for this guy, plus all the other potions. Let's do this. After I start this fight, Old Mate throws a tantrum, sending tons of ice shockwaves all over the place. With the rogue blood, I can dodge them all. But then I thought he was doing a runner.
Is that right? Oh, that really hurt.
Yep, that did hurt. He sends a big shockwave. He comes at me, sidesteps me, and he tries that same thing. But I'm ready this time. Which annoyed him, I think, because he does a pounding ice thing again. Seeing this rotation, I knew what this guy was all about. But he can summon a storm and shoot frost at me. My minion took the first hit, so that was nice of him. Alright, he surprised me there. His magic follows you, and he does a big jump, and things get very close at the end.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh damn it, oh damn it, oh damn it. Oh, lucky. Okay, first go. Good stuff, good stuff. Just going to extract your blood, big ogre. Now that is definitely not Shrek.
Nope, that is definitely not Shrek at all.
Okay, that is Mr. Terraclaw the Ogre done. Advanced tannery, and a new spell thing here for this one. Here we go, Ice Barrier. That is all of the ice spells unlocked, which is good stuff. Now actually, while we're in this night, what I might do is, let's go get some of these rift incursions, actually. No. I want to go see what that's all about. I want to see what level this person is. Hey, I'm back in the very first area. That's good stuff. Yeah, I was here before. I know I was. I think this is where that dragon was, actually.
I'm stopped by a giant mountain, though.
Can I get up there as a toad? I don't know how I can get up there. Even in my grotesque froggy form, I can't jump up this cliff, which gives me the impression that I need to be able to fly up there. I reckon I need to be able to fly up there, which isn't actually too far. Lord Styx, there you go. We need to kill Lord Styx to unlock the bat form. I'm gonna leave that for now. Right now, I want to go to this Stygian thing and just go and kill a bunch of people there. And get some Stygian shards.
Yep, so I'm going to spend some time farming these Stygian shards. You know the drill. fight packs of idiots, destroy crystals to get some shards, bully a lesser blood soul which shatters another crystal for even more shards. But this is the first tier rift incursions. This gives me smaller shards, which I have used to unlock all the first tier passives now. Good stuff, good stuff. The next tier passives need greater Stygian shards. They're plundered at the level 2 rift incursions, which is starting now. They are level 80 and I'm finally at this level. It's the same deal though. Packs of idiots, bigger crystals, which shatter upon idiots being defeated. Let's just get Bat Hide. Interesting, I'm starting to get Bat Hide now. And I'm also getting these greater Stygian shards, which is good stuff. Excellent, excellent, excellent. At the end of the rotation, I fight a Primal Blood Soul. They are a little more challenging and sometimes I swap an encounter for these guys. And when I defeat them, I'm blessed with lots of greater Stygian shards. Let's quickly transform into our little wolfie. We did find some stuff here, the Thunder Turbulent, and we're getting more of these guys, which is good. As I'm doing this, I come across a fight I will have to do shortly. General Valencia the Depraved. You are General Valencia the Depraved, and 86? Alright, looks like we will be coming for you soon then, won't we? Yep, this incursion comes first. Very, very, very nice. Now, this rift incursions are about to end, which is fair enough, but with that being said, there's a V-Blood just down there, General Valencia, and we get a bunch of things from her, blood spell point, so naturally I give it a go. Now she's a fan of the spear or javelin, which she throws at me and then does a big deflect move that repels any attacks coming from the front. She does a massive frontal cone, stabbing wildly and then leaping on me like a mountain goat. Then we tango, it seems. Alright, what are you gonna do next time? What are you gonna do? I'm watching you, I'm watching you. Pfft, you're watching me as well. I see. Okay, she's very good at doing that. She's very good at blocking me.
I crave the symphony of screams!
She then summons a coffin, at which point I think she tries to "This is Sparta" kick me into it. I dodge, but that thing itself nearly pulls me in. I find this fight quite unique. She counters so many of my attacks. I also discover I can damage this coffin, which is something I should probably do. After it's gone, she does a big spear throw. I see one spear, so I don't know where she got so many spears from. But anyways, I eventually fall to her. Okay, cool.
I cannot go on.
How am I gonna kill this person? She blocks all of my spells, which means she's going to be a melee type person. Yeah, she's going to be a melee type person, is she? As you know, I'm not a melee type person. However, I can summon a Death Knight who can maybe fill this role. But I can't summon the Knight on top of her as she just ruins it before it's materialized. So I summon him behind her and that works better. That's worked, but for her it finally works and I get sucked into this coffin. I try her a few more times, but as is tradition, the longer I spend on a fight, the worse I get. So I decide to bow out for now. At home, I can see I can combine 9 smaller shards into a greater one, meaning I can do both the incursions with some benefit. Speaking of which, hitting someone and getting a 6% movement speed increase for 8 seconds almost sounds like a permanent buff to me. Yes please. I'm gonna take a short break to make this advanced tannery. The thing is, I can't do anything new with it until I can work with the bat leather, which is a little bit later. For now, back to the general. I change it up a bit. When she does her massive stabby stab, I try to ward it, getting a lot of minions. She gives me kicks, which send me flying.
Don't run!
Oh, you're kidding me. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, me, man. Do I need a second barrier? Do I need to go 2 defenses and do a very slow thing on her health? Because it almost seems like that might be the play here. So yes, my play here was using 2 counters and playing the long slow game. It does help me, but it made the fight very long. These ward plays are so satisfying to land. Thing is, I get good healing from it as well, thanks to my equipped jewel. Anyways, here are the final really tough moments of this fight. Oh, I'm losing this, I'm losing this, I'm losing this. I think I've lost.
Where you belong. The shadows dance to the rhythm of your demise. Feel your blood.
witness the artistry of your demise.
Lucky.
The dance concludes for now.
Oh, good God, that was very
Cross
close.
again.
That was very close. Good Lord, that was incredibly close. This was a fulfilling victory. A very long-winded fight, but 2 counters was the right play for me. I unlocked the tier 4 jewels and the shadow weave from this fight. I do a bit of a victory rift incursion session for a while, and I end up with 1800 smaller ones which I can make into the greater ones, and 400 greater ones regardless. When making the 4th tier jewels, it's the same as the other ones. You take a chance, so I'll leave that for later. But I also need to use greater Stygian shards, so yeah, definitely leave that for later, because those shards are earmarked for passives now. I get one right now in fact, that increases my damage to V bloods by 10%, a solid passive upgrade. Speaking of which, this V blood, Gore Crusher the Behemoth, is on my to-do list. In fact, I meet this guy on the road. I've seen him before, but I've also seen a giant lair which I think belongs to him. As you can see, fighting this guy in the forest is going to be a nightmare. Too many creatures in the forest, so I'm going to set up an ambush in his hideout. This guy terrified me when I ran into him that one time ages ago, but turns out he is easier to fight than that ogre I fought just before. Like him, he also does a big jump I need to avoid. He slowly runs at me and he does a big smash that sends ripples out from his location, erupting in a wave, so it's okay to manage. I bait out his next attack, which was a big horn gouge. I narrowly dodged that. The next one can be tricky. He bounces around like Old Mate from the end of Act 1. Ow. But the next time he does, that small shield counter absorbs that massive attack, and he then gorges a skeleton minion, which is great stuff. He makes things interesting when he takes us to another realm. Oh crap. He then gets a cheeky slap on me, and we then exchange these attacks. But seeing as I use ranged weapons, I bypass it completely. This is cool though, he duplicates himself. One ghosty version and then the actual guy. I eventually whittle them both down. Ghosty guy goes down first, and Gore Crusher also follows. First try as well. Got him. Oh, not too bad. That wasn't too bad. I have the Witch Potion, and I think this Rage Potion is for the 6 increase in physical power. Good stuff indeed. Guess who I run into?
Come, have a look.
Nope, sorry Ben, no time for you today, mate. Come, have a look. You know what would be great? Leading the behemoth into Ben. That would be such a shit show. Nope, for now I'm hunting Lord Styx. He's probably going to be in Dracula's demise. I reckon that's where he is. Yeah, he's definitely in Dracula's demise. Yeah, now he's nearby. He's probably in there. I have to run past a bunch of humans, and I have to make my way up this ramp. I dodge a bunch of Draculan coming down the ramp, and barely dodge being caught in the crossfire in between those 2 mentioned factions. Now I was in a bit of a hurry, and I saw where Old Mate was, and I just jumped straight into this fight. I see this giant crystal and open space here, and I thought, righto, this is a good enough spot. Now All Mate did a jump there, and he then starts to summon a few blood type spells. At the exact time, though unbeknownst to me, an unseen attacker drops chaos fire from the sky, and I thought this was all from him. He followed that up with a big spin with countless blood destructo discs. He seems quite slow, but he can quickly close the gap by jumping at me, doing some magic beams and teleporting behind me. There's also an ominous shadow on the ground from above. I get my composure, come back, and I see something new. What is this all?
Don't have the proper tools.
Ooh, really? I don't have the proper tools. Now that is something. Before I start this fight, something reveals itself. Right, so the dragon. There's a dragon here as well. How often do you do your attack, dragon? He does it every so often. It can make this fight a little bit hard. He's also constantly following you, meaning you're always in combat, so you can't heal to max when you've left the fight with Lord Styx.
Unsustains me.
Deal with. Can you please heal yourself up to maximum? Oh, that is bull. I'm constantly in combat because of the dragon. That is silly, man. Yep, so I have to leave the entire area every time I want to restart. The next attempts go much the same as the first one in these early tries. I try to keep my distance as much as possible, something I'd actually change up. When he's half health, he decides to leap towards the moon. I wait for a while, and then 2 gargoyles come to fight me. Lord Styx eventually returns, and I have 2 gargoyles, this boss, and a dragon to deal with. He also hits me with a heart strike that kills me after a few moments, thoroughly confusing me. Oh shit, are you... I don't know what just attacked me there. What's the play here? I try a couple more times, and this is how I coped with this guy. The blood attack always got me through the crystal. This time I walked way back, and it's a pattern. 1 from him, then 2 from each side. This time I hugged him when he did his big spin attack with this amazing ward counter. When his gargoyles arrived, I forced them down as quickly as I could. But I made a bit of a boo-boo with my ultimate.
Bow to the everlasting night. Your fate.
Oh, you cancelled my bloody ultimate, you animal! This distracted me and I lost my composure. Keep your coolness, people, this is when you lose it. After I did another big counter, he did what I thought was a big attack. But looking closely here, I think he just healed up a bit. I'm not really sure actually. These are his final moments.
Blood master. Your fate is ended.
Gotcha.
You
Okay.
will never stop him.
Let's quickly suckle on you before this dragon annihilates me. Alright, standing very close by with that circle thing was the best play there was.
New knowledge acquired.
On the way home, I give myself some motivational encouragement. Once you realize what happens there, because I was looking around too much, but keeping him in front of you, and then that first beam he shoots at you, and then they come from the side, so they're not random, they are actually predictable. So that's one thing I need to keep in mind. The enemies, their attacks can be predicted, you just have to look closely. So this right here, this speech to myself, it would have made me so much happier if I remembered my own words when fighting a few of these final bosses, which you'll see shortly. So we got this new thing, so we got the Onyx Tear, a black material forged by blood, gold and power, used to restore the most powerful of weapons. We got this, okay, and bat form. Did I just unlock the bat form, did I? Where is this thing? Where is it?
From flesh to shadow.
Nice. Look at that, that's amazing. Can I fly very quickly? How do I descend? Like this? Oh, that is so cool. Oh yes, I fly home in style. I'm loving this. So this is my castle, and I have never been able to see it from the top. This is what it looks like. Oh, it's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. A very snazzy little thing. Can you land in invalid location? Okay. Well, honey, I'm home. Okay, I think I enjoyed that too much. I have a look at my next tier of fights, and they're 6 levels higher than me. I learned my rage potion, so that's going to complement the witch potion. Really good stuff. And I see I got some blood crystals somehow. That must have been from the crates at Dracula's demise, and that must have been that ore I couldn't mine yet. I can now finally make that bat leather from the hide and pristine leather. This tannery is finally being used. And I also make shadow weave that I learned from Miss Stabby Stab. Though I'm making this stuff, I can't use them just yet as I don't have the knowledge of the final products. I can make myself the best bag in the game, which unlocks all of my inventory slots. Really exciting stuff here. I thought this blood key would be a new necklace for me, but no, it's the same level. I'm still 6 levels lower than the next few fights. I do see these onyx tears here. Maybe I can use this somehow. It didn't lead anywhere. I couldn't use these onyx tears just yet, but I can do this. There we go. There we are. Collect this forgotten lore. Interact with an anathema that has unlocked all this stuff. Good stuff indeed. We have everything. But at this point in time, it looks like I have to go ahead and fight somebody with levels far inferior to them. Now about those levels. Remember, on brutal difficulty, all the bosses have an extra 3 levels on top of the normal. As I am on brutal, the next few guys are 6 levels higher than me, meaning it's going to be a really tough fight. I wish I chose Talzor at this point, but no, the guy who defeated Dracula was the one I chose to fight first. Be aware the next 3 fights before Dracula are something else. I'm not including Belmont in this one, he's something weird and I'll get to him later. Before I head out, oh no, Lindsay is injured. Lindsay, what are you doing, mate? How long are you injured for? For 36 minutes? I was stabbed with a luminous cross in my back. Well, you see, that's your main problem. You got stabbed in the back. What have you learned?
Nothing.
Lindsay, what have you learned? You know, Lindsay was my very first servant. Indeed, first servant. How far I've come. Also, another revelation. Oh god. Can I send people to get Stygian shards? Can I? Are you serious? Am I able to do that? Oh f yes. Go get me some Stygian shards. I am going to be very happy with that. Alright, is this, who's this? Paige, can you go here? Select? Yeah, let the hunt begin. My servants can get me all the Stygian shards that I need. Fantastic. That is wonderful news. I had no idea that was a thing. Absolutely no idea. Well, the more you know. Do you remember me walking past this big temple a little while ago, and I thought that it would be a fighting area? Well, here we are. As it's a temple, I need to drink all the right potions, including the Holy Resistance one. Wow, this is a nice looking place. Man, look at this guy's crib. Okay, Solaris the Immaculate. God damn it, I can tell you one thing, mate. Your place here of residence is beautiful. Well, the best way to show someone you like their home decor is shooting them in the back, of course. Now Solaris, he has a big charge that also shoots holy orbs to the side. He has a big sword, with which he does 2 big swings, and he conjures 2 spinning wheels with them as well. I try to dash, but that doesn't work, the orbs still hit me. Then I get hit by both flying blades. I already back away. You have to go straight at him when he does that, you can't go to the side. So this time I dash right at him, and yes, that works. And then he unleashes a very nice looking holy pattern. Quite threatening, but there is a pattern. Also, those blades have a pattern, but they last forever. So I'm keeping tabs on all mate, but I'm doing very little damage to him.
Your end is nigh.
Okay. I take a risk, and it pays off.
Your end is nigh.
Okay. However, a big slap makes me back away very quickly. Okay. So if I literally stand still in some areas, those things will not hit me. So this was my method. I dodged him, got some damage off on him, stood still to avoid these lights, and repeat. I see this for the first time.
This is luminance. Joy.
I try an all-offensive build in the following attempt, and on this attempt he does the big one. He summons an angel who hits me just as hard as he does, and things go downhill quickly. Okay, let's get this back into the road.
This is luminance. Your end is nigh.
I'm about to lose. Okay, I will have to kill that other guy as quickly as possible, actually. I try my brute blood because maybe that 1 gear level that it gives me can make a difference. And yeah, nah, look how quickly I get down here. Ah, damn it, come on. Yeah, no.
This cannot be the end.
Everything you saw till now was all me and my strategies. I watched someone else do it. It was time to learn from someone else, and as you can see, I'm running with 2 counters. Change number 1. Hug the fella and stay on him. These shields last long enough to block both these attacks, and it prevents him from doing his big dash because he's already in my face. This works beautifully. However, I'm silly and I forget to use the shield during this attack. Bugger me.
Your end is nigh.
I lose it, however, because I struggle to deal with this divine angel at the same time. Time passes. I go back home to restock on my blood vials and the potions and stuff. Might even try this chaos barrier, but it's been several attempts and I'm getting better, but the second phase gets me, and it's been several more attempts, so my composure is soon gone. Okay. Oh, for f***'s sake, man.
I cannot go on. Your end.
Dude. I'm so dead. Okay, I'm starting to get very frustrated at this. Real days pass for me. I have met my match in this prick. I make a decision. Alright. I'm gonna give this one more go. If I can't make any kind of decent headway here, I'm gonna drop the difficulty. Yep, so a few minutes later. Yeah, no, I can't do this fight. Alright, I'm dropping the difficulty. I'm dropping the difficulty on this. This is insanely difficult. There you have it, folks. I'm actually proud I lasted this long. Maya, Frostmore, and Solaris the Immaculate. These are the only ones I've been forced to drop the difficulty. I have dropped the difficulty. It is now normal. I am not going to go through more of that. I am tired, and I want to get this over and done with. So it's the exact same strategy here. He's still 6 levels higher than me. I'm noticing that now as I'm scripting this. Even on normal difficulty, I really struggle in this fight, and I die several more times.
Not the end.
I'm not having a good time right now. I'm definitely not having a good time right now. It's so sad to hear me say this. I wish I went and did the other winged thing first, because yes, out of the next 3 before Dracula, this guy is the hardest, and I chose him. Thing is, Dracula is harder still. I managed to get him to his 3rd phase, where the angel bubbles him, taking him out of the fight completely, and leaving just the 2 of us. I've seen enough clips elsewhere to know this fight by this point, but tragedy still hits me. Oh my god! Funny enough, I rage quit at this moment. I just walked away. I can hear my partner comforting our dog because I was fuming at this point.
It's alright, Lily. It's okay. Daddy's okay. You see, Daddy coming back. It's okay.
And even later still, I finally get this guy to the bubble stage. I'm actually amazed because apparently I did this with 1 counter and a spectral wolf spell. I also get a big hit on this angle, and I finally get her down. At this point, the battle turns. She helps me now fight as a fallen angel because All Might let her die while he chilled in the bubble that she made for him. Anyways, he finally takes her down, and now it's just me and him. These are the final moments, and what was perhaps 2.5 days and maybe 5 hours of clashing. I'm not really sure. I'll be specific with Dracula, but not this guy. Oh my god! Got him! Give me your blood! Give me your blood! I will suckle you dry! Oh, I'm shaking. I get an achievement for this, which then reminds me of an ugly truth. Defeat Solaris, and yeah, actually, wait. Yep, looks like I do have to fight this guy on brutal difficulty. Goddamn. Okay, well, if that is the case, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm probably gonna make myself even stronger to come fight this guy again later on. I don't care what you say. Good plan. I've also unlocked the soul shard of Solaris, which is pretty nice, but I prefer mine, funny enough. But the soul shard also replaces my current ultimate with a new one. This one is the fallen angel one. I have a fallen angel?
Looks pretty cool, I guess. I should probably test it out at some point. But I summon it for 15 seconds, so that is actually a long time. That is a very long time. For now though, I am going to go ahead and put this back with my one, because I prefer this. The other thing I got was one of the new armor pieces, the boots specifically. In classic fashion, I make the weapon attack speed 1. I got 1 extra gear score, and I stock up all my potions to ready myself for the next fight, which is Talzor the Winged Horror. He has his own soul shard and gives me the gloves to make next. Now the big question, brutal or normal? Because it looks like I'm gonna have to redo these ones. Actually, I don't have to do the next guy on brutal difficulty, because it's Dracula next on thingy, and I have to go back to Solaris. So I think I'm just going to take it easy right now and just do the current people on whatever difficulty. Correct, those brutal achievements are tied to the final bosses of acts, Solaris being the final Act 4 guy, and then Dracula because he's the final boss. As I suffered about 20 to 30 attempts on Solaris, I made the choice to go to normal for the next 2 until I get to Dracula, and then I'll redo Solaris later. I fly up to the winged creature, and I was expecting another ruthless slog just like with Solaris. Can I tell you something? I need to have a bit of a whinge about the difference in difficulty between this guy and Solaris. This guy was a walk in the park. He does a big charge with 2 chaos things on either side, so I will use my dash next time to avoid. He takes flight and he vomits more chaos onto the general area beneath him. Seeing as I'm far away, this is no threat to me. I dodge his next charge, and then he does a barrage, which I block with my ward. Really keen to get big blocks on future attacks like this. He also whips his tail at immediate threats, which are my skeletons, and this makes ice shards. Seeing as I'm a month away, I easily dodge this. He flies overhead sometimes and creates even more chaos on the floor, and this is worse than the other one, but still manageable. And he does a winged chaos attack that sends waves of 3 at me, and he also does this. Alright, you are a big boy, are you? I see. Come on, do what you're gonna do. And these are his final moments. What is this? What is the difficulty jump from this guy to, the other guy? Was I doing this wrong? Was I supposed to go ahead and do him first and then him? I did this guy on my very first attempt without knowing. I haven't looked at this guy at all on YouTube. I have no. My god. This was very easy compared to Solaris. This was very easy compared to Solaris. Why are these two so different in terms of difficulty?
New knowledge acquired.
No, that annoys me. Soul of the whatever. Yeah, that's fine. This was an incredibly easy fight. Yep, I never looked at this guy. I went in blind and I nailed him on my first attempt. True on normal difficulty, but Solaris on normal difficulty compared to this animal is like from 0 to 100. Anyways, I got the new soul shard and some gloves. I wonder if Adam is going to be just as difficult. Well, let's go find out. But guess what I picked up from that fight? But then even with thingy difficulty, oh my god. Oh my god. Did I just pick up this? Okay, we're making this. We are most definitely making this. And we need 3 onyx tears. Okay, my apologies. How do I make these onyx tears? I know they're up here. Power cores and blood crystal. Okay, we're gonna have to go get some blood crystal, it seems. I'm more than happy to go and do that for this final weapon. I'm making it my mission to go and get that right now, because I want this. I absolutely must have this. If I haven't made it abundantly clear by now, I must have this weapon. But I make myself a better mace because I couldn't harvest it the last time I was there, and I make myself a new set of gloves that I can make now, same type as the boots. With this new mace, I was able to steal away with a little bit of the blood crystal in my pockets, just enough to make my next crossbow upgrade. Alright, so let's see here. It's about 4% better with the damage. We get a little bit less bonus spell power. But we get 7.3 weapon attack speed, which is huge, and 8.8% spell critical strike chance. Yes, please. Absolutely, yes, please. And now, there we go. And we're now level 89. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, goodness gracious me, thank you. Also, about that necklace, plus 15% damage to vampires, which gives me the indication you should be using this against, what's his face, against Dracula. But I really like that movement speed increase and stuff like that. Anyways, regardless, yes, I am correct. This bad boy will eventually be a critical piece of equipment in my Dracula fight, but that's for later. For now, Adam the Firstborn is on my list, who's actually 1 gear level lower than me now, thanks to the gloves and that weapon upgrade. It says he's a monster who was created, and it points me in this direction at the top of the map. I fly over there and I reach my destination. It seems the gates block me, but I can just fly over it and go knocking on the front door. Do I have to destroy this?
Don't have the proper tools.
High voltage protection. I can't seem to fly into this building. I remembered there was an achievement to crawl into a hole or something using my rat form. After a quick investigation of the perimeter, I determined there was no rat hole for me to take advantage of, but I used my brain eventually. Actually, I think I know. I think I read somewhere about an EMP charge thing. I believe I may have to use that. On the way home, I make use of this tier 2 rift incursion, which only takes a tick. I used that fallen angel soulstone for the first time, but not overly impressed by it. I also find another crossbow upgrade, which was slightly upsetting, but I did find a longsword one as well, which was appreciated. And I get a 4th tier dual upgrade for my War of the Damned. So later, I'm making what I need for that EMP charge that I got a little while ago, because I'm sure I'm going to use that to get to Adam. I have shards and more are coming, and for now, I grab this 3rd tier one to improve my blood quality by a further 8%. I make 5 EMPs, and I head out. I slap this bad boy down, stand back, fire at it, and break my way into this facility. I guess you can call it that. Oh, Adam, are you in here, mate? God damn it, this is terrifying. I cautiously make my way inside and observe the surroundings. Is that you over there, Adam? Yep, Adam the Firstborn. What do we have here? We got a whole bunch of things around the place. Okay, Adam, are you ready, my friend? I start off the fight, but something is wrong. Okay, let's do this. Okay, that didn't do a thing. I'm gonna hang around for about a minute to see if I can get my cooldown back, because I think I'm gonna need my cooldown. Gotcha. I gotcha. You need to be released, do you? It's okay, friend. I can release you. I wait around and I waddle closer, but it seems old mate is sleeping or something. Well, I just used an EMP. Maybe I need to use another one. Nope, that's not it. Hey Adam, how do I unleash you so I can fight you, mate? I had to look this up because I was so confused on how to start this fight. I had to run up another ramp and pull this lever here. Well, this time my barrage actually works, and as soon as it's done, the entire arena is covered in grids of electricity. This bodes well. He does a big stomp that sends ripples. He tries to manhandle me. He charges me, followed with sending shockwaves with his big sword swings. I eventually try and dash through this grid, and indeed I can dash through it. I try to deflect his manhandling, but that doesn't work.
You are no match for me.
Throws me across the room. Thanks, buddy. Also, don't get caught in the grid for the following reason.
This is only a fraction of my...
Adam also summons bolts of lightning, adding to the mayhem. He also dashes over and protects himself in a sphere of lightning, and he takes an opportunity to skewer me like an animal, cooking me with his lightning in the process.
Death by my hand is an honor.
He eventually forces me to back out, taking what knowledge I have learned from this fight. On my second attempt, I get him quite close, and he summons a huge amount of orbs on the ground, adding to the chaos. I eventually whittle him down, and I have beaten him, only for me to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Oh my god. Wait, are you not dead?
Strength is returning.
Okay. That's right, he has a second phase. These are my final moments on my second attempt. Dude, you're joking me, right? Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. What is this insane fight? I forgot to record a couple of attempts with All Mate here, but here's the general gist. I watched a video of somebody destroying these machines on the battlefield. My wolf spell is a single hit and it bounces, but it doesn't bounce to machines. So I switched it out to Chaos Volley, as this is enough to destroy those machines in one go. Once they're down, they stay down for a short period, but it gives me more than enough time to get a decent foothold on this fight. Remember when all these orbs and these grids made it really hard to move? Not a problem now. I get him to his second phase. I don't get tricked by him, and I just destroy his machines while he decides to reboot like the broken machine he is. However, he does something else in this phase. Okay. Yep, that was a rough one. And these are the final moments of Adam the Firstborn. Oh, yes. Alright, mate, I'm going to eat you up. I did him on normal difficulty as well. Alright, so in terms of difficulty, let's say the Flying Beast was a 1. This guy was maybe a 4, and Solaris is most definitely a 12 for me. That's how I rank these last 3 fights. Ooh, 15% attack speed. That's pretty solid. Indeed, a good necklace. I do some pruning to relax myself a bit. I must have sent James to get some batteries, because look at that, he came back with 49 for me. Really good effort. I got more Stygian shards from them as well, so I get another passive to reduce the cooldown of my ultimate abilities by 15%, which is really good. And I make my pants that I got from Adam. In fact, I think I played around with the gear stuff, and this is the 3 I finally settled on. Okay, so I'm level 90 at the moment. Mr. Dracula is also level 90. Dracula the Immortal King. Why am I killing him if he is a vampire? I'm a vampire as well. What interest do I have to kill my old boss? I feel like I should go and at least try it tonight. I fly over to what was an impressive looking castle, and I deal with the lackeys at the front door. But I see that I need a blood key to enter this place. Requires blood key. Okay, requires a blood key. I guess I need to go and make a blood key. I make it here, and it's that necklace I didn't like before. I had to go out resource gathering. Most annoying is the gold for the onyx tears, but I got there in the end. Here are some of my thoughts going forward. You know what would be incredibly funny? If Dracula is actually an incredibly easy boss to beat. Like he's one of those other people that I do on my first go or something like that. It probably won't be, but it would be very funny if it was. But then again, I still have to beat him on, I'll have to defeat him on thingy difficulty. Yeah, I have to defeat him on brutal difficulty. So I'm not going to do him on brutal yet, I'm just going to go ahead and beat him on normal difficulty, just to get a taste for what it's like, because he's the final boss of the game. I am absolutely certain that he is going to be a monster of a boss fight. Yep, you are right there. I pass through this door, and I'm in a castle that's seen better days. I see a portal here that takes me to the Shadow Realm, definitely where Dracula is. Alright, let's travel to the Shadow Realm. Don't tell me it's like a massive boss fight and all that sort of stuff. Oh, sorry, you know, to get to him. I don't really want to do that. The Shadow Realm.
An uninvited guest. Welcome to my realm of eternal night.
Hey buddy, how are we? Can I say something here? Me, the guy who's writing the script right now, listening to the voice of Dracula just then on the footage as I'm putting this thing together in the final video. It actually made me cry, because past me had no idea what an excruciatingly difficult ordeal this last fight of the game actually is. I do Belmont and Solaris in between, don't worry. Now Dracula is a fast boy. He dashes and he swings his big sword at me. He teleports and he throws spinning blades at me that curve and actually lock onto you for a short time.
I observe him and he turns into a wolfy boy. He runs at me, dashes, and then he takes a swing at me with his sword. Are you serious? That thing goes across the room. He does a big 2-slash attack for big damage, and when he gets another cheeky hit on me, he does a big smash that sends blood bolts in several directions. I see that I can leave voluntarily at this point, and I've seen enough and I make my escape. Okay, so fair enough, so that's how that's gonna go, is it? I try again, making this my second attempt on normal, because I want to show you all the moves that he does. This is the second last one in his first phase, a big blood circle that sucks you in and you have to dash out or be clever inside while dodging those blood bolts. There are in fact 2 phases on normal and 3 on brutal difficulty. I'm doing this because I don't really want to show you every single fight I go through. What on earth is that fight? I'm going to explain each phase of the fight and what happens, then I'm going to give you the final numbers of what I went through, some honorable mentions, and I'll show you the final attempt I made where I was finally successful. I attempted this fight across many days, and I did other stuff in between. To round out that first phase, he turns invisible and he sends a bunch of bats at you. You have to WASD around them and dodge them. You have to keep a dash ready because he appears out of nowhere when he's done, and when he catches you, he drains you of your blood, doing big damage. I see here on my third attempt on normal difficulty, I actually got him to his second phase, which really surprises me. This happens when he's half health. He destroys the field, getting rid of those helpful pillars. He also summons 2 bats at this point that lock on and try to dive bomb you. This actually happens in the first phase as well. He also dashes here and he does a big blood thrust. He summons a long wave of blood orbs that fly at you, and he does an improved version of the blood smash, except this one creates additional blood explosions at each end of the magic waves, then wait a moment and explode. Allmate then summons a blood crystal that forms a ring around it. Destroying the crystal gets rid of these rings. If you don't, they eventually overwhelm you. As you can see there's 2 right now, and when you walk through the outer rings, you take damage. He also does a huge area of effect thing. A giant cross of fire emits from him, rotating while he shoots dozens of little blood orbs that follow you. They are very hard to dodge if you don't know what you're doing. As he creates a third crystal adding to the clutter, he also summons a barrage of swords that fall from the sky and follow you around. And during all this chaos, he also does a dash leap into a sword attack coming from above. He also does that bat summon thing where everything goes dark and he will leap on me when it's done. His 2 sword attack has now become 4 sword attacks. You have to use a counter for this. These are my final moments on my third attempt, and look at how much clears up when I destroy one of these crystals. Okay, yep, I see. No, that's it for me. Okay, so what happens if I die in here? I don't think I can use that. You're down. I just get teleported out? 100%? Okay. That is not too bad. That is not bad at all. That makes this fight quite pleasant then, because I don't have to constantly run back and forth. Oh god, past me is right here. The fact that you just teleport here, it auto regens your health and blood pool, is a godsend. Your buff potions run out and health potions as well, but at least you don't have to keep running back to your corpse like all the other fights. At this point, I also start to really reconsider my crossbow. It's not doing enough damage quick enough against those crystals, and foreshadowing, I do change my weapon and shuffle my spells around. Actually, in this clip, in the second phase, you can see a Shadow Dracula. If you get close enough to him, he beats you up. My 4th death.
Death is not the end.
And my 5th death happened in the space of 13 seconds. That was my first attempt at going melee.
I cannot go on.
Yeah, now I got ruined instantly with melee. Actually, here's me going for my 7th attempt. This is going to be a torturous week. Yeah, this is not going to be a fun week. I can bet that I'm going to hate this week.
An uninvited guest.
Shut the f*** up.
Welcome to my realm.
Taking my headset off so I don't have to listen to him yarn every single time. See, I was sick of his voice already by my 7th attempt. Here is my last moments of my 8th attempt.
That is bullshit.
Is not
My 9? I'm so dead here. Yep, I'm dead here. My 10th, I tried a fancy jump over these rings. What? At this point, I was considering maybe trying another build, but the only good weapon I had was this crossbow, and I didn't have any other good weapons. The other ones would decrease my gear score because I didn't have any legendaries in my possession. Oh, by the way, I was looking for some of the footage. Here is that Phantom Dracula sucker punching me from behind. And as this took me forever, of course I had blood moons as well, which didn't really help me in this fight. Yet, that is stupid. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. As time passes, I have watched others do this fight, and the builds that they used, and I surmised that I will need to relinquish my favorite crossbow and try something else. I think I was going to go for a melee weapon. I did some bad research at this point. I do mean that. I did some bad research, seeing where I can get some legendary drops. I briefly read a thread and also remembered my first legendary drop from this particular flying beast. So I surmised that I can only get legendary weapons from boss drops. So I copied a few boss fights from a thread that I can do on a rotation to try and farm these weapons. Luckily, a few of them were quite easy on brutal difficulty for me already. I did them on normal and brutal difficulty, but really, I had some bad luck. I didn't get any weapon drops from these boss fights. I think I did the rotation maybe 4 times, but I did get this really nice 4th tier jewel for my cold snap counter, and this spell will become critical in my final fight against Dracula. I'm frustrated after a while because I keep getting these first epic weapons from these boss fights, which wasn't really going to help me. I needed the level 30 weapons, not the level 20 ones. Anything I didn't need went into this trashy boy here. But even if I got these weapons, I'd need resources, so I keep on top of sending my people out getting stuff like gold. I don't realize it yet, but I'm glad I'm still sending these servants to get me Stygian shards, because I'm going to need them. And I will talk about that right now actually. I remembered weapon vendors and I went back to the rift area, and I saw Allmate here who sells the level 30 weapons for Stygian shards. Those things I can farm with relative ease in the rift incursions and where I can send my servants to help out. I buy the pistol at this point because I think the current guy I was watching did this fight using pistols against Dracula. I make this epic level 30 weapon, but there's one more that I want, and it's the axes. So it's a bit of a grind, and I have 17 Stygian shards, which is enough to buy these level 30 axes, which I then use to create my epic melee weapon. I was actually revamping my playstyle here and making spell gems for spells I've never used before. I'll let myself explain my new strategy in a second, but at this point as I was swinging my axes around, I remembered seeing people had orange weapons when fighting Dracula, and mine were only purple. I don't know where to find these orange weapons, and I decided that I've done enough preparation to get back into it for now. Alright, that was the final prep up for this, so let me do my final explanation, future me. So, here we are. We're at this point and we've gathered some stuff that we need. Brute blood. I'm gonna go full brute because I will most likely be in close quarters with this guy. I've got the 2 weapons that I wanted here, which is going to be good stuff. We have this soul shard here. We actually need to have this soul shard replaced, so this one's going to give us extra attack speed, which is what we're going to need, but we're going to switch into this thing for its ultimate later on down the line, so there you go. Health potions, we got all our potions, etc, etc. So if I press 5, you won't be seeing this right now, but if I press 5, you can see I can switch in between these 2 ultis without having to go into my inventory, so that should help me. Brute blood, let's quickly just go ahead and drink this. And our primary attack leech increases a primary attack speed as well, plus 1 level, increases health received, healing self for 4% of your victim's health when striking a killing blow, 6% chance for health if recovered, so every single time we get some kind of health, which is going to almost be constant, we're going to get even more speed and physical attack speed as well, so that's the idea there. These potions are all going to buff us up as well. In regards to spells, for our first phase, we're going to be working with Bloodrite and Ward of the Damned. And then at some point, I know there's another phase that I need to go to, where I will then have to switch in between to... we need to switch to Cold Snap, and we need to switch to this Void Bad Boy here. And then, for the last phase, we have to switch from Bloodrite to Bloodrite and this Cold Snap as the last phase. It's gonna take me several times to get this right, but you know, there it is. Indeed, I'm about to relearn this fight with weapons I've never really used. I even have a top hat for the occasion. Alright, number 100. Let's start fighting, old mate. This is also on brutal difficulty. Yeah, I mean if I do this on brutal, then it's done. We'll see how this goes. Oh god, I actually did do this. It seems like I changed the difficulty to brutal, thinking that if I can do it, it'll all be over. Well, that was a mistake. Anyways, I said before I started that I was going to show you the full uncut version of beating him later, so let's just paraphrase till then. This is number 16. Damn it. Oh, that was a bullshit one. Death number 18. I don't think I'm a fan of the cue of the gun. Finish him for number 20. Oh, just kill me. My painful 20-second death. Okay, yeah, no, kill me. Are you joking me right now? A quick thing. This is how I deal with those crystals now by attempt number 24. Significantly quicker than the crossbow. Let's get my in-game thoughts at my 24th death. None of them on brutal thus far. Oh my Jesus Christ, what is this fight? Incredibly thought-provoking stuff there. Thank you, past me. You're not even halfway there. Enjoy. By attempt number 27, I was going full beast mode myself. Listen to me growl. I got nothing. I've got nothing. At this rate, at least 50 to 100 times, I'm going to be dying over and over. It's like Groundhog Day. So I'm at death number 31, 15 normal and 16 brutal, and I decide to drop the difficulty back to normal, because maybe if I can do that, it would boost my morale and even make me that last chess piece to go up a gear level. The last 15 brutal attempts must have helped me, because guess what?
The harbinger of your demise.
Okay, he's almost dead. Let's do this. We got this. We got this. We got this.
Feel the bloodstorm. Yes! 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 Yes!
What's going on? What's going on? I am shaking.
Defeated by my own power. There could be no other way.
No, I'm eating you up. Okay. Okay, I can beat him on normal. I can beat him on normal.
Taste of knowledge.
For finally getting the normal kill, I get the soul shard, which has a glorious 25% bonus damage to vampires and 25% bonus blood efficiency, definitely going to help me out in the next stage. I read the endgame message here, but I do not feel victorious. Go for it. I do not feel victorious. I need to defeat this guy on 100, brutal if this is going to be 100%. But thank God it is defeated on normal. I also make this well-deserved shadow chest guard to round out my final armor set in the game, in preparation for an even greater battle. Now, we need to change this difficulty back to brutal. Now I read that the vendors have a chance to sell you the legendary orange weapons. I changed my settings so that they rotate their stock quicker, and I came back to check their wares every time, but I didn't see a legendary weapon. I saw others had these and I really wanted them for myself for the final brutal Dracula fight. So while I wait for stock resupplying, I decided to go knock down a couple of the achievements that I needed to do. I had to dress all fancy like to get this one, which was weird, but I do look fabulous, I must say. I never made a music box, so I placed one down and I put my hand on it and voila, another achievement is done. I traveled back to one of my first V-Blood fights, pick myself some of these trippy mushrooms, indulge myself, watch my screen go funny and receive an achievement for this. We have eaten the wrong mushroom and we're going for a wonderful trip. Grab those fish because that's good stuff. Yeah boy. Yeah boy. Oh, that's the stuff.
Remember when I tried to find a crawl space into Adam's little prison because I thought that would make sense? Sneaking into his facility. Nah, there is a tiny hole here in the silver mine, and I get an achievement when I crawl through it. Okay, so with that being said, we have got 3 achievements. Defeat and drink the blood of every V-blood. Ah, I see. I would imagine that is also Simon Belmont. Okay, well it looks like I will have to defeat Simon Belmont. Yep, defeat Solaris, I have to go back to him, and defeat this guy as well. So, alright, we know what we need to do. Doing it is going to be a different story right now. After those little detours, I still don't see any legendary weapons here, which is quite frustrating. Mr. Simon Belmont is next on my list. Something about a crossover, I have no idea who this character is, but if he needs to die to get myself 100%, then die he shall. The simple Simon Says does a big jump. That is some big air, and he pulls out a throwing blade which he throws at me, but unfortunately I'm too fast for him. He goes for a sneaky dagger throw, but I've seen Bane do this, so shame on him. He throws his axe in the tree next to me, which was really weird, but maybe it's to distract me, because next thing I know he's prepared a spinning shield to deflect my attacks. What a prick. He gets a run up and he does a majestic swan dive into my Ward of the Damned. He then cracks his whip around and he shifts the air around his personal space, asserting his dominance. He is also a fan of throwing bombs, and he asserts himself even more with a bigger whirlwind thing. Honestly, I was having a pretty cruisy time here. Once you lose 30 times to Dracula, you seem to be more switched on to everything else. But he eventually pulls out this magnificent attack. Beams of holy light spewing in each compass point direction. Stay away from the light there, that's my motto. But I realized the cheeky prick is healing, so that's quite disrespectful, I thought. Once I dealt him an ultimate to the face, he goes full beast mode. Holy radiance falls from the heavens, and the gods must be on his side, because silly me, my bloody crossbow breaks, leaving me kind of vulnerable. I have to put my faith in my axes. I see a patrol rock up, right on bloody cue. It's like it's their bloody job to do so I go into the defensive maneuvers for a while until they clear out. Dodging All Might and making sure not to aggro these cretins despite the fact that they're walking through a shower of radiant power. Eventually, I deal the killing blow on Belmont, on normal difficulty and also on my first attempt.
My axe vanquishes it.
There we go.
Even the strongest.
God damn it, my weapon broke in the middle of that. There we go. Defeat and drink the blood of every V-blood. God damn it. 1 down, 2 more to go. A second order of business is defeating Solaris on brutal difficulty. I've already covered this fight enough. This time around I'm obviously higher level than him, and I'm not overly fussed about trying to match his gear level or anything. I'm here for one thing and one thing only, the achievement. I tried him 2 times before I was able to claim the victory.
Join in. This is luminance.
Got him. Just got him. Just got him.
If
Okay.
I'm gone,
I gotta be careful here because this stuff is not gonna go away. Come on, come on. Oh, just. Be very careful for those guys at the end there. Got it.
Taste of knowledge.
Alright. There is but one achievement left, and that is Dracula on brutal difficulty. So off camera, I grinded out Stygian shards and decreased the prices of these legendary weapons Old Mate sells here in my settings, because turns out if you buy one of these epic weapons, it has a chance to be a legendary. I didn't get the purchase on recording, but this is the weapon I got after I bought maybe 10 of these axes, and it finally turned out to be a legendary. I wanted to maybe try and get a Reaper one as well, and I spent the last of my shards buying these epics, but none of them was a legendary, so axes it is for the final fight then. I hammer and repair this weapon at home, and I give it a little bit of a whirl. It has better offensive capabilities, really exciting stuff. Heading into a fresh phase with Brutal Dracula, keep in mind that the tally is at 31, including my previous brutal and normal difficulty attempts. It's still the same setup, upgraded weapon, and I will use the necklace I got from the normal Dracula. I'll still use that purple necklace to nuke those crystals however. Guess what happened by attempt number 36? Oh, that was so lucky. No, not that. I finally got All Mate on his final phase. It took 36 attempts, so I get to explain this now. Okay, potion up. Where was the thing? It's J. It's J. Okay, cool. We need this bad boy, and we are going to need this one. That's correct. You have a few moments to switch your spells out, as All Might flutters himself to the center of the room like the injured bat that he is. At this point, he goes into a blood ball, and he starts to summon little creatures or something that slowly move towards him. If these bad boys reach him, he heals up. So I need to kill as many as I can, and I mean that word, there are many of them. Usually area of effect spells work best here and fast weapons that increases your attack speed. As this is my first time ever getting him to this phase, I make a complete fool of myself. I tried to use this new Dracula necklace ultimate, but it did terribly. I am sure a lot of them healed him because he was nearly full health at the end. Next, you'll see the heart of Dracula floating towards him. Once you've dealt with these little things, you need to slap his heart around until you can finally drink the blood of the immortal. As you're extracting that blood, you need to go back to your spells and grab Blood Rite and Cold Snap, because these two counters are critical in the last phase of the brutal Dracula fight, because he goes beast mode here. Remember what Henry did with that pulsating electric field? Dracula does the same with blood pulses that pushes you back, making it hard to stay on top of him. On top of that, he also summons those waves of blood bolts, and these are going to be a constant. Even more so, from above, he will periodically summon those swords that wreak havoc on you from above. Being on top of your counters is going to be crucial in this phase. The longer the fight goes on, the smaller this giant blood vortex gets, and the more stacks of whatever that is down there you get. I think it actually means you take more damage, so time is against you. The blood of the immortal is what you get from suckling on Dracula's heart, and it gives you solid buffs. 100% increased physical and spell power, 15% faster movement speed and 30% faster attack speed, 40% damage reduction, and 100% increased veil cooldown recovery rate, and a 50% chance to reset spell cooldowns on cast. Now guess what happened in my first ever attempt at this phase? Fuck! Look at that! You're joking me. You are absolutely joking me right now. Okay. Yep. So close. That was pretty much a bee's dick away. That was literally a bee's dick. However, I'm at attempt number 41 now and saying this. Dracula, you're a prick. That's all I've got to say to you, mate. You are an absolute prick. Plus, I have run out of potions. So actually, let's go get my potions quickly and then we'll come back. It's attempt number 46. Let's see how I'm doing. Oh, come on, you absolute dick! Right, he's having the time of his life, it seems. Oh, also, on attempt 47, I had a glitch that really threw me off. When he goes into that final phase, you have that moment to switch spells. Yeah, not today, it seems.
Distance. No.
Okay, yes?
Impossible.
Wait, what's this now? No, what is this? I've gone into the next phase, but I can't change my abilities. You're joking me.
You think you can defeat me?
What's going on here?
I am inevitable.
Oh, what's going on right now? What is going on? Oh my god, that is the biggest load of shit I've ever seen in my life, man. Yeah, that one I lost as well. Moving on. It's really sad watching this back, but by attempt number 61, I was broken. No, it's not tonight. This is my final time for tonight. I'm not trying to be after this. Yeah, no. I won't share the attempt right now because we're actually getting very close to the end, but I discovered I didn't even need to use a counter for these ones. I knew it! I can do that!
Bloodstorms die.
So here it is, Musketeers. This is going to be the uncut final brutal fight I will have with Dracula. I'll share the stats a bit into the first phase, because after doing this for X amounts of time, losing my mind a little bit, I started to sing an inappropriate song on the attempt where I finally won. So I'm going to give you the numbers there when I have to censor myself.
these bats, I really do.
Run, little whelpling.
Nah, that was a bad thing. That was just a... That was a reflex.
Bravo, machine. There is no escape of your fate.
Water, water, water. Okay.
Feel the heartbeat of it.
Bum. Alright, you ready for this? And jump, and block, hit, and blaze.
There is no escape from your fate. Kneel to my dominion.
Come on, my little guy. Yes, that's it. You dodge that, and you go and you hit him. Hit him, hit him. The game would like you to know that there is currently a rift incursion.
Ghost of your fears.
Oi.
On your knees. Flee the night.
Jesus, man. Yeah, it's a good thing I had that at that point.
Run, little whelpling.
Can I heal up? Nope, I'm already full health. We're good. Get these bloody whelps, or these bats.
Gaze into the maw of the vampiric.
Okay, so sound down for past me, here are the final figures. This is attempt number 73. Technically 58 if you only want to count the brutal ones and not those other normal attempts as well. But the time I spent fighting this prick, all 73 attempts, was about 10 hours. 2.5 of those for the first time killing him on normal. I spent an additional 7.5 hours over the span of several days trying to kill this bloody mongrel. Enjoy.
That was a good one.
Devours all.
Can you back off for a second, mate? Can you back off?
Gaze into the maw of the vampire.
Is it time?
You
It is
are
time.
a shadow,
Alright.
an imitation.
I'm a shadow.
This
An
is what
imitation.
it means to be king.
I just came to be king.
Death is my ally. I can feel fiery tears.
Okay, that was a good one. I'm just going to skip on that one. Okay, that wasn't a bad one. Alright, let's do... Oh, I hope my little guys are going to beat him up. Oh, they're not. That's sad days. Ow! I call shenanigans on that. Yummy.
No mercy.
I assure you, my friend, I'm not weak. Okay, but I have spent a thing now. There we go.
Fall like so many others.
Okay, I've got my thing out. Don't need to do anything right now. Ha. Oh, excuse me?
Darkness comes to claim you.
Okay.
Reel and die.
I keep missing those guys. It's actually really frustrating.
This is the end!
Okay, there we go.
Feel the bloodstorm's tide. My power in the stars.
Ow. Okay.
This is the end. Feel the bloodstorm's tide.
Got him. Okay, J.
Impossible.
Let's go into this one, and we'll go back into the frost one. Okay, let's do this.
You think you can defeat me? I am inevitable.
Forget that stuff. Alright, we got this, I think. Come on. Alright, change into our things.
Impossible! How can my own powers betray me? Witness the might of the true immortal king!
Okay, we got this now.
I am the master of blood and shadows!
Oh no, you're kidding me! Okay, where are my hands? Where are my hands right now?
Witness the might of the true immortal king! I am the master of blood and shadows!
I was very lucky there. Yes! 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 Yes!
There could be no other way.
Oh, I'm sweating up a storm right now. Where's your loot? This is unacceptable. Where's your loot? I died countless times for you, mate. Where is the loot? I've lost my voice. I screamed too much. Good lord. Did it happen? The thing is, did it happen? Yes, it did. Defy Dracula, the Immortal King on Brutal Difficulty. Unlocked July 4th at 8:05 p.m. I am very joyed, but I'm very tired, and I'm glad it finally happened. Good lord, that fight was something else. That was quite literally the most difficult gaming experience I have ever had in my life. Oh, I'm shaking. I'm going home. Screw you guys! I'm going home. Victory, thinky. Victory counter. And victory of this. I need to go pet my dog because I'm pretty sure she's at the door right now crying because I started screaming. So, okay, there you go. Hello Musketeer, if you're still here, thank you so much for joining me for what was possibly the most intense gaming and video experience I've ever had. But funny enough, I love this game. Do you want more? I mentioned a 100 Days Lethal Company video which was really fun. What about a 300 Days Graveyard Keeper video? Or 100 Days Played in Dinkum? Until next time, one for all and all for one. Cheers Musketeers.